It's a damn shame I got to verify to my kids that I know you. I got to verify to my kids that I know you and stuff. You know, it made me laugh, man.
Jew, when did you realize kind of what the family hustle was once Pops pivoted?
So I went to like a Christian private school all the way up until high school. So I didn't know shit till I got to Southwest DeKalb, and they telling me. Ain't you
Your classmates telling
my
me,
classmates telling me, I know your daddy. What the fuck you talking about? And then after that, I started, I started seeing little shit around the house that was giving me hints, you know, because they did good keeping it
And
as
you
they
know how I
should.
get that? Because my kids, they favor wings on Magic City, but they have no clue
Where they
until
come
they
from.
see this where the wings is coming from. That's all they know. They just love the wings. Dad bring them wings home.
So I didn't even know until about high school. And I was still like, still working regular jobs and shit. Like I was working at McDonald's, and I found out, I found out while I'm working at McDonald's and shit. So I'm like flipping burgers like this nigga. So this nigga won't even, I know now. I'm like mad and shit. But so right around high school was when I figured out, for the most part, right around 10th grade, 9th, 10th grade.
Imagine, I know your original logo was a magician.
Yeah.
Over the club.
That was me trying to hover, back there, trying to learn a couple tricks. You needed tricks back then because you had Blue Flame, you had, there was a bunch of them. Foxy Lady, you had
Tell me about the purple onion.
The onion.
Yeah.
You know about the onion.
The onion.
It's an old school strip club?
Yeah.
Oh, the
At
onion.
that time, that was the only other black strip club in Atlanta.
The onion, Foxy Lady, Blue Flame came around. All of them was there, and you had Montrese over here in the West End. They was hard.
West End?
They was hard. You had to go hard, man. You had to go hard. So that's how come only had one girl. It was hard to get them. It was hard, you had to, and they was threatening you and saying, don't take my girls. But, they was threatening. So when they hear you open, now they only want me in the door, because I'm trying to just, but then, I caught a DJ, and the DJ had a girl, Venus, and Andre. Andre was the DJ, and he brought Venus.
I was the midget?
No, Andre. Yeah, we had a midget DJ too.
A lot of magic tricks going on.
Magical, and he's the one with the Circus Olay.
Okay.
You see him, the little short one with Circus Olay.
Oh, wow.
So he was with me years way before this. I used to have
standing on phone books and shit.
On crates. He used to stand on crates and shit back there. But it's been a lot of great times.
Jew, I want to double back because you brushed past it. Now you say you at McDonald's, but at the back of your head, Pops got the city going crazy.
City going wild.
What was that first conversation like to transition from that to this?
I don't remember the exact conversation. It just came about. I started, like being at Southwest DeKalb, I started to get more of the hood culture, the East Side culture. So I just naturally started to gravitate towards the strip shit. I mean, just naturally, I started to grow up quicker. And once I knew, and then we never really had a conversation.
That's what I was gonna ask.
I'm just like
right. I was gonna ask, how did the conversation go? Like, Pops,
there wasn't no conversation. He was just like, come on, get in the car. And then I would sit outside. So
what we doing?
Even at 16 and 17, I was sitting outside. I used to go with him every night when he go. Then I would sit in the front and just watch. Like I used to see Lil John and the East Side boys running in that bitch. I used to be like in the car.
See, I ain't trying to tell your age, but what year was this?
Shit. It had to have been 2005.
Them damn it. Would you
2005.
consider them like the
WHK TV 44, San Francisco.
From the terrifying universe of the inner mind to the outer reaches of the imagination, we're waiting, poised at the edge of our seats. Time stops as we approach the unknown. Just when we think we're safe, The moment happens, and we...
It's Saturday night, time for Gas Theater. Join me, Tom Labrie, for the best in late night fright.
Horror, suspense, mystery, science fiction, the supernatural. And now, sit back, relax if you can. You are about to enter the world of
NPC the game.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? This is Gabriel, your friend, hosting tonight's broadcast on NPC Live, from the back rooms. You know where we at. Real District 13, Taiwan, Shaolin. What's going on, family? Austin Murphy in the building. Salute to you and your service. Patrick Bateman in the house. What's going on, brother? Making that dough, that sweet dough like Uncle Rico over there. The options. What's going on, my brother Ragamuffin? Salute to the Most High. Joe Cool, he says, I'm early for once. Yeah, man. Smoke him if you got him. It's gonna be a good one. I'm gonna let the man cook today. What's going on, Markella, top mod, weekend top mod? What's going on? Thank you so much for. She says welcome. Thank you so much for putting that link in. Buy me a coffee. Donations are always welcome. Either YouTube or especially buy me a coffee. Divine Sparks Goddess 313, the hardest worker in the metaverse. What's up, girl? Capricorni, my friend. Good to see you. Yeah. Hey, everybody in the building. Prairie's in the building. I saw Prairie in the building dancing. Oh, yeah. And what you had, and then what you lost. Yeah. 1977, Fleetwood Mac, Dreams, the year of yours truly, the year of the snake. It is the year of the snake, 47 years later. Here and now, we're here. Dreams. Tonight's episode. Jung. The test dream. Freud. The interpretation of dreams. And Magic City with the K. You see names? You don't see names? You don't see names? What's going on? Joe Cool. I see all the names here. I see it all. Yeah, I mean, Dream, man. I scheduled this episode months ago, and it's finally here. Dreams. How interesting is it that we're living in this technical? Oh, you should see her. Well, there she is, right there. She said, "Hi, Joe Cool." I mean, how interesting is it that we're living in? Hi, Divine. That we're living in this technical age. And we barely talk about dreams, man. We spend most of our lives dreaming and asleep. And I get it. People say, I don't dream. I don't remember my dreams and all that. But you still dream. And you do. You just need a little help. And I'm going to get ahead of myself. I'm going to put this link in here. I've been geeking off this app. I found it about 24 hours ago, when I was doing research for this broadcast on dreams. And this channel called Dream at Dream dot Mir dot Dreams, where this gentleman puts together these awesome lectures and about dreaming and other things. And he has this, I think it's to promote his app. This app is bomb, y'all. They have it for Android and Apple. There's a 7-day free trial. I'm not being paid by him. I should be, because I'm going to promote the shit out this app. This app is amazing. That's why we don't remember our dreams, because we're always we don't write them down. You know, we don't write them down. So that's why we don't remember them. That's why I don't remember them. I don't know about y'all. And this is the app right here. This shit is fucking bomb. Excuse my language, but don't excuse my language. I'm excited about this app where you can log your dream. Either you can speak it and it'll type it for you, you know, using your voice to chat, or you can write it. You'd be surprised how much you can remember if you do it right away when you wake up. And then what I like about it is once your dream's in there, you can use their AI function that they have hooked up to it, and you can get like 8 different categories to look up interpretations of your dream, anywhere from psychoanalysis, symbolisms, personal growth, what it means in the direction in your life that you're headed. And it's just fascinating. It's fun. I just got it and it's fun. So yeah, there's that. That's awesome. And we're going to be looking at this guy's Mir is the YouTube channel name. We're going to be looking at his content. And I'm not going to stop it that much unless I feel moved to. I just want you guys to listen. And if you have any comments, yeah, please do tell me about your dreams. Don't worry, I'm not CIA. And if I was, I'd probably be a good one, but I'm not. But anyway, what I'm saying is it's all about dreams, man, today. We are in the land of dreams, right? Because my other channel, actually my big channel, it almost has 1,000 subs, called Test Stream. That's my pleasure. And I'm really interested in how dreams can help you win at life, you know, and even strip clubs too. And we'll get to that, Magic City. And I have to say, welcome again. And this is NBC The Game Live, where we talk about real life, weird dreams, deep thoughts, and sometimes even strip clubs. And yeah, you heard that right. Stick with me. It's gonna make sense. I promise. It's a Scorpio shit, you know. And dreams definitely aren't just random night movies. They're simply not random, and they're like messages from your soul. And Carl Jung, aka the therapist who understood vibes before we even had that word, said that your dreams are messages from your unconscious self. And they're not weird stories, they're symbols and even warnings and ideas, and almost like cheat codes out there for you. And Carl Jung was friends and maybe even somewhat of a student, even though Carl Jung could have taught Freud a lot if he was listening. And I'm sure he did. They were friends, Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud. And Carl Jung's book, Man and His Symbols, Jung was like, if you learn the language of your dreams, you can learn what your real self is trying to do in life. Like stuff like, should I quit that job? Should I date that person? Should I stay with that person? Because your dreams might already know. And Freud, he was wild, but he had a point, you know, because it's just thinking enough about Freud. Some of you probably knew this, that like he was really really aware and obsessed almost over being legitimized, his science, because when he started, he was the first to talk about dreams in this postmodern world as a therapist. And some of the guys, old school guys, doctors and stuff, they didn't take him seriously. So he wanted to, which is weird because Freud is like the basic, one of the founding fathers of our modern psychology and psychiatrist movement, and so he wasn't taken seriously, especially when he talked about the dreams, and he thought that his research with cocaine would make it more legitimate, and we'll probably get into that a little bit too. Yeah, he loved the coca plant. What's up, Bex? How's it going? Shout out to the women in the house. What do they call you? Bex? They call those other dudes the feminists or whatever. Well, whatever you guys are, that was pretty interesting and cool to see you, Cynthia, Yolanda, and link up like Wonder Woman 3.0 and Voltron. That was cool. What's up, NPC? Speaking of another Wonder Woman. Leopard print. How's it going, my friend? Markella, I said, hey, everyone, hit the like and share. Yeah. Hit the donation, especially if you've never done it before. So, yeah, so Freud, he was wild, but he had a point, and he was obsessed, we could say, with what was hiding in your mind. And in his book, The Interpretation of Dreams, he said dreams are where all your repressed thoughts come from. And then they come out of that part of your psyche to party, right? And he kind of helped you get it out. That, like, for instance, that dream that you had when you were late to school and naked, probably more than just clothes and bells, right? Or there's reasons behind that, man. There's Freud, dude. I just like talking about Freud. He's interesting to me, man. Jung is great and all, but Freud, I think he gets overlooked in this new age a little bit. But what interested me about Freud is that he believed dreams show your secret desires, Scorpio, and what you were really hungry for. And sometimes it was love, sometimes it was revenge, and sometimes for some of us it's Magic City, right? And more on that when we get back. What's going on, Snow? You're just in time for the lecture, right? So I want you guys to pay attention to this and stick with it. Stick with it. It's very interesting, this interpretation. And get this, like I said, this app. This is the greatest dream journal I've ever seen before. Right? I'm not even getting paid yet for it. I should be. I already had 2 dreams last night that were amazing. Yeah, maybe I'll tell you. You want me to tell you about my dream? Usually I don't do that, but if you want me to tell me about my dream and what the app said when they analyzed it, I can do that for you. We'll see. Let me know in the chat, all right? Or tell me about your dream. Oh, you want to tell? Okay, you said do tell. Yeah, I probably won't always be doing this. Watch me do it like every single time now. Let me pull up my dream app real quick. Because I was like, as soon as I woke up from my second dream, I had to say this. I won't talk about the first one. The first one's called, because you have to you can title them. You have to title them. The first dream I had last night was called the Wound Eater. And it had to do with eating a wound. Yeah. That was wild. There we go. Where is it at? There it is. Mirror. So I'm in the Mirror app right now. As long as it's not gay. Why would I have a gay dream? Yeah. We're supposed to, according to Freud and Jung, we dreams don't waste time on trivial things that are like obvious. Right. Anyway, I'll just stop at that. The Wound Eater. WOUND, wound. Like a big cut, a pus-filled cut. What's up, Rob? Thank you for that super sticker. Good for you. Good for you, brother. Thanks for that. That's some good stuff.
Thank you all. Your love has broken the curse and freed my soul. I'll never have to kill again. Really?
I'll be a good boy now. Good man. So yesterday's dream was entitled, this was a few hours ago, buying real estate in gangland, right? So this is my dream. And I'll give you the interpretation according to the dream app. So I'm exploring this new part of town that has a gray hue to it. And as I'm exploring this urban landscape, I meet interesting male characters that almost seem like they've been living in this world longer than me. And this world would be a world of the underworld street life. I'm a new stranger in town trying to get acquainted with things. And as I move through my exploration, I meet certain characters on different stages of their life. At first, they're mostly young men in their 20s. And there's some women too in there too, engaging in the daily struggle of just trying to survive. And what's up, Hank? As I progress, I meet other people in their 30s and early 40s who are just trying to get to work and are actually working homeless. And as I encounter these different people and even go on some of their side quest missions, I notice that this world is strangely appealing. However, somehow I know I don't want to live here permanently. And there's this one young man that's crazy, man, full of tattoos, no shirt. Maybe he's like a Middle Eastern person or European person, and he's like curly long hair, and he's like wilding out, man. He's like crazy. He comes in like in this coffin car, pops out the coffin, and he's behind me, and he wants my attention. But I'm like, yeah, I'm good. This place is already crazy enough. But I had a feeling I'd eventually meet with them anyway. So as I correspond with one of these guys, and it's one of the guys is Chris, who seems like a YouTuber friend I had out here in Taiwan from England, who is one of the biggest YouTubers and kind of like a mentor with me for me out here in terms of YouTube. And I met him maybe like 8 years ago in Taiwan, and I hadn't thought about him really since. And so Chris is like, well, as I'm making my rounds on this loop in this hood, he's recording himself jogging through the hood, which is funny because like I saw this video of my old neighborhood in San Jose, and these people were talking about how they jog around there, how it's not that, it's not that tough. So that makes sense right there. But anyway, Chris is jogging around the hood, and he set his camera up, and he's filming himself, and he has a timer on it. And his timer is to let him know when it's time to go to work. And when he goes to work earlier than I have to go to work, so I can spend more time exploring the area. And it's like this weird Grand Theft Auto sandbox I'm in with, and the goal is socializing is how you level up in the game. And yeah, this is how you level up in the game. What up, Kevin? Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. $4.99, so generous, you people. So generous. I appreciate that, man.
My nigga.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that, man. Yeah. So super cool. So yeah, so this is what we're doing here, socializing. Yeah. So social socializing is how you level up in this dream, this hood. And there's this one hub of Crips that are hanging out at this location in front of an old dilapidated business that's across the street from this liquor store, where it's like the center point of the neighborhood, of course, right? And they're all flamed up, wearing blue, maybe a little bit of black, and a little bit of gray, And when I walk by them, at best, I'm trying not to make a scene so they don't notice me. However, I'm still fascinated with it. and there's an air of danger there. So I ended up, the dream ended up morphing into this reoccurring apartment building area, where there's all these apartment buildings that I when I looked down the street, and I saw it earlier in my dreams, I noticed that there was these houses down there, like townhouses that look kind of cool. And I'm walking with a friend now, and I'm walking. You want to be poor, CJ? Yeah, a poor righteous teacher. Yeah, and socializing. So I'm walking with a friend. Maybe it's CJ. Who knows? I don't really know who it is, but it's like I'm older now. I feel older, and I have this more confidence because I've been here a while. I see people hanging out, but I'm not scared because I know the area and I have a rep now. I have status, and I'm still looking to buy these houses on the street, this property on the street. And as I walk down the street becomes a cul-de-sac of ghetto apartments. And I don't want to buy the real estate with the ghetto apartments. I definitely don't want to live there. And I don't even want to buy the houses I first saw. As a matter of fact, I don't even see these houses that I wanted to buy. They're not even there. And as I continue on the block, I see a bunch of homeless people hanging out underneath one of these weeping willow trees in the bush, in the bushes, kind of, and they're trying to get shade, and they're filthy. They're wearing like white clothes, and they're chilling in front of this sign that says Willow Tree Apartments. And let's see, the next apartment next to it, it's the same scene, different apartment, but a group of transients hanging out on the lawn, on this picnic table under a tree. And next to that apartment, I see another group of people, but this time they're all in white, and they're all homeless, but they're sitting in the lotus position, almost like they're getting taught a class, and this is a guru teaching them stuff. They look cleaner and organized, and they're listening to someone teach them lessons about life, but they still look homeless, and I don't want to be around them. And I finally forgot where I was, because all of a sudden I'm in the back of that liquor store on the side where the warehouse is part of it. And I look around the corner and I see those Crips across the street, and they're literally like right there. And this time I see these Crips are younger, and they're not as muscular and masculine. They're not moggers, but they're still intimidating a bit. And they're guarding this area at their post, kind of like they're probably selling dope, and they have lick outs and stuff as you walk to the liquor store, the front of the liquor store. And one of them looks like my friend Gabron, is like a manlet, but he's still kind of intimidating. So I pass by them, and they don't really pay me no attention. And my friend's behind me, and as we walk past them, there's some girls that are laid out on the steps, just like lounging, and they're scattered along. And as you go up to the liquor store, past the gangsters on post, and I feel more confident, and I feel like I have more swag. I want one of them to notice me. And as I walk up towards one of them, she sees me in my red flannel and brown khakis that have cargo pockets, and I really don't like cargo pockets. And I'm wearing these brown and tan Air Force Ones, which are actually, I think, the most expensive Air Force Ones you can buy. And they're fly, and they have little red in them. And I think I'm fly and attractive, and I'm looking down in the rain as it's raining, and I walk past them, and I can tell she wants me, and I'm pleased. And I can actually see my outfit from the third person. That looks good. Everyone looks good. And strangely enough, she knows my name, and I never met her. And she says my name with like a pleasure, like sexiness. He says, "Oh, Gabriel." And then she's staring directly in my eyes and saying my name. That's when I wake up, right? So that's my story, right? So the interpretation of it, when you press interpretation and you go to the holistic, or wait, let's see, let's go back. I want to do the analysis. That was cool. Let's see. New interpretation. So you can do symbolic, personal growth, psychoanalytical, or spiritual. All right. Let's do psychoanalytical. So it says navigating the urban labyrinth, a search for belonging. So this dream suggests a yearning for connection and a struggle to find your place with the perceived hierarchy. The gray urban landscape reflects a sense of emotional detachment or perhaps a feeling of being an outsider. Your exploration of this underworld represents an unconscious desire to understand different lifestyles and social status, particularly those perceived as marginal or struggling, the youthful curiosity and the allure of the other. The young men you encounter symbolize a part of yourself that's still exploring, taking risks, and seeking experiences. You're drawn to their struggle for survival, which may reflect your own anxieties about navigating the challenges of life. This facilitates with the other. This fascination with the other could be an attempt to understand parts of yourself that are normally repressed, perhaps aspects related to vulnerability or feel of failure. Seeking status in the fear of stagnation. Later, encountering an old working homeless individuals could represent a fear of stagnation or a concern about your future. The timer set by the YouTuber figure suggests an underlying pressure to conform to societal expectations and time constraints, even as you explore alternative paths. This also connects to the sandbox analogy of the dream, where socializing is how you level up, indicating a desire for recognition and a need to establish your social standing. And ambivalence towards commitment and social mobility. Your initial desire to buy property reflects an aspiration for stability and upward mobility. However, your aversion to the ghetto apartments and the homeless individuals suggests a fear of being associated with poverty or perceived social failure. This ambivalence reveals a conflict between your desire for belonging and your anxiety about being trapped in a situation that doesn't align with your ideal self-image. The recurring apartment buildings represents a cyclical pattern of seeking belonging, but ultimately fearing commitment and the realities of different social environments. So yeah, so that's that was that, man. That shit is ridiculous. And you can get like a spiritual, and that was through the Freudian and Jungian interpretation. I think the psycho analytical. Yeah, that's the app right there. Right. You like that? That was dope. Yeah. Yeah, CJ. I mean, we're good here, man. I'm good with you. Now, if that matters to you, it's up to you, man. You're welcome here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I really like this app, man. I keep talking. I know I just got it. It's like a kid with a new toy. Yeah. There's one where you can do a questioning. Yeah. Weebles and don't fall. There's one where you can ask questions in order to learn, get some insight. What feelings did you experience as you interacted with individuals? The younger men struggling to survive, and the older ones working to make ends meet. What aspects of the transient lifestyle drew you in? Yeah, all that stuff. So it's good. I like this. Yeah. So let me get you. Y'all have any questions about it? Yeah. Any dreams? Let me give you a little background about Freud and Jung. I think I'm going to be talking about them a lot in the near future. This is the guy that made the app.
Why, amidst the bustling busyness and technological advancements of our modern world, do our dreams still go unnoticed? Why is such a vast part of our existence acknowledged and considered by so few of us?
Thank you.
In this video, we will revive the forgotten significance of dreams.
In years.
In his book, The Interpretation of Dreams, Sigmund Freud writes, "Dreams may be thus stated. They are disguised fulfillments of repressed wishes. By the analysis of dreams, we can obtain a deeper insight into the processes which underlie our mental functions in health and disease." When his book was first released, Freud's dream theorization was groundbreaking, opening a window into the depths of our psyche. He posited that dreams are manifestations of our deepest desires and anxieties, often rooted in repressed memories and unresolved conflicts. According to Freud, the content of our dream.
I guess the dream definitely is needed when we're so busy. We don't have time just to think about all the trauma and all the things we've been experienced. So when you dream, you're forced to lay down and deal with these things.
Dreams is shaped by inner wishes, conflicts, and thoughts that have been relegated to what he termed as the unconscious mind. Freud identified two types of dream content: the manifest content, which is the literal storyline of the dream, and the latent content, which represents its hidden psychological meaning. Freud stated, "Dreams are never concerned with trivialities. We do not allow our sleep to be disturbed by trifles," emphasizing the importance of understanding dreams as reflections of significant inner experiences. By meticulously analyzing the symbolic language of dreams, Freud demonstrated that seemingly unimportant or bizarre dream elements reveal deeper, unconscious processes. To illustrate Freud's idea, let's imagine a man that recently suffered the tragic loss of his mother. Let's imagine that this man, despite his mother's recent death, dreams of being abandoned by her. If we adopt a Freudian lens, we could recognize through the man's dream a dynamic of separation with his mother, which might hint to an unconscious difficulty in processing his loss. Freud erected a bridge that links the abyss of unconsciousness to the stars of consciousness. He laid the foundation for the psychoanalytic tradition, transforming our understanding of the human mind and emphasizing the profound impact of our unconscious processes on our conscious lives. In his first contributions to
I want to shout out to Lady Luck for buying me 3 coffees. Yeah. What's up, CJ? Welcome to the Discord. Good to see you, man. 3 coffees, bro. That's great. That's like $15, man. Wow. Very generous. Thank you, Lady Luck. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you. Generous. Hit you with that.
I don't know whether to shake your hand or kiss it or bow or what. I feel like breakdancing.
Thanks, Lady Luck. Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, welcome, CJ. Yeah. We just keep it chill in the Discord. And if you ever want to talk, go to the VC, man. And then we'll I'll make time, right? We'll make time. Yeah. Or you can hit me up on the DM. Yeah. We got this, man. We got this.
To psychoanalysis, Sandor Ferenczi posits, behind the conscious dream content is hidden a latent dream material, which, for its part, was aroused by coherent, logical dream thoughts. The interpretation of the dream is nothing else than the translation of the dream from its hieroglyphic symbolic speech into conceptual speech, the leading back of the manifest dream content to the logical dream thoughts through the clues of association provided by the hidden dream material. Through this declaration, Ferenczi expands upon Freud's perspective and asserts that dreams constitute the prima materia of our internal state. The manifest dream content of our dreams can be understood as what is apparent in the dream, the apparent storyline, the symbols, the colors, the characters, and the places that you see, feel, and experience. This manifest content is essentially the dream's surface layer, easily accessible to our conscious mind upon waking. However, Ferenczi emphasizes that there is more to these dreams than meets the eye. Beneath this surface lies the latent dream material.
Yeah, I mean, even this, like CJ, you said, there's nothing to talk about. Well, that's fine. Yeah. You don't have to talk to anybody you don't want to, even me. Yeah. And you say it sucks. So I think that's for you. It sucks. For me, it's good. Yeah, definitely. There's down times, but in general, I mean, alternative would suck. And I have to say, I use these dreams interpretations as what if right now, when we're awake right now, we're actually this is our dream life, and for our what we considered our dreaming life, because in our dream life we're asleep, right? And we're awake now, so this is the dreaming of it. So you can even interpret reality you have going on right now and find meaning in that, hidden meaning under the layers. Ever since I've been doing this the last couple of days, it reminds me of when I used to get high and look at how everything was connected in synchronicity. I'm looking at people on the street and be like, holy shit, this is all connected. You know, there's, and even more importantly, the people that you see all the time, like your wife or your children or your friend or your mom or grandparents, like those are in coworkers too. Those are the people you really should be engaging with and be fully present with. You know, yeah, I think that there's a lot to learn out here. Hopefully people can find peace. Hopefully you can find peace, CJ.
The latent dream material is the hidden layer of what is at the source of our thoughts, emotions, and memories that our conscious mind may be reluctant to acknowledge. The dream material that shapes the symbolic appearance of our dreams is created through the accumulation and crystallization of everything that has been omitted by our consciousness in our waking lives. To understand the concept of dream material, let's imagine a woman who habitually looks into the mirror to remind herself of her beauty. By seeking validation from her reflection, she subconsciously harbors a heavy feeling of not being beautiful enough. Over time, this unrecognized feeling of inadequacy settles deep within her and crystallizes into potent dream material. Eventually, this material will manifest in her dreams as symbols hinting at this inner void. When we dream, the dream matter reveals itself through the hieroglyphic language of symbols, a language of symbols and signs that requires great perspicacity and awareness to demystify. Because
Yeah. What's up, Gene? Good to see you. If y'all want to come up and speak about dreams, I'll drop the link. Let's keep it on subject too. I know we can do that. We can do that.
Because there are innumerable things beyond the range of human understanding, we constantly use symbolic terms to represent concepts that we cannot define or fully comprehend. This is one reason why all religions employ symbolic language or images. But this conscious use of symbols is only one aspect of a psychological fact of great importance. Man also produces symbols unconsciously and spontaneously in the form of dreams. Dreams use symbolic language to represent complex concepts that are beyond our conscious comprehension.
Yep. A lot of things that are beyond, there are things beyond human comprehension. Yeah, I mean, we could debate about it and champion rationality, but it's still a human thing, and there's probably things beyond that. Look at what Austin, row your boat gently down the stream, merrily, 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 merrily. Happy, 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 happy. Life is but a dream, for sure. And then Divine said, maybe we are in a dream right now, huh? It feels like a dream, Austin Murphy says. I've been thinking that for a while. Yeah. He said you'll pop up. I think you got a bit more cooking to do. Yeah, it's all good. Appreciate it. Way to read the room.
Just as religions use symbols to convey profound truths, dreams use symbols to communicate messages from the unconscious mind. These symbols can reveal hidden aspects of our personality, unresolved conflicts, and deep-seated desires that we might not be aware of in our waking life. The goal of dream analysis is to reveal insights into our unconscious, the part of ourselves that goes beyond our current understanding and that controls our waking life without us realizing it. Dream analysis is not an easy exercise.
The subconscious is pushing everything. You guys think the
part of ourselves that goes beyond?
You guys think the subconscious is really pushing what we're doing? Yeah. Even though there's probably only one mind, conscious, subconscious, we got to break it down somehow.
Beyond our current understanding and that controls our waking life without us realizing it. Dream analysis is not an easy exercise. It requires a great deal of courage to look into our inner darkness, and a great deal of humility, perplexity, and patience not to jump to hasty conclusions. Real liberation comes not from glossing over or repressing painful states of feeling, but only from experiencing them to the full. By accepting the darkness, the patient has not, to be sure, changed it into light, but she has kindled a light that illuminates the darkness within. By day no light is needed, and if you don't know it is night, you won't light one, nor will any light be lit for you unless you have suffered the horror of darkness. Carl Jung developed a 4-stage process.
Yeah, the subconscious is constantly recording everything, like a recorder that's going on and on and on and on. I think we see this with the religions trying to explain using the symbols of angels in the Quran that the angel's recording everything you do. And then in the Bible, you're being recorded. Angels are recording you too. Well, in this sense, it's like everything is recorded. As a human being, you're here in the body. Your senses are taking in everything, and you have like some type of like a filter that lets you not have to deal with all of the senses and information you're taking in, right? But it's there, it's stored, right? It is stored, and it will be used in your dreams as content.
Of darkness.
The test dream.
Carl Jung developed a 4-stage process of dream analysis.
4
confession,
stages.
elucidation, education, and transformation. The first stage of dream analysis is confession. This involves the open and honest acknowledgement of the dream content, regardless of how strange, unsettling, or trivial it may seem.
Yeah, letting it talking about the dream, just like what I did. Stage 1, telling you about the dream, writing about the dream, getting it out, because the dream is something that's trying to be birthed, right? It's trying to be birthed here and now, but it needs some help in order to manifest it in the 3D reality we have, right?
When you confess your dream, it is particularly important to express freely without judgment or guilt what happened in your dream. The act of confession helps bring subconscious material to the surface, setting the foundation for deeper exploration. As Jung eloquently stated, the dream shows the inner truth and reality of the patient as it really is, not as I conjecture it to be, and not as he would like it to be, but as it is. The second stage is elucidation. Elucidation is the process of interpreting the symbols and themes within the dream. In this step, you list and categorize the different symbols that appeared in your dream, like the colors, places, characters, emotions, objects seen in your dream. Then, you try to elucidate each of these symbols by asking yourself what they might represent about yourself. To explore symbols that appeared in your dream, like the colors, places, characters, emotions, objects seen in your dream. Then, you try to elucidate each of these symbols by asking yourself what they might represent about yourself. To explore personal associations, you can ask yourself, what could this symbol mean about me? How does this symbol relate to my current waking life? Or even, how does this symbol make me feel?
How does it make me feel?
The third stage of the dream.
That was that question analysis, right? So stage 1, you let the dream out, right? You let it out. 2, you say the symbols. You talk about the symbols and how they relate to you. And then 3, he'll get into that about education.
Dream analysis process is education. In this phase, you will ponder the deeper meaning of what you have elucidated about the symbols. This will allow you to draw a hypothesis about what the dream might symbolize about yourself and how it fits into and influences your waking life.
How does it influence your waking life? If this is a dream, how's it going, Max Extreme? Good evening to you. He says, my dreams are coming true. I may be shooting a corn in Caesar's palace. Well, if that's the case, what does that mean? Like in terms of the analysis of if this is, we're actually living in a dream when we're awake as well. What would that mean? The corn, what would that represent? And then libido, of course, right? Desire, sexual desires, easy. And shooting at Caesar's palace, right? A king's throne, a palace. What does that represent? I don't know. It would be up to you, to figure it out. Well, congratulations, man.
The fourth and final stage of dream analysis is transformation.
Good
In the
analysis,
transformation phase, you apply what you have learned about yourself through the 3 previous steps of dream analysis.
So remember you said about
You
education.
have elucidated about the symbol.
1, you tell the dream so it can be birthed. 2, you pick out the symbols and the people in it and what did they mean. And 3, get education, because if this is a Jungian interpretation of dream system, Jung was big into myths, using myths of the world and see what common themes and the stories of as a human beings relate to some of these themes, right? That's how then you educate yourself. And the third part of it is seeing how all these things that you learned, the dream itself, the people and the symbols in them, and learning about the myths and how they relate. Like, what does that mean to you in your life right now? How can you use that dream to transform your life into becoming a better person and a better member of a contributor to the human society?
This will allow you to draw a hypothesis about what the dream might symbolize about yourself and how it fits into and influences your waking life. The fourth and final stage of dream analysis is transformation. In the transformation phase, you apply what you have learned about yourself through the 3 previous steps of dream analysis. In the transformation phase, depending on what has been discovered, you might want to...
Well, if you don't want to be a member of a better member of society, maybe you shouldn't be around here. You know, I mean, like I said, like I have the door open and stuff, but it might not. You might get frustrated because I'm trying to better myself. This channel is a reminder for me to be have some accountability and try to get better every day under the Virgo act. It's for my son, and yeah, man, I don't have time really. 'Cause I used to get down too. I don't have time really to be a pessimist and be like, because I got skin in the game now, man. I got at least a couple more generations that are gonna be alive, while I'm here. So I have, like I said, I have a vested interest for wanting society and the world to be a better place. Well, I didn't know. Well, I invited you, but like, I always call it a tryout. I don't know if you ever played sports growing up, what you did, but there's a tryout period where you get tried out, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. There's no reason for any of us to get worked up about things. I'm just telling you where I stand. I appreciate you telling me where you stand. Now I'm telling you what I think about. I'm trying to improve. That's all I'm about. Not all I'm about, but that's the top priority. I like to have fun and stuff. But getting better is what the Discord, what we're trying to do. I mean, yeah, we were there for each other when we have hard, difficult things happen. But in terms of ruminating about how horrible things are, that's just not the place for that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. Max says, I don't really worry about dream interpretation. I believe in action. Like right now, I got 70 pounds on the weight vest. Yeah, I mean, that's good. You're getting it in. I mean, all right, I'll go to the gym right after this, like I did the other day, so you could still use the dreams, interpret the dreams and see how they can transform your life and still get things done. If anything, it gives me a little bit more peace of mind and motivation. Yeah. It's not a big of a deal, bro. We're not even like here's the thing. We're talking about dreams and whatnot, and you're making it only about yourself. And I probably won't spend that much time out. I don't have time for that, man. I already take care of like 100 kids as a teacher, and I have a son, it's only so much you can do, bro. Good luck to you, dude. What's up, Dennison? How's it going, man?
Yo, is this thing on?
Yeah.
What up?
What you got for us, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I said, what you got for us, dude? What's going on? What's really going on?
Oh, it's just another day in paradise. Where's the Jung discussion? Did it happen already?
No, we are. I had a break for a second. I'm playing this. I talked a little bit about Freud and Jung, different interpretations, and then we're getting into Jung's 4-step interpretation system, where in the first stage he talks about the dream and shares it so it can be birthed, and the second stage is picking out all the symbols and people in it and what they mean. And then the third stage, we just talked about educating yourself about myths and stuff and around the world, how you can relate them to your dream. And then the fourth and final stage is using all those things to transform your life, hopefully into a better, into something that's better and more makes you a more valued member to your community. So yeah, that's what we've been talking about this whole time. Actually, I just had to clean some stuff up in the chat. That's all. Any thoughts on Jung and Freud's dreams?
I never heard of that 4-step process before.
Yeah.
That's Jungian?
This Jungian, yes. Yeah, this is the video. I don't know if you were paying attention, but this is what the guy's been talking about for the last 7 minutes, actually.
No, I just woke up like
To
10
explore
minutes ago.
personal associations, you can ask yourself, what could this symbol mean about me? How does this symbol relate to my current waking life? Or even, how does this symbol make me feel? The third stage of the dream analysis process is education. In this phase, you will ponder the deeper meaning of what you have elucidated about the symbols. This will allow you to draw a hypothesis about what the dream might symbolize about yourself and how it fits into and influences your waking life. The fourth and final stage of dream analysis is transformation. In the transformation phase, you apply what you have learned about yourself through the 3 previous steps of dream analysis. In the transformation phase, depending on what has been discovered, you might want to adopt a new perspective, change unhelpful patterns, or address unresolved conflicts that your dream has highlighted. For instance, let's imagine an individual that keeps dreaming of a specific scenario from his high school years. Through dream analysis, this individual might have discovered that this recurring dream hints to an unresolved traumatic experience or belief inherent to his teenage years. To transform, he might use this insight and set for himself the goal of being aware of how this experience of the past arises in the pattern of his thoughts and how it influences his waking life.
That was done in that very thing was done in the Tony Soprano episode. I mean, the episode Test Stream on The Sopranos, where he had to make a difficult decision about killing his cousin, and he had the dream. And at the very end, the final boss of that dream, which had a lot of stuff going on, he had to eliminate his coach, his high school football coach, and he had to be confronted with feeling inadequate and not prepared. And that was a good episode. That's why I call my process Test Stream. Of editing. We'll get into
it. Is during the transformation phase that dream analysis goes from theoretical insights to long-lasting and deep growth and evolution. Our dream analysis app that you can find in the description closely follows these Jungian principles. No dream symbol can be separated from the individual who dreams it, remarked Carl Jung in Man and His Symbols. The dream content is shaped by the uniqueness of the individual that dreams it. To consider the dream content of the dreamer, it is primordial to consider the aspects of him that make up his individuality, such as his own subjectivity, but also how he has been shaped by his social connections and his environment. For instance, the personality of the dreamer, a fundamental dimension of his individuality, has a profound impact on how the dream is manifested and lived. Extroverts, defined by their propensity to direct their attention into the outer world and characterized by their outgoingness and sociability, tend to experience dreams in a direct relationship with the external environment. Extroverted dreamers experience more physical interactions and positive emotions in their dreams. On the other side of the personality spectrum, introverts, defined by their propensity to focus their attention inward and characterized by their reservedness and introspectiveness, adopt a more contemplative approach towards the symbolic content of their dreams. Introverted people experience a passive emotional tone and greater emotional intensity in their dreams. Introverts also tend to feel more distressed during nightmares. Dreams are also heavily shaped by our social and external environment. The French sociologist Bernard Lahire stated, "A dream is social through and through, in its mechanisms and the modalities of its production, as well as in the objectifiable regularities of its content." The content of dreams is shaped by beliefs that have been ingrained into the dreamer's individuality by his close family and by societal norms and systems. The myths, traditions, and cultural beliefs upheld by the dreamer's society are deeply reflected by the dreamer's dream content. In the dreams analysis, the dreamer should take into consideration not only its significance for his individuality, but also its significance in regards to his social and environmental background.
Yeah, because like in a dream, all those people are bound with you, right? Supposedly maybe different aspects of your psyche. So why wouldn't it be these people that when we're awake have maybe not the exact same connection like in a dream, but there's definitely a connection there that you can get meaning out of if you're paying attention. Divine Spark says there was a 3-story house with a sliding door that goes to the ocean. Interesting. 3-story house. Different stages of your life. Right by the ocean. The ocean's very expansive but unknown. Interesting. Okay. What does it mean to you, Divine Spark? Do you remember any of the feelings you got from it? Yeah. Maybe I'll put that in the app and see what it says.
For example, the dreamer should ask himself, what does this symbol represent about my society? Is this symbol mythical in any way?
Well, do you have any thoughts about that dream interpretations? Do you ever try to do that? Just by reading that sentence right there, anything stand out? Denison for a dream?
No, it sounds like the process that's being described is the shadow integration, not so much dream interpretation. But it's been a long time since I read any Jung, though.
Okay. Yeah, still very interesting.
By taking into consideration both the relation of the symbol with his individuality and with his society, and by interconnecting them together, the dreamer can develop a broader and deeper understanding of the reasons behind the appearance of the symbols in his dream. The dream is the small hidden door in the deepest and most intimate sanctum of the soul, which opens to that primeval cosmic night that was soul long before there was conscious ego and will be soul far beyond what a conscious ego could ever reach. Through dreams, we access the timeless and universal aspects of our psyche, gaining insights that foster healing and personal growth, Carl Jung stated. When we garner the courage to open this little door and enter into our sublimely horrifying darkness, we descend into the potential of our transformation. Within the chaos of our dreams lies the potential for emancipation. Dream analysis is the tool that melts the chains of the unconscious, as it rebalances the asymmetry of power that the unconscious had over consciousness. The act of unearthing the symbolic content of dreams fluidifies the crystallized aspects of our being, infusing in it an illuminating sense of clarity and lightness. There is profound virtue in dream analysis because it is not something that is done by necessity or by convention, but by a desire for self-understanding and deep reverence for self-accountability. What is it in the end that induces a man to go his own way and to rise out of unconscious identity with the mass as out of a swathing mist? Not necessity, for necessity comes to many, and they all take refuge in convention. Not a moral decision, for 9 times out of 10 we decide for convention likewise. What is it, then, that inexorably tips the scales in favor of the extraordinary? It is what is commonly called vocation, an irrational factor that destines a man to emancipate himself from the herd and from its well-worn paths. Dream analysis is one of the last opportunities we have to become complete individuals, acceptant of our incompleteness, to become well-informed about who we are, grounded into our depths and equipped to take the right decisions for the greater good of humankind. We hope that you enjoyed this video and appreciated the time you spent with us contemplating the great mysterious realm of dreams. If you wish to go further and follow a full dream analysis process, we recommend that you try our app, Mirror. Click this link to begin.
Okay. Let's see.
Maybe she's
Yeah.
trying to escape her structured life quickly and experience more emotional freedom.
That could be it. Yeah, it's interesting how that door opens up to the ocean. Yeah. So,
In the
what do you
ocean,
want?
there's no structure, you know? It's free and fluid. And it's turbulent, like a woman.
Yeah. In order to Divine, in order for me to, so I put it in the app. In order for me to, it's too short. Like, we need to know a little bit more about that dream. If I wanted to use this. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Do you have any recurring dreams you want to share? I was talking about one of my dreams I had recently, earlier.
And I get chased by the police a lot in my dreams.
Uh-huh. They ever catch you?
Not usually, but one time I got caught and I ended up having like a series of dreams with the same cop who caught me.
Oh shit!
And it progressed like a movie. Like I created a dream world, and sometimes when I fall asleep, I go into that dream world, and I know in that dream world, Sergeant Fuckface is looking for me. You know.
Yeah, Sergeant Fuckface. They actually refer to him as that in the dream.
No, I don't know what his name is.
Not Morpheus. It's not this guy. What's up, Hank? The real Morpheus.
But, oh, the window's kind of small. Hey, NPC the game and Denizen.
How's it going?
Greetings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Any thoughts about the dreams?
Yeah. I frequently dream about getting with a witch or a succubus so I can finally get affection from someone I can respect. So, that's what I dream about.
So you consciously searched for that? Like before you went to bed, you had that in your mind, or something, and then
I don't even have to look. It's just kind of built into me at a deep level. I think it appeals to me because I'm partial to might makes right, and so that's why it just follows from my experience, I guess.
Yeah, that is fun. Those dreams with women.
Yeah,
but it's always different women in different places, though.
No. What's up, Shadow Buddha? My brother. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you, man. Yeah, those sex dreams, man, or just even cuddle up with the woman. It's those are fun. Those are very. Yeah, it's like being in a new relationship. Like, and you get all those feelings are amazing. Sometimes it's like I want to go back to sleep. I want to go back there. Well, there have been times where I've gotten a succubus feeling from some of them too, like they were trying to vamp. You know,
that's how I feel about my real life relationships.
Yeah, I guess there is a certain extent to that. I mean, literally, even if you got the sweetest girl and all that, like they want your attention, which is, I mean, I don't blame them, especially if you're a cool dude.
Sweetest, huh?
I mean, as sweet as they can be. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
You talk about anime or real life?
No, I don't really watch anime, bro. I've just been with a lot of women, different women. Been with one for a long time.
Casual brag.
It's true.
How many?
I mean, it hasn't been all gravy. What's up, Joko?
What's up,
Maybe not a lot in terms of like a World Chamberlain, but enough for me. Yeah.
All right, I got a dream. Maybe.
That was a good dodge. All right.
No.
Wait, what did you ask me? Wait, hold on, Joe. Sorry. Wait, hold on. What was your question? What?
How many women?
How many women have I been with?
Yeah, you're the one who brought it up, and you said it was a lot. So I want to know what the qualifying number is.
All right, I'm interested.
Shit, probably like, I mean, quick count, probably like at least 50 or something like that.
And how many were sweet?
Sweet?
I don't know. They were sweet enough at the time when I needed them to be. You know. Now my question: how many women have you been with?
Me? Less than 10.
Yeah.
And none of them were sweet.
Oh man, that sucks for you. Yeah.
I would say 25 or so for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
I counted 50 when I was like 19 or 20, so I should probably stay out of the conversation altogether.
God dang.
How many of them were sweet?
Maybe 2. I'm in the city though, so it's a lot of women. It ain't like, it's a lot of women here.
So that's 4%. I think that's a little high, honestly, but I'll give you 4% of women are sweet. I'll give it to you.
You scare me, bro.
Yeah. Comment from Shadow Booty said, remember the 48 Laws of Dating, that book? There's a chapter about cosmic vampire. Yep, there was. Yeah. Absolutely. He said your mic is muffled, Dennison. I don't know if that's because
Batty
he just woke
all
up
the
or something.
time. Batty all the time, bro. No, I'm on a different mic.
What's up, Mike? How's it going, bro?
Hey, salute everyone. Salute everyone. Joe,
Salute,
the legend,
salute, yeah.
Hank, Denizen, NPC, the man. Salute.
What's up, man? We're dreaming.
Dreams are. It's such. I'm gonna tell you this. It hits home to me because when I dream, it's so vivid. Are your dreams very vivid? Like you feel like it's real?
Yeah.
At the time,
Then
I think
remembering, I would say
we
that
all
they're
do
clear.
while they're going on, right? I
Depends.
think they're pretty vivid while it's going on. Is that the question?
Well, the whole thing is this. People say that you're supposed to forget your dreams, not remember your dreams. I remember every
I've
aspect
never
of
heard
every
no
dream.
one. Oh, not you're supposed to. I heard people say they don't remember. Yes, not that you're supposed to not remember, but yeah, a lot of people say they don't remember their dreams. Yeah.
Yeah.
If
For
you
me, it's
complete
not.
the REM cycle, it wipes out the dream.
Yeah, for me, isn't that the dreams are real? It's just this so-called reality is just fake. So it's just about the same amount of fakeness.
I think so.
This is why I keep dropping this link real quick. This dream journal. It's like this one. Hold on real quick, please. It's just one way to copy down your dream made easy, right? So you don't remember. Because that's, to me, I found that the easiest way to remember it for me is as soon as I wake up, write that shit down, whatever you remember.
And let me tell you a little something, NPC. Even before you write it down, this is what some dream psychologists came up with years ago. Before you write it down, you're right. You're supposed to sleep with a notepad by your bed. Before you even open your eyes, you recap everything you saw. Because the minute you stand up or spin over, you start forgetting it. Solidify it while your eyes are still closed. Then spin over and write it down.
Yeah, that's a good nuance to
You
it.
ever
Method, yeah, that is good.
have you ever had a dream? Have you had a dream where you're fighting somebody or you're in an altercation, you wake up with bruises? Have you ever had
No, that's a new one. I think that's when you try to take your friend's booty after y'all got drunk, and he's like, "I'm a dude. What are you doing?" You wake up bruised. It's probably I've never had something.
I've woken up with cuts, and I think that's more like a succubus thing. Maybe if anything, it was a succubus.
Both the bruises and cuts interest me. Bruises and cuts interest me to no end that both of you guys said that.
The worst I ever had was I was in a family member's house and I was in a room where someone had passed, but I was in that room to sleep that night. I woke up with scratches across my body. Scratches.
NPC,
I mean, I'm talking about physical scratches. So I don't know what that was about. I don't know what that
NPC's a dream master. What happened? What was it? Don't plug it into the thing. I'm watching NPC. What was it?
I don't know. We have to know more about it. We have to be more about it.
Yeah, the last time
scratches. You have some internal. My cookbook skim analysis is you have some really internal trauma right there. If you're waking up with
scratches,
with scratches and bruises and stuff.
The last time I got cut, is I mishandled my bill hook, so that's why I have a rag over.
What is that?
It's a bill hook. I mishandled it, and that's why I got cut.
What is
So are we assuming that
like you about to nut a horse or something with that?
That Mike Are you assuming NPC? Because I think I'm assuming this, that he cut himself during a dream. Is anyone assuming anything other than that?
Yeah, I mean that's the most
He's
Occam's
flailing
razor
around.
like thing to
Yeah.
do. Like that would, at least he has a cat or he did it himself or something. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean he
Having-
did it himself. It could have been something psychic, but
It could
the
have
most
been. I was
rational thing
wondering.
is that he did it himself, or I did it
You're
myself.
having night
I'm-
terrors and you're
I'm with
flailing
you.
your arms around.
So check this out.
Yeah, there you go.
Before I went to sleep, it was my ex-wife's grandmother's room that I was in, and
Well,
they
now
were
we
very,
know where
very
you got
they
the
were
scratches.
they were very, very close. They were very close, like connected. And then I argued with her. Right before I went to sleep. So was it the grandmother who scratched me?
No. It was the ex-wife. When you went to sleep, she like, motherfucker, I told you. And she ran up out the room and you woke up. What the fuck was that? I got
She wasn't there. No,
scratched.
she wasn't at the house. She left the house. We had an argument. She left the house.
Well,
Yeah.
You scratched yourself, son.
He got scratched
And
before when she kicked your ass.
I had scratches across my chest. But
You
I
don't
had
think
a
that
shirt on.
happened when she beat you up before
But
she
I had a
left the
shirt
house?
on. No.
All right.
You scratched yourself, son.
Yeah.
I didn't scratch myself. I'm telling you, that was supernatural.
Well,
that was a
okay.
supernatural
I was going to
experience.
ask you what you think it was. Yeah.
It was a
What'd you dream
supernatural
about?
experience.
You say you remember
what did you
your
dream about
dreams.
to
What'd
make
you
that?
dream about?
I
that night?
dreamed about. So I never met her. Right? I never met the grandmother.
Yeah.
But I dreamed about meeting her and apologizing to her. And I'm telling dude, it was the weirdest dream ever. It was a weird dream.
Well, here's the thing: like in the research I've been doing, and even the video, the beginning of the video it just showed, I talked about like how Freud believed that and even Jung to a certain extent, that when the things that you actually dream about most of the time, they're not like things that are prominent on your mind so much when you're awake. It's more like these little things that are buried that you feel like you have to deal with them.
Yeah, probably.
And for whatever
that you've
reason,
been-
you don't get a chance to do it when you're awake. So you
Or
get a
maybe
chance.
even you've been suppressing a bit. Maybe you've intentionally ignored a bit.
I do believe this. I believe when you're asleep and you go into REM, you're actually in a matrix. You're like in a different state, and you guys know what lucid dreams. So you can lucid. You know what lucid dream is? You can dream while you're awake. It's almost like
I do.
No,
it's almost like
ARG.
It's like you can dream while you're still awake. You
for
drift
about
off.
2 seconds before you drift off or before you come out. Yeah.
It's hallucination. It's like a form of hallucination. So like a hallucination kind of thing.
I've been lucid
it
dreaming
is
since I was a kid, Mike, and when I heard a girlfriend of mine, I was probably still a late teenager, and she knew that I was experimenting with it. She got me the book Omni Science or something. I've never thought of that title. I think it was Omni something Science.
You know what I hate?
No. I was still talking. I wasn't asking you what you hate. But in there it said if you want to dream about how to if you're good at becoming a lucid dreamer, they give you a number in the book when you can fly around at a certain height. It's so rare, call this number. But it's the one who said write the things down like you did, and it said don't just spring up, keep your eyes closed and all of that stuff. But that they tell you how to focus. Say I want to dream about a chick or something, I put her on my mind as I slip into the dream, and 9 times out of 10 you do what you just talked about, Mike. It's like you're dreaming, you fall asleep, and you're in that spot in the dream.
There we go. Dr. Robert Monroe. Yeah.
As a lucid dreamer, though, Mike, as soon as I realize I'm dreaming, and the book tells you how to realize you're dreaming, just read something. It never reads the same way twice. Read a newspaper, pull a bill out of your pocket. It won't read the same way twice. And when I do, because I've been doing it so long, I recreate the architecture. I'll do a Superman and fly up through the ceilings until I bust out of the building. I'll do a Spider-Man and jump out of a 5-story window, do a flip and turn every car in the parking lot into a Grand National. I'm really good at my shit.
Wow. Did that book help?
It did. It got me here. Listen, I've designed all the buildings in my shit like some I forget, it was a movie.
Inception.
Inception shit. Yeah, I've been doing
There you
that.
go.
Yeah, I was having to shoot out with some police. Then I used to get chased by cops. Now I make like 50 SWAT teams come after me because I want to blow them apart in my dreams. That's what I do now. I was having to shoot out with some cops. And I remembered I made this fucking building. If I go to cross the street and go up on a certain floor, I'll get a better perspective. I went across, went to a couple windows down, and shot both the guys in the back because the
one.
Right. I'm really lucid in my shit.
Yeah, listen to this. Is Uncle Joe, Ben, for this, and this is a good because I was about the technique. Like it's great that we can give anecdotal evidence, but let's get some like technique down,
right?
Stuff like that. Yeah,
that's what the book taught me, and that shit works too.
Definitely.
I got another one for Dennison, if I might, Mike.
I think Mike wanted to say something. You
yeah,
can say.
I'll wait, Mike.
Oh, you're fine. My dreams. Dreams are very. The greatest dreams I've ever had. They're very mundane. They're very boring. It's reliving me and my ex-wife and the kids just cooking dinner, going out to the park. Like those are the
I guess it's boring, but
it's
it
just
sounds
very
pleasant.
simple. Very simple.
Pleasant, though.
Yeah, nothing crazy. But let me tell you something. They feel so real. When I wake up, there's 20 seconds of me thinking she's next to me. Does that make sense to you?
It does. It's great too.
And that's the bad part of a dream. Even if a beautiful dream, you wake up and you realize it's not reality anymore.
Oh,
it's past. It's past tense.
And then
you get
probably depressing or something.
Then you get sad. Because it's not real. But bro, Joe, in the moment,
I'm not so sure it's not real. By the way, I'm not so sure your dreams are not real the same way this is real. I'm not so sure.
It feels so real. It's crazy. But gentlemen, I'm sorry. I'll sit back. But it's just like sometimes dreams can be a blessing and a curse. That's the whole point of me saying this. It can be a blessing and a curse.
It sounds like NPC was saying it's kind of a growing. If you use it right, it's a growing.
Yeah, like it's never. I don't think at this point for me it could now watch me get this horrible nightmare. Knock on wood tonight.
Right, I don't do nightmares either, right?
Yeah. What I'm saying though, like even that though, it's like it's no bad trips, right? You have the right mindset. I'm sure you can learn from something. Whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So I don't see how it can be a curse. It's like, what do you mean a curse?
Yeah,
how can it be a curse?
Yeah, especially in the one that you described to us.
Yeah,
a curse as in it feels so real of a memory you had before, but you cannot recapture that memory.
You
in
just
other words,
did. You're recapturing it. You
just did it. We were like there almost.
But you can't make it happen again. So that's
you just did during the dream. You got to revisit a loved one who wasn't even there no more. You looking at it as instead of enjoying the moment, you say it's just like real life. Instead of enjoying the gift that was given to you to see people who aren't physically here.
But you want it to be. But you want to be real again. You want it to be real again. But you can't have it again.
Yeah. You're a guy though. You're a guy though. You know, women always want more. Men are. I'm sorry, it's a room full of women. I shouldn't say shit like that.
No, it's only 5 people.
Okay.
I don't know where the other 10 went, but no, I get what you mean. But the thing is, like you can always go.
What you mean, Mike?
I mean, you can always go back or shit. Try to live your life, your waking life, so it's just as good as your dream life. I mean,
learn from it, as you said. Then
I don't know why they're being so obtuse right now, Mike.
What do you mean?
It was pretty obvious what you were saying.
Yes.
No, I do. Dude,
no,
why do you have to be a passive aggressive dog?
No, that's Dan's attitude. That's just
man.
What do you call that bro? When you don't solipsism or something? That's Dan, I think. Whatever that word
Whatever
is.
it is, man. It's like dial it down a notch sometimes.
Yeah, he is. He's a Debbie Downer. Yeah. He is.
People say
you guys just don't know how to deal with criticism.
We don't know how to deal with criticism. I know how to deal with it. This is how I deal with
You
it.
take it all personally,
like,
get in your feels, and then you're gonna tell me how I feel and who I am
Who talks like
because
that?
of a fucking
My
sentence
feels.
that I said. And I'm not
Nah, it's just
dialing
like
it down
everything,
for
bro.
anybody. So if you don't like it, just don't have me up all the time.
Oh,
It's
relax.
not everything. You just missed his point, and I pointed it out, and now you're upset about it.
Yes, I am.
No, I'm trying to see the
Not
passive
you,
aggressive
Hank.
nature of you instead of
It's
being
not
direct.
passive aggressive, but it's direct right in your fucking
He
face.
is a
What the
glass
fuck are you
half
talking
empty
about?
dude. Do you not
No,
know
I'm
him?
not.
What I just said.
I'm the supreme optimist. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, right. I don't see it. I don't see that.
You don't know.
You just said like
of
all
course
women
you
are
don't,
not
because
sweet.
you're blind.
I see his optimism.
I literally gave him the benefit of the doubt and said that 4% were sweet.
How am I blind? Because I don't see you as an optimist when it sounds like you're on Zoloft 24/7.
Because you can't see. Oh, so the tone of my voice is now.
Oh, that's part of it.
Dude.
Don't let this stray too far, guys.
Yeah.
But
keep going. Keep going.
Go ahead.
Tell me more about myself because of the sound of my voice.
No, it's okay. I think we had enough of that. No, we got.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Both of you niggas.
Because it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you got a bone to pick.
All right.
No, I just did. I just told you you need to turn on that passive aggressive shit constantly.
Yeah, I'm not passive aggressive. I told you straight to your face.
Whatever you want to call it.
How is that passive aggressive? It was called direct criticism, and you're in your feelings now.
Here's a good point.
I love my feelings. I'm not one of these guys like I have to be stoic 24/7. Fuck that shit.
Yeah,
that's fine, bro. That's fine. Just don't tell me about myself because of how you feel. That's where you're getting it wrong, and you're getting cloudy.
You just told me how I'm blind. You're saying I can't tell you how
I'm blind because you can't see me. Yes, you're blind to me. You are blind to me. You got it wrong. You don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about when it comes to describing my.
Idea I'm talking about.
You don't have the. You want to hear the rest of it? You want to hear the rest of the sentence?
Oh, go.
You don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about when it comes to me and how I think. You don't know me, okay?
Oh, I don't know you, but this is how you come across, bro. Because I actually spent a lot of time.
I come across that way to
last
you.
Couple of weeks.
To you. And it's listen, I'm not surprised either. I could tell.
And other people have said the same thing to me too. Other people have said the same thing.
Yeah. Other people like you. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we remember,
what are we fighting about?
Mike. I was about to remind you.
What's the argument? Like,
Mike, I'm passive aggressive, glass half empty because I told him that he didn't see your point. That's what we're talking about. Oh, sure. And also because I sound like I'm on Zoloft.
I don't know if because
Ben, I advise you not to take your father's advice. He's not very insightful, in my opinion.
Why?
Yeah, is Ben your kid?
Yeah, it's my son. This is why I did the channel for him.
Fucking ass white. He took the time to remember the kids. That sucks.
I mean, Ben, your opinion of me is up to you. Just like Dennison's opinion of me is up to. That's his opinion of me. I was giving him my opinion of him. Yeah. I think he's like most of the time he operates on passive aggressive, not very direct.
I think the passive aggressive will make him angry because he will say shit outright, and I agree with him on that part. However, he is pessimistic as fuck. Me and you were saying Mike told a story about how he gets to visit his family at night and wake up in the morning and feel sad. And me and you were saying, look at it as a gift throughout the night. Don't focus on the sad part. And Dan was saying, I'm not sure. I don't want to recharacterize.
I don't know what he's saying. He may be right in the sense that maybe he wasn't so passive. I'm just tired of hearing him. Give me a break.
I don't know, man. I could.
And the way he is, he seems like he's tired of hearing me because he always has to like say some stupid shit. Like
that's
passive aggressive shit. Maybe not right there, but you know, man.
Maybe
you don't take the hint. So I guess I got to be direct. Just say, just go somewhere away from me for a minute.
That explains something. If you felt some vibes like that or something, that explains something. I wanted to tell Dan he's left now, but he was saying
I kicked him out.
All right, you kicked him out. He's
Yeah,
gone
he didn't
now.
leave. I kicked him out
I'm
because he probably
sorry.
won't leave.
He's gone.
He hangs around like
He was saying
like a
something
booger.
I think about how the police chase him all the time. I wanted to say, Dan, when I got into I had a witch. Since I was a fucking child, used to come and visit me, and it was the scariest shit in the world. I could be on the beach playing with friends and family, and the clouds would dark, and the sky would dark, and hit his chick come on her fucking broom, and it would scare me to death as a kid. When I got older and learned that lucid dreaming shit, I went to her home. I chased her to her crib. It was like an underground cave, and she had all sorts of lava and pits and shit. I floated over the lava. I destroyed her shit. I cornered her and tore her to pieces, literally. And I don't think I've ever had a nightmare since. And I would have been very young when that happened. It's like I conquered something. In my dreams, I jump out the car and start a fight with 400 people. What the fuck I care. So that was the thing I'm trying to tell you, Dan. You don't have to be a victim of that cop. There's a way you can get his ass.
Yeah. Well, so, how did you start to flip it?
I think it was that shit that the book I was talking about. I had started being able to control my dreams. I was telling my girlfriend at the time, and she ordered me that Omni magazine and had it sent to my crib. I was so young that my mom opened my mail thinking it was porn or something. That's how young I was. But when I got good at it, when she come to revisit me, I thought I can fight back this time. I bucked up and she ran. She flew away. I was like, no, you're not getting away, motherfucker. And I chased her until she went to her abode. And she had all sorts of demons and lava floors that you just weren't supposed to do. I was using all my little gifts that I had learned in my lucid dreaming to rise up and just float over the lava, to move objects around. And she was in the corner scared to death. And so she never came back. I literally ripped her limb from limb.
What do you think that represented?
Me overcoming something. Right. Good man, Dad. Me overcoming something.
I figured first of all, I didn't leave. I got kicked. That's what I figured. I figured if I was going to be talked about while I was gone, I would come back up and address what you just said. Yeah, I've used lucid dreaming to destroy all the police in the entire state before. That didn't stop the chasing dream from reoccurring. And also, I don't know why you got to be so pessimistic about it, Joe. Maybe being chased in my dream is a good thing. Maybe it teaches me how to be elusive and how to hide and how to get away. I don't know why you got to take it so glass.
You got to appreciate this.
NPC. And I'm going to tell you something, NPC. I want you to listen to me real quick, all right? I want you to listen to me real quick. I don't hang around, okay? You disrespect me like that again, I'm gonna unsub and not come back. And if you don't care, you don't care. That's fine. But I don't go places where I'm not. It's not a threat, and I'm just not gonna go places where I'm talked over and treated like shit.
Okay.
Yeah, because you disrespected me.
I never heard this before.
So keep it up, and I just won't come back. Don't worry about it. If that's what you want, you could ask me to leave too. You don't have to be a little bitch about it.
Yeah, these niggas got history.
Yo, watch that, man.
They got history, clearly.
I'll listen to what you said, but come on, bro. Yeah, that bitch shit, man.
I'm sorry.
I didn't go there.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
I didn't go there.
The dream shit, is that possible if you guys done?
I see what you're saying. I heard what you said.
I was asking you,
the history is that when we first met, I said some shit that made him feel some type of way, and it's the most common thing I come across on YouTube. He has harbored some kind of bullshit against me.
No.
Now here's the thing: if you want to tell me who I am and talk about me and tell me what kind of man I am, do it behind my back. Don't do it while I'm here to defend myself, because then this is going to be the result. And if you don't like me sticking up for myself, just do it when I'm not around.
What are you talking about? I told you how you were when you were up here. So,
and then kicked me.
He kicked you because you threw the kid's name in there.
Because he says this show is supposed to be for his son. I want his son to know not to listen to this shit. This is some stupid baby bullshit.
Baby bullshit because I wanted to break from you for a second.
Because I said that the dude, that you were being obtuse and you didn't listen to the dude's story and get where he was coming from. That's what set you off. Then you had to tell me I was on Zoloft.
Yeah, it don't sound like it now, but you got some fires.
Yeah,
The
because
most
you
fired
pissed
up
me
I've
off.
felt you. Yes.
Yeah, because you pissed me off.
And
You're
that's
welcome.
not easy to do. I
Congratulations.
ain't seen this
You're
dude
welcome.
emotional in a while. That
No,
shit ain't
you
easy
just
to
be
do.
quiet for a second. I can
It,
say what you could be quiet for a second. I can say that to say like, yeah, you're probably right. You probably weren't necessarily passive aggressive. I was speaking in the moment, but it probably was something I probably should have talked to you about before. And I don't think necessarily it's from that first time I talked to you. It's just that, bro, it just seems like other times when I've been trying to cook and stuff like that, you're always like the direct opposite, like 93% of the time.
That dude,
and I gets
though.
kind of
That's you.
hold on, I'm trying to talk to Dennison real quick,
I'm sorry.
respectfully. Like, and that's probably what it was, man. And yeah, I apologize for using that and saying no, it was a buildup. It was a buildup.
Yeah, so which one's passive aggressive? Who's projecting? Who's the one who's actually having a problem with their feelings?
No, I'm probably
I'm aggressive.
But do you admit that you're passive aggressive too?
No.
At time?
No, I don't.
Oh, come on, bro. You can't even get me that. Damn.
Ever in the history of my life?
No, like a lot of times.
No, it's no.
The little things you say.
No, it may be little things to you. Those are direct criticisms.
Yeah, he's famous for being direct.
I'm the most direct motherfucker on these streets.
What's his name? GS, stop holding this water. No.
Yes, Lou does that. Wrestler does that to me all the time.
Well, that's the way I see it anyway.
I feel like you
that's
didn't
the way
know
you
the
see
guy.
it.
I feel like you didn't know the guy. He is like totally contradictory. It don't bother other motherfuckers. People say something, he be like, nah, bullshit, you straw man. He'll say that shit all the fucking time. It's because that's his opinion. We don't.
And I can also tell y'all don't watch my streams or follow what I do, because when a lot of places where I go, there's just agreement and discussion. I just don't agree with you.
Okay.
This is
that
not
okay?
gonna progress.
Can we leave it at the level of the substance of the disagreement and not try to make the shit personal?
That sounds good.
I mean, everything's personal.
All right.
But,
well,
yeah,
I mean, I'll keep.
On,
you know what, bro? I'll keep that in mind the next time I don't have nothing nice to say.
Okay. All right.
Make that
here,
for me.
I'll
I
try
did
to change up the mode.
I did everyone Gabriel does, if you can be honest.
This is like a Talcott kind of zone, right? I'll keep it like that.
No, I wouldn't know. You would know better than me because you're over there a lot.
Me and Talcott yell at each other
almost
on the show.
every day. Almost every day, we disagree about almost everything, and it doesn't turn into like pissing and shitting on each other. But he's the cultist.
Yeah, because it's like a fucking enabler's cope for a lot of people there. They don't. The enmeshment's so strong that people don't really call each other out. He doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to highlight the comment I made about Mike's dream too. Right?
I mean, why when you're here when you can just say it? Yeah, I was gonna.
I was gonna say it before I got kicked.
Let's hear it. Maybe it'll change something. Somebody read it. I don't want to zoom in on this tiny phone.
Should I read it, or do you want to read it, Dennison?
Is that the comment, or is it this one? Oh, this one. Dennison says you two are too
primarily
busy
the other
being
one.
morally spiritual and superior. I heard a story. It was
primary
cool.
the other one, but you didn't.
It was what this one? Yeah, I did.
Not
How
from
you gonna
his
tell me what I
perspective,
didn't
anyway.
hear? Huh?
Not from his perspective.
He said he missed
You
his
just
wife.
told him he was being
his kid.
pessimistic.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, when the dream is so. What he was saying is that sometimes the dream is so real, he doesn't remember that he doesn't have his family with him anymore. So that when you wake
I
up,
heard you say that.
it's like
that makes sense.
It's like lose. I mean, you didn't hear me say it because I didn't get a
I heard
chance
you
to.
say
I typed
that.
it.
Yeah, I heard it too.
I heard it, Three.
Yeah,
I mean,
it makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think it's being morally superior to tell a person to look on the bright side.
Yeah.
No, it's seeing everything as being pessimistic. Because that's your perspective.
You see everything that disagrees with you and isn't your form of positive as being negative.
Yes.
The only thing I would have told Mike about that thing is like, I feel for you. That sucks. But I've noticed, I would have asked him. I noticed, not asked him, but made a statement like, I noticed you talk about your ex-wife quite a bit, no matter what the subject is. So definitely, there's something there, some unresolved stuff going on there.
And then you said that shit. I forgot what you just said about how I think I see everything that disagrees me as negative if it's not positive to me. It was kind of two things there inherent in there. You're saying that if me don't see it as positive, I probably see it as negative. That's one thing. And the other thing you said was false, which I don't forgot right now about about the way I judged his dream. Here, let me give you since I'm
I'm the
trying to
most
remember.
optimistic person I know
Well,
because I have the ability
Yeah.
to accept the truth
Yeah.
about what you people call negativity
Yeah.
and still see that at the end of the day that we will
I'm
all
the
be
most.
victorious. Over
Check
it.
this out then.
That's more optimistic than someone who sees sunshine
Yeah.
and rainbows everywhere and thinks everything is going to keep going this good.
Well, let's see. Let me give you an example and tell me if you still agree with your statement there. There are two people, me and you, riding in a car. I see we're going through the mountains and shit. I say this is God's greatest gift. I got to see this beauty. And then there's another guy, will not make it you because I don't want to sidetrack. Another guy, it's fucking rain, it's cloudy, it's the worst day ever. It's simply my point that two people can see the same thing different ways. Agreed?
Yeah, but the guy who sees the rain isn't pessimistic. That's where y'all need to shake from your
If
mental
he's
torpor.
whining about it, in my case, example here,
Now
right?
it's
If
the
he's
tone.
No, this ain't. This what's coming
What's
out
wrong
of
with
his
talking
mouth.
about somebody's tone and shit, bro?
Yeah.
You the police.
There's
we
nothing
can't-
wrong with
we can't
talking
think a
about it. It
certain
just
way?
shows that you don't know.
I-
It just goes to show that you're not very discerning.
Yeah, fuck the
Bruh,
tone.
man,
Fuck the
you're
tone.
fucking
I don't
rude,
want to go
dog.
out on a limb on the tone. If the
Yeah, fuck the
nigga's
tone.
whining, he's being a bitch. Period. Yeah. If he's whining on the rain,
No.
nobody want to hear that shit. He's being a bitch.
Yeah, we've heard it
No,
like
I
100
don't
times
agree.
already.
I don't agree with any of that terminology. But okay, is
Some
there a
guy-
second point?
Yeah, the second point is some guy is valid and saying this rain out here is what gives us all the lovely flowers and shit that I can give my wife. Somebody seeing the upside, someone seeing the downside. How the fuck am I wrong in this?
Because first of all, it's not necessarily a downside, and just because it's a downside doesn't make the person pessimistic. Seeing a downside doesn't make someone pessimistic. It makes them there. It makes them present. If anything, it makes them more balanced than the person who doesn't see it. Seeing the downside and still hoping and working toward a positive outcome is what optimism is. So anytime sometimes somebody complains to you about something, that's pessimism. You're proving my point. You don't even know what the word means.
You say every time anyway. I'm not one of them every time guys. Every situation is different, which is why I gave a different one from the one Mike was given. All I was telling Mike was to so you can see things on the bright side. I was calling you the pessimist, and you are.
And I'm not.
All right, we have a definitional disagreement, and with two people I didn't expect to get in one of those. This is interesting.
I'm not sure. I think he honestly thinks of me as a downer, and that everything's doom and gloom.
It doesn't down me.
He said it. He said it repeatedly. Repeatedly. No, Joe.
Who are you talking about?
Too,
I'm right here, dude.
Joe,
I just know Joe better than you.
He's talking to me. Wait,
I'm talking about Joe.
Yeah, he's talking about Joe.
You do seem like a downer.
I can't.
It doesn't mean you don't have positive. You do have a positive nature. Hold on, bro.
To you.
You don't.
Yeah, to you.
That's what, of course to me.
I can't
no
stay
shit,
on this
bro.
thing. I gotta come back.
So yeah,
exactly. Go run. No, I'm saying like, bro, you do seem like a downer. It doesn't mean you don't have. See, look at this guy. As soon as like, fuck that shit. Don't come back there. You know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as, dude, ask. He does. You don't want to come up here, so we can't talk about you now.
Oh my god!
But like, bro, you do seem like a downer, Dennison. It doesn't mean that you don't have positive situations happening. You know, I'm not saying you're 100% downer, but dude, you seem like a downer to me. Now, other people want to co-sign that.
I would
That's
not
up to them.
Yeah, I
That's
would not
up to them. But like, are
Yeah.
we crazy to think that you're a downer somewhat at times? Come on, bro. You're the most positive person.
I will not co-sign that because he's more optimistic than I am. I mean, he thinks communism could actually work, and that's very, very, very optimistic. But I do need better enemies, though, and Dennison will make a very nice one. So I don't really know what to do yet. I want to piss him off because I want to replace my old set enemies with a better set enemies like Dennison. But I can't. I do think he's more optimistic than I am. So
enemy.
Yeah, I mean,
worthy being an enemy.
I think you just
come from a
agree
place
with.
where people get enemies shoot at and stab you. So this is nothing.
You just
It
agree
means
with
something.
us, Hank. You just
It's
agree with
something.
us. You're saying you want the least optimistic fucks that you know, and you're putting yourself and Dennison in the unoptimistic category. I think you do agree with us.
Oh no, I think he's
Wait,
actually
hold on.
optimistic.
What do you say? You said you guys stop fighting, bro. I'm not necessarily trying to fight. I'm just addressing something, and
No,
plus,
you
like,
niggas
look
was
at you,
fighting.
bro. Like
You
Snow,
niggas
you're
was
always
fighting.
in the drama, like going all these other like you just set it up here. I'm going to leave and go to see the girls that are. So what are you talking about? Yeah,
I think it's healthy
Come on,
though.
man.
I'm that guy.
All you people, most of you people like drama.
You guys had something unresolved, clearly because of what we just witnessed.
Yeah, and I was
And
trying to talk about it.
And sometimes it has to come out. I don't see nothing negative about this situation.
Yeah, I mean, neither. Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of negative to keep it 100, but
the kids
he
had
probably
to
didn't like.
fight.
He probably didn't like me saying, being direct with them like that. I don't know. He's not here to say. I didn't like the reason I kicked him real quick is because he's telling my son not to listen to me. Right, wrong or right? Shut the fuck up, bro. About that type of shit. You know what I mean? So that's why I kicked him.
It was a shot, but I don't know what. Obviously, you guys got some unresolved shit. I like your observation that apparently he's going through something with his chick, and he really felt
You don't
Mike's
have no
story.
chick.
His last
Mike.
chick.
Okay.
And he
All
no,
right,
I'm
Mike,
talking about
okay, I hear
Dan.
what you're
He
saying.
went through, he felt Mike's story because of it. In my opinion, he's been bitter about a female situation for a while. In my opinion, he's griping about the shit. He's seeing that half empty on every female shit. So when he told his story, he wanted us to validate Mike and say, damn right. Shit's fucked up, and we did.
No, I like Mike too, but he's always complaining about like that shit like every single time. We'll give you a couple. I'll give you a couple, but to keep doing that.
Yeah, that's the
gets
first time I
old.
heard Mike tell that story. I mean, I've been on
Not
panels
that
with him
story,
for-
but just his ex-wife and all that.
I've been on panels with him for like at least 2 hours put together. This is the first time I heard Mike say that story. So.
Is that your way of saying you
I
don't
guess
believe
I
it?
bring it out on people.
Is that your way of saying you don't
Just
believe
like-
it, Hank?
Say again.
Is that your way of saying you don't believe his story that it was true?
No, it's my way of saying when I'm around him most of the time, he just doesn't talk about that.
Okay, I got you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up?
I had to switch devices because I couldn't even hear myself. And it's like my mic wouldn't even turn on unless I was streaming.
This one's a little shittier, but we can hear you.
Well, you can hear me.
It is what it is. You're legible. It is what it is.
We can hear you. Yes. What did you want to share?
I didn't want to share anything. I was just pointing out that you guys weren't really listening to Mike, and that I'm not a pessimist.
Okay.
I'm really trying not to piss you off, but I really
Could
want
be
to
right.
too. I'm just conflicted.
I don't think Dan is pissed off with anything you said, Hank.
I kind of want to piss him off though. This seems
I know
interesting.
you. I know
Dude,
you.
they go somewhere else and
fucking
you want that.
microphone is way more annoying.
We don't. I'm not
than
trying
any
to.
of
This is
you.
not like bum fights or we fight people and shit, man. Like fuck that.
It is.
I
If
mean,
I'm here, though, you got everything to say about my personality.
There it is.
You know what my
Dude,
psychology.
yeah, I
You're
said
all
those
up
things. Yes,
inside
I
my
did.
mind like you know me.
I
Let
and
you
I don't. So
boys
why does
get
it
it
matter
out.
if obviously I don't? Then according to you, so why do you?
Oh, again, I'm just pointing out your behavior. I'm sorry if that's bad.
That's fine, man.
I'm sorry if that's pessimistic.
Just be more a little bit more positive. That's my only advice to be.
I'm an extremely optimistic person.
Okay.
to the extreme. Like I said, I'm the most optimistic person I know.
I think, dude,
I just disagree with
what
a
I
lot
think
of
is
the
strange when
things
people
that
say,
you think and you believe.
I'm the most
and
so and so type of person, or I'm this type. That's just to me.
I'm the
That's
most
other people's.
optimistic person
Hold
that I
on,
know.
bro. Okay, that to me, that's other people's job to figure out, right? And if you want to, if you want to believe it or not, that's up to us. But to say like I'm the nicest person, or I'm the to me, that's just kind of cringe, man.
And I
I'm the
disagree
most
with
optimistic person I know.
Yeah.
So I disagree with NPC the game. I think Denson should just go ahead and change his headline to most optimistic person ever.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people just aren't capable of nuanced thinking.
That's passive aggressive. Who are you talking about, nigga? Who are you
a lot of
talking
people,
about?
like
You say
almost
a lot
every
of people.
person I know. A lot of
passive
people.
aggressive.
No, it's not. Anyways, I think a lot of people are really incapable of
Who are you
nuanced
talking
thinking.
about, dog?
A lot of people. I'm talking about a lot of people, like a majority of the people in this country.
It's like those people that say the conspiracy that say they.
All right.
They
I'm not sure what I should do. Should I just keep talking and then you'll kick me, or should I just?
I am they.
No, you're good.
Okay. I'm gonna get the rest out of what I was saying, if I can remember it. I think a lot of people are incapable of nuanced thinking, and because they can't keep up with you intellectually and see where you're going with something, they come up with their own preconceived notions.
Okay, so you're saying that about me. I get it. That's
especially. I'm saying it about a lot of people. Okay, here, let's fix this.
And other
so
people,
you can let me finish. I think NPC game is not really capable of nuanced thinking.
There you go.
Buddy. And so because
that's what we call being a man.
Holy shit! You know what? Forget it. You go ahead.
Oh man, I'm glad you're direct. That's better.
Yeah, but it wasn't what I was trying to say. I was trying to talk about a majority of the United States population, but you couldn't have it. It had to be about you. And then you still didn't even let me finish what I was saying, so you don't even know what it was going to be.
Well, you have a chance now.
No,
the floor is yours.
The moment passed. Okay. I'm not falling for that again.
I will also say that NPC the game is not capable of nuanced thinking for the comedy factor. I think it'd be hilarious just to say right now, so I'm going to say it.
What are you going to say?
That you're not capable of nuanced thinking, but not because I believe it, it's because I think it's funny to say at this moment.
Oh God, you're trying to co-sign Hank now?
I'm trying to, but you know what? You're gonna tell me out and say no, he doesn't believe that somehow. So let's just go through that.
To be in the end, this is a lesson in the sense that, like, yeah, it's shit. If you believe that, if you guys believe whatever it is about me, that's your business. And if I'm gonna get bent out of shape about it, that's my business.
You got me. I don't believe.
Hopefully, I won't so much.
Oh, real quick, when I went to switch devices,
growing pains. Right now.
I don't know if Joe was talking about me or Mike. He said, y'all obviously have like some kind of history. We do not have a history. NPC
I was talking
has
about
a history.
NPC and you.
Yeah, he has a history with me for sure. I do not have a history with him. I'm not.
No, I told you that
for anything.
You're talking about.
I have no resentment toward him. No ill will, no bad feelings, and I don't have any preconceptions about him either.
Really?
Really?
Oh wow. Maybe
I barely know you, dog. And I started coming here because I thought you and I were of a similar mind, not a dissimilar mind. I don't.
That's what I wanted to hear.
You're too close together.
What I wanted to hear.
I mean, you're too close. You're too similar. That's why you're getting infectious.
I disagree. I disagree.
He thinks he's smarter than me, and he probably is.
No.
No, I don't think that actively though. You should keep that in mind.
NPC does not like disagreement. Then, and me too, I don't have a problem with it is what it is. NPC tries to avoid disagreement. And I think that's probably something to do with it.
I can explore disagreement as a positive thing. Disagreement is an opportunity for understanding. That's the way I see it. I see most things that people call negative as positive opportunities for transformation. And just because I say it like somebody who's stoned and doesn't give a fuck doesn't make me a pessimist. And I will say that I've been slowly convinced over time to stop coming back here, because it seems like not only do we not have similar mind, but that you don't want me around, and that you take everything as some kind of fucking passive aggressive attack and I'm then you're gonna tell me about who I am all the time, and that's not what I come for
All the
YouTube for. I have a therapist every show, not all the time, but every time I'm here. I have more than one therapist, and I have friends that I confide in offline that I tell my deepest darkest secrets to. Plus, I got some pretty good shadow, integration going on myself. I put a lot of work into it. While some people were out fucking 50 chicks, I was in the library
Wait,
reading about my
who's it? Wait, dude,
subconscious.
there we go again. Stop with that. I respect you more, a little bit more if you stop. Just say it, man.
Say
Some
what?
people.
You
said
yeah,
some
you.
people out 50
Yeah,
chicks.
you and Joe and Hank.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, damn.
I would love to test that shout integration.
How is that? How is that a dodge? Like we didn't all know what I was talking about. I was trying to. How is it? You're full of shit, bro. You're grasping for straws now. As I was talking about you, you're the guy. You're the guy who 11 minutes ago said that he fucked 50 chicks.
I said at least it's an estimate.
Yeah. So I was talking about you. I'm not gonna say NPC the game every time I'm talking about you. That's not passive aggressive. Nice try.
No, but especially if you're saying something negative, it's nice to be man up.
It doesn't have to be negative. It's what you. It was your journey. It was your journey. It's your perspective. That doesn't make it negative.
All right. Okay. Let me add this.
I certainly don't hate you for it.
Part of the reason, good. Part of the reason why I actually do like when you push back, it's just that maybe I'm just not used to it, and that's my fault in a sense for being kind of stupid and shit. In terms
I don't
of, like,
hate you for that either.
Can you let me finish for a second, please?
Yeah, that's just that. All I did was said I don't hate you for that either. You just kept going.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh shit! No, I actually like when you push me back because you keep, like I said, I call it keeping me honest, but in terms it helps with my evolution. However, I guess I'm just very thin-skinned that I'm still trying to work out, and shit, fuck.
I don't know if you're thin-skinned.
I apologize for fucking acting weird and kind of rude to you.
It just, you say out loud that you like it, but you don't. And I was confused for a little bit.
No, here's the thing. I don't. How do I say it then? Like, I'm trying to work out the words.
I'm not trying to criticize you either.
Great or good, I like it. I know. I'll say this. I don't like it. However, I know it's like that bitter medicine that can help you when you're trying to heal. So that's probably what it is.
Yeah. There's knowing and there's walking. And my confusion came from me coming in here and you having these awesome topics, right? And this is me being direct, right?
Yeah.
No judgment. I'm not perfect, but you have these awesome topics. They're exactly the kind of shit I want to talk about. And I come up here and people talking about, bullshit, other people and their drama. And so
you're right.
Me assuming that you meant it when you said, "Hey, Denizen, I like when you keep me online." I push back on that shit and try to get it back on track. But what I noticed after doing that, I've been here like maybe 10 times. That is not the vibe. Everybody gets mad at Denizen. Everybody piles on Denizen. Everybody starts calling him names, telling him how he feels, telling him he's negative, telling him he's a Debbie Downer, etc., etc., etc. So I'm just getting like, this is partly on me because you can't always listen to what people say. You gotta watch what they do, and then it's not my job to save fucking YouTube from drama panels. I just gotta take a back seat and not be So I don't need to be so pushy, and I don't need to. If I don't have something nice to say, I can say nothing at all. I just gotta flip that switch. That's all.
You just answered my question I was going to ask you. It's like, do you think there's some stuff, just like I'm learning stuff that what you're saying about how my behavior, that there's some stuff that you said when everyone is saying these things about you, as you said, do you think there's some truth to some of the things at least? Like
from their perspective.
Huh?
From their perspective, sure.
Do you think there's anything there that you can learn, like help you out in your evolution?
I could learn how to be more articulate, but that's always been a weakness. This is a lifelong struggle. You see, and like some of where I have like experience, you can see with certain kinds of people where my experience with being constructively critical is more successful.
Mm.
And I'd have to get to know you to even begin to create the language model necessary to like tell you harsh shit to your face that's not going to make you feel some type of way. And that would take, I don't even know if I could do it over the internet.
I'm sure. I'm sure you could, like, with people when they have like offline correspondence, like a lot. You'd be surprised what could happen, but definitely kind of hard doing the panel sometimes. But anyway,
there's also the Socratic method, which is the safest. That's my go-to. But there's just not a lot of room for that when the panel gets going. Like when Hormaxer is up here, and the fucking topic is, I don't know, like how to overcome. Go ahead.
Let me see. What was it? We're talking about like
it was something spiritual.
The benefit of using like the Jupiter optimism with the Aries like warrior method.
Yeah, and he came up here and completely derailed the show.
Yeah,
now,
you're right.
Now here's the thing: the audience probably likes that shit. Maybe even you liked it. It looked like it took me 2 times to get. Markella likes it when he picks her apart, and yeah. So
I thought it was funny, but it definitely was way 360 degrees. No, well, yeah, it was off topic. I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Now, if you want to talk about like where my weaknesses are, there it is right there. My instinct was to try to shut that dude down and get back on topic, when really everybody else just wanted the shit show for a little while.
Yeah, because his insults are funny. However, like if we're trying to be, if I'm
Not
trying to direct it at like a higher caliber, topic, instead of the tabloid shit, it doesn't fit right. It's not congruent.
And it's only when I'm at my most self-righteous that I even consider it to be higher or better. It's not even my mode of thinking anymore, right? Like
it just is.
Variety is the and variety is the spice of life. And I'm different. You're different. Hank's different. Joe's different. Everybody's different. So me personally, I don't get off on that shit. I don't like it. My dial for Schadenfreude is turned way down, and I've been alive on this planet for over 4 decades. I can tell that's a mean thing, and it's not something that I need to impose on the rest of society.
Yeah. It doesn't mean we don't necessarily have to have fun. It's just not that type of, they don't consider that, fun. Joe, cool. What do you think? You've been here, you said you've been here, 49 years?
Sorry, I toned out on you guys. What I think about what? I wasn't listening.
Yeah, I'm learning about respect. Yeah. What do you think about, I don't know, life situations?
I think I want to drag it away, but I do want to say that Den has a point with you. At least one of my observations is you don't really allow people to be themselves. You do, but sometimes they get under your skin. Some types of people get under your skin. And I think it's better to make a stoic observation or something and do what's necessary. But I don't like to see when people get under your skin. I've seen a few people get under your skin, and it's just, it don't seem fit with your character.
Yeah, I can see that. I guess I don't like it, me personally, because it does show weakness when it doesn't need to be there. To react to everything, to react to every little thing.
Yeah, and you a pimp too, right? It's totally outside of your character.
Yeah.
I remember, and I know I remember when I was first meeting you, you got into it with Neve, and I was like, "What'd you say?" Yeah, maybe we talk about that later. You had went overboard. You thought that maybe I was a little too emotional.
Yeah.
I won't associate with that dude.
Bulking crazy person with me, my friendship. What did you say, Denison?
I won't associate with that dude.
Neve?
Correct.
A
Yeah, you're right.
particular reason, I mean, there are plenty of
don't
people who agree with you, and not that it's necessary. Now, can I ask NPC a question? I forget whether it was somebody in the chat or Markella. I think it was Markella. Said that she has dreams, and I've had them too, where they're in color and black and white. What the fuck is that about?
Well, yeah, like I told you today, like I had that gray hue in the dream. I read.
What is that?
Yeah, and I mean, well, the way that the psychoanalysis AI read it, dream analysis, was that like that represents what he say. Oh fuck, I don't even remember what he said, but some type of feeling. I would assume some mood, melancholy mood or whatever. Yeah,
I've had dreams where only a few colors stand out to the point where I'll wake up and I'll remember, that color standing out.
Yeah. I've had the dream of what's that filter called sepia? That brownish
sepia.
old school. Sepia. Yeah, I've had dreams like
sepia. I thought it was sepia. Or maybe I was watching too much
I
TV.
never really remember bright color, super bright.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, man, check this out.
Hank, what do you dream in color or not in color?
It's filtered.
Muted, maybe muted.
Muted, yeah.
Check this out.
Tone down.
With that experience I told you when I was damn near dead for like 26 hours, I think it was. Over there, the same way we're talking about how dreams are muted and you wake up and you be like, how'd I make that? Let that fool me. The same way over there was how I felt about what I'm seeing now. Because the colors and stuff was so different. Like, oh my God, how'd I let this world fool me? The colors and everything was different.
Yeah. What's a tell? Like, what's a tell that you're dreaming?
Read, look for letters. Things will never read the same way twice. Read anything. If you ain't a newspaper of the billboard or something, pull a dollar bill out of your pocket. It'll never read the same way twice. 100% you're dreaming.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Because when I said in my recap of my dream, I said the name of the apartments I saw was Willow Street, Willow Apartments, but I didn't necessarily read that. I just used that as a filler.
You knew it.
Of a blurry sign I saw. And whatnot. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of DMT. How I've done it like 4 or 5 times, and I've never had a bright color experience. The last time I did it, it was gray. It was very gray. But then I hear friends, they say it's so bright, like HD.
Right. I've heard that too.
5K and stuff. But for me, maybe that's just my quote unquote aura or just my mood.
I tried the shit. I didn't get anything off of it. I've heard everyone who've tried that say that they somehow felt like they were part of everything. They were that tree. They were the soil. Was that a thing that happened with you, NPC?
No. Well, not with DMT, but with mushrooms. Yeah, I felt like I was the ocean or part of the ocean, breathing with the ocean. But no, I've heard that what you said about that. With
everybody's told me that.
Look at Dennis's picture right there. That looks like what they call the waiting room
I'm zooming
in DMT. Where
oh wow, the waiting room. I've never heard that
waiting room. Like where folks that are about to be shot into fucking hyper.
This is the first time I've zoomed in on his icon. This is the first time I've really seen it. I know what it looks like from a distance, but I didn't know it's like a dude standing with all the lights behind him and stuff.
Is that screens? I get the architect it's inspired from the Matrix.
Yes,
architect
sir.
Room.
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. And to me, he's one of the most interesting characters. How this dude's just sitting there watching all the fucking multiverses, I guess you can say, of Neo's life. Other people.
And his shit, the way he's telling Neo, nigga, you've been here before. You always do the same shit. I was like, oh my God, I hate this dude. That was great.
And the angry Neo, like, fuck you. Bullshit.
Right.
The angry Neo's like defiant.
Right, I forgot about that. And the TV monitor.
And the architect's still unfazed because he's seen Neo freak out before.
He's seen them all. Right, endless amount of times. That was so crazy.
It's the best scene, man.
I mean,
the Merovingian's pretty cool to me.
I was about to say the Merovingians. Don't forget.
You're about to say that too, yeah, because he's like Satan. He's like the prince of this world. Like he's not. He's powerful, but he's basically a general manager.
It's my
You know?
favorite line of his. When they break into that room through the elevator after the girl does the shit in the bathroom, and they're in like a room full of people. He pulls his gun and points it at the Maravincian, and dudes say, exactly how many bullets do you have in that gun? Right? I'm like, nigga, I'm not phased, bro. I love it.
Yeah, that was the look at Ahimsa Alexander's acting like the damn Meravichian. She just made Horror Baxter go to sleep. That's why we call her the Oracle.
Is that the Hormaxer I hear about? The
Yeah, that's
Hormaxer?
Max. That's him.
Oh, I can't be. Is it? I gotta
It's
figure
him,
that
man.
out then. Okay. I don't know who it is, but I hear people say, yeah, I had D Hormaxer on. I'm like, I gotta look
That's
who
him,
this
man.
is.
Do you want me to play the dancing? To let you
No,
know
no,
who
not if it's gay. But
you heard
yes,
about that?
no, because my buddy got me like that. Sheba gets me like that. He said, "You want to see the guy dance?" It's always some dude rubbing his nipples. So I'm kind of scared. If he's rubbing his
Anyway, yeah.
nipples, no, I
I
don't.
was about to say something in the chat. I'm like,
He
chill.
likes to fondle the bowels.
Yeah, that's what we learned, right, Dennison, that night about he enjoys the ones with the big shaft and balls.
You got to understand what that experience was like for me. As soon as I saw that dude and he came up and he started talking, I was like, "Oh, this dude hates women and is secretly gay." I just thought it to myself. I just kept it to myself, right? So for in the span of one YouTube session, for him to go from how he fucks porn stars to how he likes to jerk off trannies and fondle their balls, I was like, "Holy shit!"
I was right.
Yeah, I think that's when Dennison said, he said like, and that was only like in a couple hours talking to you. Just think if I had 5 hours to really get in that,
unravel that psyche. Yeah.
You said like I would have you admitting to. I forgot what you said. With some gay shit. Holy shit! Oh, they timed him out. Oh shit! You timed him out? No, they didn't time. I didn't time out. He's right here. Take off the mask, queer.
But I did notice Ahisima was handling him in the chat. And I was seeing the back and forth, and I was thinking, like, what was it? Oh, yeah, what he said to Snow. I mean, it's your show, man. I'm not telling you not to highlight it, but I'm saying I'm not telling you to highlight it. But at 8:22, he just said some shit. And I was like, I don't even know Snow. I don't even know this dude. But that,
what time?
And I ain't no simp either, right? But like that kind of shit just, it makes me, I go like this, I go, and then I want to block it.
I think I saw the comment had something to do with a cat, but he also made one about the other chicks. I think he was just trying to see. He would put a name up there, Markella. You are a low life so and so. He was just naming chicks and saying shit, trying to get a reaction. Is what I thought.
I think he's trying to use my chat like Andrew Wilson uses the what's it called, speakeasies, verbal combat. He likes to beat up on people.
And I went through a phase where it's like, I don't take anything these people say seriously, so what do I care? And I would just let it go.
Right.
But I realized, like, that's not the end of it. First of all, not everybody's me. Most people are going to feel some type of way about it.
Right.
And that sucks the energy into a vortex.
But
also, even if everybody pretends like it's not getting to them, that's negativity, by the way.
Yeah, pretending.
And that just collects and it stacks on top of itself until it saturates the entire
blows up when it does come out. So that's ineffective.
Yeah.
Pretending like it's not a thing. I think I like to think that I don't get emotional behind these things, but I also think that when necessary, I can move shit around. I've done it before. I can move people. I know that. And if some needs moving, I'll stick my two cents in. It's not 100%. It won't be no dominating shit. It'll be some wise thought out. At least I think it's wise to bring a person's energy to where I want it, to transmute that negative energy to positive. Sometimes I'll do that.
Yeah. I never see Joe. You really crashed out on anybody before on here?
When I first started, I used to crash out 5 times a day.
It's crashed out on me.
Yeah, I'm sure Dan's seen many crash outs. Yeah. I'm much better. Like, I'm healed compared to the guy I was. Anytime motherfuckers say the hard R or something, man, I was like, nigga, And somebody text me if you ever see this bitch online. I was like gone. I was really bad when I first started. Yeah, I've come a long way.
Yeah. Yeah, the crash out.
I can't see myself crashing out on the internet.
Yeah, I can't. You know, that was what you just saw with Dan. That was most heated I've seen him in a long time. I'm sure there's been others, but normally he'll just, you know, talk over a motherfucker. He don't snap.
Yeah, well, that's why it's the mic that was pissing me off more than any.
Yeah,
for real.
Right.
Every time I
Either
went to
way,
say something, I could hear y'all coming out of my speaker. And it was like my mic was getting cut off. I didn't know if anybody could hear me. And I was like, man, I gotta get off this fucking thing. This is driving me crazy.
I get you.
I mean, I'll tip my hat in the sense that when Dennis had said, "I must let you know." Yeah, I called it a threat, but at least that is a manning up when you said, "I'm letting you know if you don't really want me or if you keep."
I was gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, you're gonna. No, hold on. Like I'm saying, you were saying that some people won't even do that. They'll just be like, "No, I'm gone." But you kind of giving me a chance, or
Well, I'm just as guilty as those other people then, because that's exactly what I was gonna do. I've been.
Yeah, but you did it though.
But
tip my
he's
hat
saying that you spoke up before you did. A lot of motherfuckers just leave and all
I
of that
wasn't
shit.
going. I wasn't going to though. I was legit on the verge of not coming back to this panel because of the way shit goes down when I come up, and it would be nothing.
Okay.
Like and NPC didn't make it really that personal, right?
Right.
So I wasn't gonna take it that way. I just thought like this isn't the place for me. I derailed the show. I make people, rant. You know what I mean? I'm not a good ingredient for this particular cake. Was the impression I was getting.
I like Jeff's room, but I
You're
can't
not a
go in
glazer.
there. I seem to be my energy just doesn't seem to work over there. It's not intentional. I love the guy and his guests, but I derail the show and I end up arguing with that nigga every time because I call him out on shit. Jeff. Oh, that's his name. Is it Gen X Jeff? Gen X Jeff.
Yeah. I'm banned from there. That's the only place I'm banned from.
See?
I know who he
shit,
is.
I'm sure.
I'm one of Jeff's lost boys. If you know, you know.
Are you guys too masculine for him? Too much man?
He can't take criticism, and he's really defensive, and he blames his autism on everything. And I know me. Imagine, I'd be like, nigga,
it's like Mel
autism
talking
make
about her
you
transgenderism
interrupt
all the time.
niggas all the time. I'd be, I'd say goofy shit. And he don't like it.
It's way harder for me to keep my mouth shut when it's about the government, and that's how I got in trouble.
Oh, right, because he's a sheep too. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I resolved.
He believes the government. You follow the government. Everyone should do what the government says.
Oh, he's a bootlicker, as Joe Flo would say.
Yes, and he'll gaslight you if you criticize the government, which is worse than just being a bootlicker.
Oh, okay. He's a Satanist that loves the government.
I resolved myself to not bringing it up over there anymore, and I had it. But then he did a fucking political show.
Right.
He did a show covering Trump's assassination, and I've been drinking. I drink like 3 times a year.
You picked that night. Drink? Was it not because when he got shot?
Yeah, it was. I just happened to have some beers, and I wanted to have some beers, and I had like.
Alexander the Oracle. What's up? Sorry, Dennis, real quick. How's it going?
Hey, party people!
Kitty.
Quite the drama tonight.
It's been spicy. Yeah.
We finally
It
got
has
it. We finally
been.
brought it back around.
Yeah. That's why I'm free to come up now. I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's clear. The dust cleared.
Curiosity killed the kitty.
By the way, yeah.
Dennis, were you still going?
Yeah, and so I just like started telling the truth about what I think about the government, and then he freaked out. And there was a whole other layer.
Derail him.
There was a whole other element to it where I was like in this troll group, and Duchess, who was on the panel with me, was like the troll leader, and we deliberately went up there to derail the show. Like people get way into their fucking paranoid delusions whenever they're upset about this, that, and what's going on, and who's who. As apparently he did a show about it afterwards, like a video on how I was deliberately trying to destroy the panel. I did not watch it.
Mm-hmm. Was this recently?
I think like 6-7 months ago.
Okay, I can't believe I've never been on his show. Like I've been meaning to go over there because everyone talks about Dennis Jeff.
No free will and no government. That was what I tell myself when I go on the panel. I just be like, no free will, no government. No free will, no government. You know, just don't. And then if someone else brings it up, I gotta just be quiet. I can't jump in. You know.
Do you rock back and forth like him?
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah. Name's what's going on? Like yeah. What's going on? We were talking. Yeah, I think I'm coming out stronger off this. My relationship with Dennison, but I hope I don't speak too soon.
Oh Jesus!
Maybe I should be.
That means I have to keep coming back now.
I actually did something beneficial.
Oh God! But
I like Dennison. He's entertaining.
Now I'm feeling pessimistic now.
Such a Debbie Downer. Oh my god. No, I just think Dennison's like very logic oriented. Since you're talking about Jung and dreams, I've got him pegged.
I'm fire
as like
and emotion.
I think he's like an INTP. You know, like he's
INTP. I'm sure that's one of those personality shits that I don't know about.
It's a logic intuitive, and that's kind of Joe and I are intuitive then logic, you know, but NPC is intuitive then feeling. ENFP.
I scored INTJ for like 2 or 3 times for the first half of my life.
Yeah.
And then after my 30s, I changed to INTJ.
That's the one I hear everyone. They always say that, but that's not the most rare one. One of the most rare.
Probably.
INTJ.
But and to be fair, I was probably on the cusp before. I could probably go back and forth depending on my mood, right?
Yeah, you seem like an INTP to me. You don't seem to,
introverted, intuitive, thinking, and judging. INTJ.
Yeah,
that's a screenshot.
That's my most recent result. INTP is my most common result.
Yeah, when I hear you, you sound like an INTP because you have like an internal base of logic you seem to come from.
Perceiving, thinking, intuitive, introverted thinking, and perceiving.
Yeah. My experience having these discussions with people from all around the world and exposing myself to different ideas is how crazy it is to learn like the shit I made up myself is the same exact shit that Aristotle wrote down and Plato wrote down and Newton wrote down.
It's like confirmation or something.
Yeah.
Nothing new under the sun.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
And also, like, while obviously I'm drawn to things that confirm my bias, it's also like Jung was badass, you know. Nietzsche was badass.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm in good company, you know.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you called it, Edison. You called it like the shadow interpretation, not so much the dream interpretation, like that
integration.
Integration. What I was doing with my test stream process of like going out and filming everything I did for years, and then putting these talks like I have with my friends over the random like subconscious content that I recorded, and then trying to like see what it means. That kind of to me was like naturally I was kind of doing what Jung was saying, and I didn't even know about that until a few days ago.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In what sense was you doing what Jung was saying?
He was writing it down, bringing it to the forefront.
He specifically said, though, this is what had me curious, as that part plays in the background, what's going on in the foreground also plays a role. I was wondering if you meant some particular Jungian
because maybe I just made it even more confusing or whatever, or make it more sense, because what I would do is like I would go to Haight-Ashbury Park, for example, in San Francisco, and talk to old friends and new friends and film it, and then go back home later on that night and have a podcast like this. And we're talking about dreams, and I would overlay our parts of our conversation over that random
shit. No matter
and then I would try to like scratch my head and try to make it somewhat cohesive. and I'd be like, holy shit, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, so I
Yes, and that's my whole thing with this test stream thing. That's like my most favorite thing to do when I'm not streaming.
It's more courageous for you, man, because it seems like this shit could affect you more than it would affect me.
What you mean?
I mean, I'm not really at a whole lot of risk when I jump on panels and go film people. You are emotional and you feel them and all of this. I will look at their shit analytical. You're really open when you're that close to those people and putting yourself out there.
Yeah, well, like I'm open and I give them a space to. I think this is why people open up to me on these panels sometimes, because under the Taurus rising, where people feel comfortable, like the meadow or the cows and the bulls chill. However, I also do have a lot of fire in me with the Mercury and Saturn. Sometimes I'm like, fuck, man. No, I want you to hear what I have to say now.
Clearly,
it's also why I took it more personally. Coming from you too, because I don't think of this panel. Well, I don't think of this panel as the same as the other ones, right? Like I think
that makes sense. Yes, that makes sense.
You see, Dennis, maybe. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I was gonna say, I was gonna say, bro, like, shit. I tell myself under the Machiavelli chamber, I don't want to be so transparent, but like, fuck it, like maybe this is what it comes down to, is because I do highly respect Dennison, and like I'm not just saying that because I'm trying, make up for shit, but like I really respect him a lot, and maybe sometimes it's like, oh man, can't you throw me a attaboy every now and then? And maybe he has. I just don't. It's not my type of attaboy. It's just pushback. But,
no, you're right. It's been nothing but pushback.
I dig it.
No. Okay.
You're right.
But
you're right.
That's me. That's on me, though. I guess. Yeah. I'm just. That's how I probably.
Or maybe it's just not personal. It's not personal.
Huh?
And it's not personal, and you might take it personal.
That's true. But at the same time, I took it more than I would normally because I like NPC the game.
Fuck.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Like if somebody else said that, I mean, y'all can just go back and look at the thousands of hours of proof that people say that shit to me all day, and I don't give two fucks.
I've seen that. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense too. Yeah.
And I give him, like I said, bro, there's something to be said about when people can have like a so-called argument and then fucking argument and then come back and talk about it. That's why
everybody should be like that, though. Right?
Saying that, bro.
Yeah,
that's some man shit.
That's just man shit.
I think it's just good for human relationships.
Yeah,
that
I'm sorry. I don't
have
mean
conflict.
to say women should do it too. I don't mean it that.
There you go.
Man, but I just meant I don't know. Maybe I meant it's a masculine quality or something. But definitely, you're the woman who can do that. That's the one you marry. The woman who wake up in the morning with that bullshit on her mind, dump her.
No, Rebecca's not like that.
The one who makes 2 cups of coffee. There
have to be a good woman out there who don't talk though.
Yeah,
right. Who don't talk it out.
Fuck you.
I'm
bro. Hey, Dennison, like
I'm
Rebecca,
talk
like
it
the
out.
first couple months, she barely said anything. I thought she was a mute.
Yeah, I can't.
I instantly had to get married after that.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. I would not be able to deal with that. That would drive me crazy. I would have broke up with her and never even.
Wait, the talking or not talking?
Not talking.
Oh, really? Okay.
I talk things through.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so I'm talking about conflict resolution. Right. Generally speaking, if you don't talk, that's great for conflict resolution. But if we have a conflict, then I need you to talk to me about it.
I dig it.
Yeah. If anything, I would like put my foot in my mouth and make it worse.
Yeah.
When she is quiet about it.
You can't say out for woman.
I'm like the fucking the King Schultz and Django, where he just could have shut his mouth, taken his win
and leave.
But no,
it was still even a win of a kind. It was still even a win of a kind, even though he paid full price.
It was. Yeah,
he wasn't even for sale, and no one was gonna. There was no way Candy was gonna sell her otherwise. So he still 80% won, and he couldn't let it go.
He couldn't let it go.
It was that D'Artagnan shit, though. That's why, because he felt in that moment when he didn't do something then. To see, King Schultz is the type of guy that he'll just take his gun out and kill everybody there if he has to. It's just he didn't do that,
because it would
He has to
screw
deal
up
with the
Django.
consequences.
Yeah, and then that's why it came up later. Because if he had done that, then Django would have never seen Brunhilde ever again.
Right. Ahimsa, do you ever had to bite your tongue when you knew you were right? Even maybe, or just in general.
Yeah.
Are you in a relationship?
Yes.
And so you bite your tongue sometimes.
With Max
Of
Extreme.
course. I mean, no, not with him. Thank you very much. Bite your tongue.
Yeah,
no,
you're right.
but no,
Just
yeah. Of
kidding.
course, you have to pick what's important to have a conflict over and what's irrelevant.
That's dope. What about the what Dennison said? Do you talk things out? Most people in general don't do it. They just,
No, I do. I have
Yeah.
to because I'm just like, I don't think I talk it like to the point of ad nauseum because there's always going to be things you can't solve. But I think you get to a place where you're both back on the same page.
And you
That's
mean
important.
talking, not yelling, and you being
No, I don't
all,
yell.
well, you
I don't
motherfucker,
yell.
you do this and you do that. That's not really.
No.
It's
I don't believe in keeping a laundry list of things that people do
Very
wrong
good. Very good.
because
Yeah.
I don't want if someone's holding that against me, I'm not answering for it because it's not my problem. You didn't bring up something I did a year ago. That's you. That's on your character.
Yeah.
And I should have
But
taken that as a sign a lot earlier in a lot of my relationships. Instead, I was like, "Oh, you know what? You're right. I did do that, and I should maybe get off my high horse," which is true. But at the same time, I never have the same ammunition for what you did this time and that time and the other time because I'm not thinking that way. And it's not. You're not in. It might not be a good space to be in when you're with somebody who's like categorizing and cataloging all of your faults.
Exactly. I don't want to be around anyone who's trying to convict me. Because if that's the way that you look at me, then you're never going to be on my side.
Word.
You
Call me out on my shit, right? Don't let me get too full of myself.
Yeah.
But the fact that you got it that ready, like you took the pencil out, you slid your glasses back down on your
Making
face.
notes and shit.
Yeah, you licked the tip and you're like, okay, let's go.
Okay, I'm waiting. You're right.
We weren't ever on the same team. I was just under the illusion that we were. Therefore, thank you for showing me your character when you fight. You could either correct that behavior or you can march on. That's just kind of how I look at it.
So that shit worked on me. I feel guilty and be like, oh yeah, you know what, you're right. Maybe I shouldn't be so holier than that. And then I completely forget about whatever it was that made me upset to begin with.
That happens a lot. That's a good one.
It does.
You can do that. Well, Snow and David. Yeah, Snow, get your ass up here, bro. Max ain't coming up here.
Snow, you should have.
You going everybody?
I
I shouldn't. I don't like to beg, or not begging, but it's like, damn, you going everyone else's panel.
Well, actually, she's cute, so you can beg, and it's all like just cool.
I ain't too proud to beg. Thank you, Markella. You're always welcome too. Nobody else. Lady Luck, you're good. I want to show you guys something. I thought was a gem. It's a little short video of Jung getting Carl Jung getting interviewed face to face.
I finished my studies in 1900, and I met Freud only very much later. I read. In 1900, I already read his dream interpretation and the Freud studies about hysteria, but that was merely literary, And then in 1907, I became acquainted with him personally.
Will you tell me how that happened? Did you go to Vienna?
Oh, well, I'd written a book about the psychology of dementia precox, called Schizophrenia then. And I sent him that book, and thus became acquainted. When I went to Vienna for a fortnight then, and then we had a very long and penetrating conversation.
This is dope.
And that settled it.
And this long and penetrating conversation was followed by personal friendship.
Oh yes, soon developed into a personal friendship.
And what sort of man was Freud?
Well, he was a complicated nature, I liked him very much, but I soon discovered that When he had thoughts,
Cocaine is a hell of a
it
drug.
was settled.
Oh,
While
David.
I
Yeah,
was
Freud, right?
doubting,
David Wayne, welcome. I think it's your
What
first
up,
time to
Dave?
the panel. Good to have you, bro. Peace from Kentucky.
Good to be here.
Right?
Good to be here.
Yeah.
Right on. Check out the accent. Yeah.
Looking like Vincent
I'm-
from Beauty and the Beast.
I'm here to carry Dennison's water.
Yep.
Oh God!
No, please carry.
Is it Fiji water?
No, it's smart water.
He won't let me try.
No, it's with Avion. What's Avion spelled backwards?
Naive.
Naive.
Oh my gosh, that just hit me like a ton
Is
of
that
bricks.
true?
Oh my god, I fell for it.
Avion spelled backwards. Oh my god, that's like blatant Illuminati shit. If that's true,
It is in your face.
These are my 3 favorite waters too.
Fiji, Naive.
Fuji's
Everyone has a
3,
local
Evian
brand.
is 2.
There's always a local brand that no one else has heard of that doesn't live in your state. This is not my way of trying to figure out where you guys live or anything, but like we used to have Black Mountain, and Alhambra water. Alhambra was disgusting.
yeah, I see Black Mountain all the time.
We got Deer Park, believe it or not.
You got beer?
Deer Park.
Oh, Deer Park. Okay. Okay.
I was
Kentucky
always
bluegrass.
reluctant to drink. Yeah, I was reluctant to drink that because, do the deer, are they always playing in it? Or, am I going to get a turd? You know what I'm saying?
The fish pistons and pee and do number 2 in that water, right?
Right.
Just because the
Yeah.
deer not doing it, it's still in there.
There's probably some transient doing the same thing.
That's a bomb.
it was for him to discuss something really à fond. He had no philosophical education, particularly, I was studying Kant.
Yo, that's very important. Did you hear the distinction?
I did hear
He
that.
said Freud had no philosophical. He's just strictly clinical, like medical, while I guess Jung, So was Jung technically a psychiatrist or just a psychologist?
I'd have to Google it.
Psychiatrist, psychotherapist, and psychologist.
Okay. Yeah. And he had that philosopher's bent, like he's saying right now.
Yeah, which is great.
It's interesting.
And I was steeped in it. And that was far from Freud. So from the very beginning, there was a discrepancy.
Did you in fact grow apart later, partly because of a difference in temperamental approach to experiment and proof?
That's important too, guys, right? He said from the start, there was that big difference between. So if he's more of the philosopher in general, what would Freud be coined as? More of a what?
Like you said,
Clinician.
Rationalist?
Yeah.
A technician?
A clinician.
A clinician, okay. And he says it later on, he goes, Freud always knew he had the answers while I was always asking the questions. Like, I don't know.
It seems like from that, Freud would have little patience for his philosophical point of view. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's what we'll get to that in a second. Okay. Good observation.
He was a neurologist.
Well, of course.
Who was?
Who?
Freud.
A neurologist. Okay. Oh, he studied the brain, huh? Yeah.
There is always a temperamental difference. And his approach was naturally different from mine because his personality was different from mine. That led me into my later investigation of psychological types. There are definite attitudes. Some people are doing it in this way, and other people are doing it in another typical way.
Now, Heems, can we say that like the Myers-Briggs was influenced a little bit from Jung's personality?
Well, it comes directly from his original psychological types, and what he typed Freud was an INFP, which is feeling first, internal feeling, intuitive secondary, and then you have someone like Jung, who is introverted intuition, and then external thinking is secondary. But he also kind of painted a picture of, which others did as well, of what we would call Freud as kind of narcissistic personality disorder these days, because of the approaches and how Freud took with other psychologists at that time, or people who
He seems impatient.
Yeah, he did not. He wasn't as open. So I think Jung is being very diplomatic here.
He's not throwing him under the bus at all.
No, he's not. But he could have, because they did not. Freud was instantly rather arrogant towards Jung and anyone who had a different approach.
Well, in that light, he's being generous right now.
Yes, he's being extremely generous and diplomatic.
So this man probably had to bite his tongue a lot with Jung.
Yes.
I think he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there were such differences between myself and Freud too.
Do you consider that Freud's standard of proof and experimentation was less high than your own?
Well, you see, that is an evaluation I'm not competent of. I am not my own history or my historiographer. With reference to certain results, I think my method has its merits.
Tell me, did Freud himself ever analyze you?
Oh yes, I submitted quite a lot of my dreams to him, and so did he.
And he to you, yes.
Oh yes,
yes. Do you remember now, at this distance of time, what were the significant features of Freud's dreams that you noted at the time?
Well, that is rather indiscreet to ask. You know, there is such a thing as a professional secret.
He's been dead these many years.
He wants that tea.
Yeah, yes, but these regards last longer than life.
Yeah, legend.
Woo!
Very nice.
He say regards last longer than life.
I prefer not to talk about it.
Well, may I ask
what is that? So that's like a compliment, is it, or is it a backhand compliment?
It is. No, I think it's
compliment, right?
The utmost compliment.
He's being humble. He's being real humble. You could tell.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's true, because back then there were a few schools of thought. There was Freud's, which was psychoanalysis, and then Jung's, which was completely. It was very different, and so there's many different schools of thought within psychology, and so he's not going to knock the founder of one school of thought when he's the father of a different school of thought.
That's a good point too.
Can we also say that that Freud actually hit the gate first, the barbed wire first, in a sense that like a lot of people thought he was strange talking about dreams, right? During his time, the other doctors and stuff, right? They probably
they thought he was strange for wanting to go that deep with psychoanalyzing people, and some of his theories, you know, Oedipus Rex theory, that's kind of been a little bit disproven over 100+ years, you know, and different things that he had, where everything was sex oriented for Freud.
Hi, Joe. Right, everything.
Where did Joe go? Oh, okay. Yeah, so it could have been bad internet, but yeah,
he's back.
It's but yeah,
you're not getting out that easy, Joe.
I had to switch phones. The battery was getting low.
Okay. So yeah, I always thought that up until I saw this video the other day that like he was more of like a student of Freud, like a like in the traditional
you'd had
sense.
To be though, right? I'm assuming Freud was so arrogant. The only way you can communicate with him is if you damn near a student or give some.
He was still right.
Well, they were at the same college at the same time, I believe, over there. And so Freud was in a teaching position maybe when Jung was a student, but at the same time, I think there were other teachers.
Okay.
And
you said he was right. Which one? Who was right? Freud was right, you think?
Yeah.
How so?
Especially when it comes to the Oedipus complex, I think everything is driven by sex.
Oracle.
It's what human beings are here for.
Right.
You wanting to debate me? That's cute.
Oh, she said that's cute. She did. Oh, Joe, hear that, Joe? She did cute. She did not.
It's also incorrect.
Pat him on the head. It's all about primal nature. Come on.
I don't want to debate anybody. I just agree with that concept and I see it manifest. If I apply that template to human behavior, it fits perfectly.
Yeah.
Something else then, which perhaps is also indiscreet. Is it true that you have a very large number of letters which you exchanged with Freud, which are still unpublished?
Yes.
When are they going to be published?
Well, not during my lifetime.
You would have no objection to them being published after your life?
Oh, no, not at all.
Because they are probably of great historical importance.
I don't think so.
Humble.
Then why have you not?
Maybe they're just bullshit. Talk about stupid shit. I doubt it, though. Yeah. But were those letters ever published that you guys know of?
I was gonna ask y'all.
I thought so.
Okay.
The letters between Freud and
Jung.
Young.
Yeah, he said he had a bunch that he was not going to publish during his life. He didn't say he was going to publish them at all, but he certainly specified it wouldn't happen while he was alive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they tangoed a little bit.
Yeah, because one of them was a spiritualist and the other one was a biologist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was Freud actually an atheist? Does anyone know?
Yeah, Freud?
Yeah. Yes, Freud.
Denizen?
Denizen, you know? He was.
Yes,
okay.
I think my mic was coming out.
Yeah.
They were not important to me enough. I see no particular importance in them.
They are concerned with personal matters.
Well, partially. But I wouldn't care to publish them.
Well, now, can we move on to the time when you did eventually part company with Freud?
He's on that.
It was partly, I think, with the publication of your book, The Psychology of the Unconscious. Is that correct?
That was the real cause.
Yeah.
Well, now, before you...
Oh, I mean the final course, because it had a long preparation. You know, from the beginning, I had a reservatio mentalis. I couldn't agree with quite a number of his ideas.
Which ones in particular?
Well, chiefly his purely personal approach and his disregard of the historical conditions of man. You see, we depend largely upon our history.
There's the full interview.
We are shaped through education, through the influence of the parents, which are by no means always personal. They were prejudiced or they were influenced by historical ideas or what I call dominance. And that is a most decisive factor in psychology. And we are not of today or of yesterday. We are of an immense age.
Right. Nice. Yeah. Pretty dope.
Can't lie, I was typing, can't hear and text at the same time.
Yeah. David, any thoughts about Jung? David Wayne?
I think he's been pretty humble. It makes me think there was a bigger falling out than he's leading to believe, but he's been gentlemanly.
Yeah,
interesting though that you see that there was a bigger falling out. That is interesting.
Behind the scenes, yeah. Well, he just said it at the end. What makes you say that, David?
Well, I think the guy questioning him knows more about it than he's leading into that with his questions, and the guy's just
he won't leave it alone, which makes me think, makes you think there was some meat there that he dudes avoiding. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's dope.
Yes, sir.
Well, everybody wanted there to be, and I think maybe that conversation would have been better had with Freud, because it's just not how Carl rocked it. It's in his nature to be humble and to de-emphasize his own importance.
Yeah,
I dig
that
it,
includes
by saying that, are you? Oh, yeah, Mike. Try again, Dan. Your mic was low. Okay.
Yeah, I think he would de-emphasize any schism he had between himself and Freud by nature.
But does that mean I agree with that part. Does that mean that you don't see that there was any beef? You wouldn't come to that conclusion.
No, maybe again more so on Freud's part, because he'd be more likely to take it personally and to hold a grudge. This wasn't Carl's thing.
Yeah, he seems he's like a very humble man. He's a bigger picture.
Clearly.
He's not gonna waste his energy on the thing about. Would you guys say that Jung, in terms of this YouTube scholar era, is probably one of the most influential people in terms of like the new? I don't want to say just new agey, but just
I hear
some material there.
No, I wish you were way more.
You know how when you're building something, it's several phases. You got your foundation, you got your subfloor, finished floor, your walls. He's gonna take a role in some people's cornerstone. You know what I mean?
Wait. I got most of it. What it mean in some people cornerstone? Okay, and building that foundation, he'll be in that cornerstone. I got you. All right.
And what's the importance of a cornerstone again?
That's usually your most load bearing. Like it goes. It's part of your foundation. It's old.
It's prominent. That's enough to understand what he's saying.
Takes the most weight.
It's what you build off of. Yeah.
Because he just always comes back to that, man. Yeah. So much so that when I found I don't know if you guys are familiar with the guy. He used to be popular back in the day, Michael Tessarion. Yeah, he was like a truther dude, and like I remember just hearing so much stuff about Jung and loving it, but then Michael Tessarion started talking about Freud, about how much of an influence he was in his life, and then I was like, okay, I guess I've been taking like Freud for granted. Let me see what he actually has to say. I was like blown away with some of the stuff he was saying too. In his own right.
I don't see a lot of people quoting Freud on these little intellectual circles and stuff. Like Machine Lies, them motherfuckers quote Jung and everybody. I don't hear Nietzsche is over there a lot, but don't hear a lot of Freud.
You don't hear Freud a lot?
TML is definitely Jungian, but TML is I mean that's high quality YouTube. That's most people on YouTube aren't talking about that type of shit.
No, right? They kill me. They could just say the name of an author, and they know in their head his entire philosophy. Say like say so and so in books.
I like that.
Versus I mean like, oh, I didn't read those books. I can't keep up.
I mean, you think they know the people on the panel. I'm sure there's some like Redmington for sure, and there's some other people that the real Orthodox bro over there. He knows his shit unseen. But there could be some people that they probably don't know. I know a little bit.
Look,
and that's where my source of my arrogance comes from.
I'm new to all of this. If that's the case, I'm like the opposite of Dennison. And I literally have a notebook right here. I've just wrote 3 more names down in the middle of this conversation of people I'm going to look up.
Yeah.
But that's beneficial.
Now you sound
like iron sharpens iron.
It
does. Y'all are,
David,
okay. Let's show me my iron a little bit, y'all. What was that he said lasts longer than the grave? What's the word he used? Because I wanted to remember it.
The regard.
Regard lasts longer than the grave.
Who said that? Machine?
Jung.
About Freud. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's
what would you say
the
number one differences of them? If we can sum it up. Their philosophy systems.
Dennison just said it. One was clinical biologist, medical, and then the other one was more spiritual oriented, philosophical with the subconscious.
How about this then, Oracle and panel? Why so much emphasis in the mainstream perception on Freud though, and not Jung? In terms of when we're talking about the mind and stuff.
If you want my opinion, it's because we have in the Western mankind moved into a less holistic view of treatment and more
Mm-hmm.
specialized. So when you take someone like Freud, who is extremely specialized in biology and is superior in
He's
that
gonna get more
attribute.
respect in this Western
Yes.
culture. Yeah.
Yeah, because the Western culture doesn't really value a whole
Right.
being, you know,
Yeah.
a
And dig
complete
it.
person.
Yeah.
That's
Dig
my
that.
opinion. That's
Wow,
just my
That's
sounds
true. I
opinion.
get
logical.
that. And Jung was
Correct.
studying a lot of ancient, as I said back then, Oriental philosophies as well as
Archetypes,
like
yeah.
Druids and all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff, but a lot of Eastern stuff. Kind
All
of
right,
like
Yeah,
Alan
Eastern.
Watts.
social
The way Jung
anthropology.
put it in that interview too was he called it a personal approach,
Oh,
which
your
was
mic was so shitty right there.
Say it again, Dennison.
the way Jung put it in the interview too was he called it a personal approach.
A
And
personal approach.
yeah,
Mm.
it was his
Freud.
way of diplomatically saying Freud was more of an individualist and didn't take the collective human experience into context, including
Yeah.
archetypes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I
And
take away
that,
from Jung on a quick skim of him. Collective unconscious, putting that in my vernacular. I never heard
that's
it before.
industrial America in
Yeah.
a nutshell.
Yeah.
So that's why those, he's far more capitalistic and individualistic in his approach and in his analyses.
Yeah. Yeah, because even in that video we were watching when the guy was talking about Jung's interpretation of the dreams, his system doing it, it reminded me the fact that it's not just me what I'm doing in the dream, but Jung also wanted us to ask ourselves, what does it mean to the collective or community or that we're in?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of us, I don't think about that sometimes.
I
In the
do. I
dream.
did too much.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
I used
You're
to. I
an
don't
empath or something?
anymore. I used to be much more so before, like picking up on the collective, like with what I did with the exposure story.
Mm-hmm.
That was picking up on the collective unconscious for like several years before it actually manifested. That was my part in it, but whatever. It's just kind of I'm not as empathetic as I used to be,
Yeah.
and I don't feel like I need to be, but yeah, there's a time and a place for empathy, I guess, but it's sometimes people can't afford that.
And it's
Because
less important than actually doing a thing.
yeah, that's
I've done the other way around.
Empathy is
I've held on to my empathy as an internal feeling and let go of it as a behavior in order to focus on myself and to be more deliberately selfish.
Mm-hmm.
God, this mic is worse than the last one.
And it's funny because, like, NPC would say, my Saturn is in Leo. So
I don't know what that means.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so is mine. That's why we're around the same age, huh? Yeah.
I just thought it was funny that, like, giving up the prioritization of the social well-being in order to focus on one's personal health.
I'm still
is
tripping.
like,
He said my Saturn is in Leo, and you knew what that meant. That's still just wow.
The only reason I know what that means, sorry, real quick, is just because it's the only reason I know that my Saturn is in Leo is also the only reason I know what it means, and that's because I was banging some witch broad and she made me do all this shit.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but I guess
Fascinating.
I actually run a lot of things. Do you have any witch broads on the panel?
Look at this kitty.
Not a witch broad, thank you.
No, I run a lot of things through my own perspective. Maybe I think that's a Scorpio trait. I did it again, but always, in order to connect with people deeply, I kind of I have no bones. I have no qualms about this, seeing how I see it through. You know what I mean? That's probably why I say stuff like that. That's my language.
Yeah, and I'm way more open like that when it comes to relationships too. And by the way, to ring your bell again, my Venus is in Scorpio.
Motherfucker!
Oh shit! Damn, so is mine.
Huh.
We have the same birthday.
I don't see wind talkers. Y'all be wind talkers on the battlefield somewhere. My Scorpio's in Horizon. My
Okay,
Scorpio's in Horizon.
Joe, you're learning. So, what is Scorpio? What do you think of Scorpio? What comes to mind? That's the most
girl, don't
important.
put me on the spot. I don't know, mad. I don't know. It's just a guess.
That's good. I mean, that's a good start.
Yeah, that's
That's
close.
something.
That's
what I want. I
close.
want you to,
Yeah.
dude. I want you
That's
to
all.
encourage you, like, to think about, like, when we say the sign, to think, okay, like Scorpio, maybe Sirius, fucking,
okay, if he says Scorpio is in
or what is another
Leo,
one? No, black and white.
No, my
That's the
Venus is a
moon.
Scorpio. My Saturn's the moon.
Huh?
Oh, see.
And Saturn
Are you
is all about
gaslighting?
lessons.
Are you being serious?
No, I'm being.
I
I'm
can
just-
tell
in the sense that-
Dennison's full of shit right now, or if he's being dead serious. He's
It's
so
probably
good.
50-50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, here's how you can deal with me. I rarely ever do things just to amuse myself.
Okay.
I want everybody to be in on the joke. So if you don't get why it's funny after a certain amount of time, I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just telling the truth.
Oh shit. Okay.
No, but Joe, I want you to get the, like, just, I don't know, just think about what the signs mean or whatever. Maybe I need to give you a list to look at.
Yeah, just
It's
the basic
dynamic.
shit to start. Right?
It is a.
'Cause I don't know.
it's a
I don't know
working-
that much about astrology, bro. It's just like I think I know some of the
I've heard
basics,
you
what they
speak
mean, the
different
symbols and
languages
stuff.
with the women in here. I don't understand when y'all fucking when she hop up here or Markella or whoever. Y'all three can have a conversation.
Markella
I have
don't
no
talk about
fucking whoever the
Yeah,
third. That's
yeah.
another
See that on me
chick.
too. When they do that, I'm out, Joe.
very
I'm gone. I got no idea what they're saying.
Right. I don't know.
I'm
it's not like,
I'm at the baby level, you know.
yeah.
Yes.
No, like
I'm
Orca
not-
and I are talking about, like, you know, like the conjunctions. We don't like that, do you? Oracle?
What? Wait, what?
When
we
y'all
talk
talk that shit, the
like
fucking
jargon,
astrology shit,
astrology?
I have no idea what you're talking about, and
Well,
like I said, I've looked into it.
I would say that for Carl Jung, since we're going to come full circle here, he would treat patients, but then very difficult ones where he could not break on through to the other side. He would actually pull their astrology chart to
Interesting.
Give him some
to
insights.
to give
Oh, he
some
would?
deep insight. Yeah, he absolutely would. That's
Wow.
where
I
he got
just
some
lost
of the
respect for the dude.
Joe.
No,
Come on.
You're a big
here's why
Come
you
on.
here's why you shouldn't lose respect. He was true to the craft. It was only when he
Exactly.
exhausted his own personal knowledge and
Yeah.
tools
desperate.
that he gave consideration to the alternative. And if it helped, it helped.
Yeah, I hear you because I'm trying
That's
to.
science, man. That's how science works.
Is that
That's
right?
Yeah.
That's
Is that like a
true.
man
In
who
order-
like exhausted their patience with women and they go to the, like, what
I mean,
Hormaxer
it's
was?
just women. It could
No,
be
no,
men too.
I was
don't
using
give
a
a fuck how
Hormaxer
tired
example.
I get of
Oh,
women.
yeah.
Oh,
Man is
yeah,
not
No, that's not how that works.
Because I'm tired of women. That's not a
That is not how that works.
No,
I
no.
am tired of women. Okay, literally tired of women. It ain't gonna make me fondle some balls. I just realized I need to keep women as friends and then not let it go any further than that.
Preach.
So, are you
Preach.
switching teams?
No, that's
He
the
is
that's the
saying-
point. That is not how that works.
Okay.
You do not get tired of women and then start fondling balls.
She's a
All right,
trickster,
you-
guys. Look out.
That means that you always like to fondle balls, and women was your journey to fondling balls.
It's just
That's what that
wise
means.
to try everything. I go exhausted all other options. Perhaps I need a boyfriend. Fuck
Now, see, I'm not necessarily against that. That's just not how I roll. I am
Fuck that.
closed-mindedly
Gotcha.
heterosexual.
Hey,
I
baby,
need
how
a
you
science,
doing?
bro.
Morning,
Yeah, go
baby.
ahead, Dave.
That's what I was
science,
just
bro.
making. Yeah, I need a science, bro. I've been single for 5 years now, and it's done. Like I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely. I
That's
I
fine.
can hear it in your voice.
Right?
Yeah, I got 3 kids. I got 3 kids that, and I've literally been in my room playing video games. I'm 40.
How long were you with that chick
Oh, you
then?
did?
Off and on for about 13 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And,
When did you
and it
know?
was-
Let me ask you one more. When did you know? Now, when did you leave her? When did you know, in retrospect, that you should have left her? How many years into it did you, in retrospect, know this is not going to work?
That's some cold-blooded shit you say to a motherfucker
I don't
before
know.
you bust a cap in his ass.
Okay,
it feels
Jules.
like I was just supposed to deal with it. I was a Cancer, she was a Scorpio.
You niggas, yo!
He's a ball buster.
Hey,
Scorpio.
Yeah, we were destined to be stuck together for life. We were destined to be stuck together for life, and
hate
that's
it.
the children. That's the children.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying? We'll never. And then she never changed. She had a certain lifestyle she lived before we got together that I didn't know about. And then
One of
she
those,
kind
huh?
of continued living that. I grew up in church. Like I was a good boy. I was like 20 years old before I even saw I even broke the V card. Like I was a good boy. She was the second girl I was ever with.
So you went with
It's
50
almost like
girls.
it was almost like I was supposed to have never even had sex. I don't know. It's weird. It almost disgusts me. I have my moments where I'm like, I just want somebody to share life with. But it's
Freud,
rare.
Freud, where are you, Freud?
It's rare.
Bro, how do you do that?
Yeah.
It's not like you're about to cry. You're like a good actor. I felt that. I
Yeah.
just want somebody to... That's the Cancer
I
lit.
love me.
You can tap into that.
Yeah, the empathy, my empathy is like it's okay, but if you tell me your leg broke, or if I see an image on TV, like just in a movie of a broken bone sticking through the meat, I can feel that shit. Like I can feel that in my leg. Like so,
you got to watch
if
what
that
you
means
watch, then, huh?
Yeah,
it's weird. And
I
then,
could see that on a real video, seeing the empathy. I think that, but in a movie, that's heavy. I guess that's a
Stay away
different.
from Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Right, that was.
Oh gosh,
especially when you're pregnant.
What the
Right?
fuck?
Oh, you got it. You got it. That's
Yeah, you got it. Let's go.
Yeah, I got it.
Helter Skelter's going down.
People engage in voyeurism to feel.
Do
I
they?
remember when I was
Logical.
little, I would notice a certain way somebody would laugh. And when we hang out with our friends, we almost kind of take on like their mannerisms,
It's
or we have
logical,
similar
yeah.
mannerisms. I remember, trying to walk a certain way when I was young just to see what it made that person feel like. And I didn't really note none of this stuff. It was stuff I looked back on.
When you say
Yeah.
walk, when you say what you just said, you mean you would mock them?
I see that's I
But it's
wouldn't
one thing
I
if you
wouldn't
did it,
not
if
where
you
they were
walk
even
like them
aware.
for
Not when
okay.
they were aware of it.
So
I would be
you're
on my
okay.
own.
All right, that's
Yeah,
right.
it
Okay.
would. And then because of that too, you never would catch me doing that deliberately out of making fun of. I never made fun of people.
What
I
did
was the
you
one that got picked on.
what were you trying to learn? Was there something
I
you
don't.
admired that you were trying to
It was built in. I think. I just wanted to see why. They had those mannerisms. What it made them feel like. You know what I
that's
mean?
interesting. Yeah. That's interesting.
I've
It's
heard that
almost.
the Virgos, that could be seen as a Virgo trait. The parroting.
Oh, I messed up a while ago.
Parroting.
She wasn't.
Parrot like a
Yeah.
Their mother wasn't a Scorpio. I meant to say Virgo.
Well, there you go.
I said Scorpio, I think,
Wow.
that was
Oh, well, that explains it all. Virgo. I
They're
don't
I'll say about Virgo,
they're
Joe, real quick. A tendency is like what characteristics? They're very analytical, like engineers. The way they look at things, very critical. Which is why our best comedians are Virgos, like Cat Williams and Dave Chappelle.
Oh yeah.
They're good at picking up things.
Dave Chappelle is good at that.
Matt Rife. Yeah.
Matt Rife, yeah.
What kind of guy am I? I'm Googling Matt Rife. I'm YouTubing Matt Rife, but I let all those other great names slip by. But the comedian who's introspective, suddenly I've got to look him up.
Yeah, now I'm writing stuff down, David. Got me writing shit down now. So we got George Carlin, one of the ultimate, right?
I like him. He's a Taurus. Yeah.
He is? I thought he was Gemini. Wow.
George Carlin? No, he's a Taurus with a Gemini moon.
Okay.
Like me. Yeah, no. Him and Tina Fey both are Tauruses with Gemini moon like me. So I like both of them. But no, I liked them before. I just like, oh, that's why I get their humor.
Mm-hmm. It's like a cosine. Like, oh yeah, that explains it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gemini moon, because Gemini we can say can be like variety, maybe even fickle, optimistic, like taking in a lot of data and stuff. How does that correspond with the moon when you pair it up with the moon?
Does that mean Gemini are extroverts? Does that mean most Gemini are extroverted? Yeah.
Oh
Yeah, pretty much, but it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier when you're fighting. I'm not gonna keep a laundry list of all the things you've done that are dumb or stupid or hurtful.
Injustice collector, they call them.
Scorpio moon might.
They might. I find that is destructive for relationships unless I'm like at the very end and I'm like, see you, bye. Then I might give you the benefit of the doubt of telling you all the things that But no, on the whole, no. It doesn't make sense to hold
I don't
on to
even
stuff like that.
remember. I don't
What
even
your moon
remember
is,
shit
Joe?
like that.
Yeah. Do you let things go, Joe?
I was just saying. I don't even remember a friend of mine who has those characteristics. Remember, Joe, when you did this to me, and to him it'd be something. I'll give you the example. I probably shouldn't say this, but that's dumb. He didn't have no money. We were going to see some chicks. No, he wanted some smack before we left out to go deep south and see these girls. And I opened up the foil because we were outdoors, and I covered up half of it with my hand, and the other half I blew. I thought, the other one was covered up my finger. And when I lifted my finger, I blew that shit too. I was like, oh man, I'm sorry. It was a mistake though. I tried to cover it up. I thought it would work out, blah, blah, blah. And we're talking about 30 years later, this nigga still bringing shit up, man. In no way I remember the shit I did to you, nor you did to me fucking way back then, yo. Even period, even if here, I have a very short memory when it comes to that. Very fucking short memory. And it don't bother me. You called me names and stuff. Even if we grappled and shit, and probably tomorrow I'm the same guy who I was yesterday. We're fine. I won't be holding a grudge. I'm not mad at you. You said something crazy and got drunk and called me the hard R last night. You don't have to wake up in the morning, motherfucker, feeling like, Joe still salty. No. Your dumbass got drunk last night, revealed yourself, nigga. I might troll you, but that's about it.
Exactly.
Is that
Trolling
forgiving?
is fun, though.
Is that forgiving or just forgetting it? It's like, fuck it.
Well, I also have to. I'm one of the guys that feel like I have to say something. I'm not going to let you keep repeating the same thing over and over if it's something we need to get past in our communication. So if it's necessary, I'm obligated to bring it up, right? If you understand what I'm saying. If me and you are going to be friends and you keep doing something that I think is just immoral or jeopardizing the friendship with you and your mom or you and your kid, and you're unaware, I'm gonna at least bring it up and say something. I won't nag you about it. You're a grown man, but I have to open my mouth and say, yo, I think you're making a misstep right there. But that's loving too, I think. I wouldn't nag you, motherfucker. I'm not gonna try and force you to do something. It's not in my nature. Yeah. If I didn't care, I'd keep my mouth shut, or even worse, I'd be like, yeah, fuck that bitch.
Yeah, I only come across a few people I thought that didn't care. Doesn't mean we didn't disagree and shit, but there's only a few people I come across. Have you guys ever come across a person that they seem like they don't know how to care?
I've ended like decade-long relationships realizing the person didn't even care about me.
Yeah.
And wait, it took all of that time?
I mean,
it's this chick like
it wasn't a chick in this particular case.
Like
I'm
a friend.
thinking of really.
It sounded like a friend, a male friend.
Yeah.
He said it wasn't a chick. I thought, dude. I was like, wait a minute. All right, so it wasn't a relationship like that. Like I'm thinking. Wow.
No, 15 years. I thought I was friends with a guy until I realized he was not only a complete narcissist, but that he didn't care about me.
Well, I guess both would probably have to be.
When you look back, Dennison, though, do you have the King Schultz moment when you see all the instances where you saw shit?
It's something. I don't know how to describe it. It's just the way I see it is I internalize it and I see it from the perspective of how I could have done better. And I really do give people way too much benefit of the doubt. I really do.
You learned that.
There's so much. Yes, absolutely, but it's something that I'm actively trying to change now.
Yeah, this thing like is discernment is great, and when we love a motherfucker or we love what they make us feel, our discernment may be off a little bit because we wanted to be around that person so much.
Yeah.
I should point out, maybe for context, people who actually know me, and have known me for like most of my life or know me for several years, they don't say any of the things that people on YouTube say about me.
Right on.
Like my friends constantly telling me that I have rose-colored glasses, and then I give people way too much benefit of the doubt.
Do they say you're direct?
Yes, they do say I'm direct.
That's kind of your
Yeah, he
quality on
seems
the
direct.
internet. Yeah.
I like that. I think you're very intellectual. I don't think you're a Debbie Downer. I was joking earlier with that. But I do like your directness and how you have a tendency to like be very logical when you're talking with people.
It helps in a conversation. They go so much faster when you get that.
Yeah.
Some of my directness comes from my over-optimism, right? Like it's, like when I say it, I don't see it as negative at all.
Right.
I hardly even see it as critical.
Right.
I wouldn't feel comfortable calling it criticism, but it comes across to the other person as passive aggressive, disrespectful motherfucker. So this is my curse. I don't know.
I think you got to live with that shit. Most motherfuckers take any criticism, and I'm using the word as an attack. If you say, man, I think you suck at singing, suddenly they're not your friend anymore. I was just making an observation, man. I think you're bad at it. Suddenly you think I don't like you anymore. I can't believe Joe did that to me. What the fuck?
I'm sorry. I don't want to be friends with people that sensitive. Oh my god, it's too much
Yeah.
work
Yeah.
and it's too high maintenance, and I am not the high maintenance friend.
And think about the different layers to it too. Like, what if I suck at singing and I tell you suck at singing? You know what I mean? Like, who am I to judge?
Yeah.
Or what if I think you're not that good of a singer, but you're better than me? Like,
right.
What if you're a really bad singer and you're about to go on open mic night and your best friend doesn't tell you? I've got an obligation to tell you suck at singing. Otherwise, I'm an a-hole. I mean, that's just not right to me.
Yeah, go ahead. And what kind of friend is out there? You got this. You're the best ever heard. Just push you out there on the stage, knowing they think you're the worst tone deaf fuck they've ever heard. What does that say about
That's mean.
What happens after you get booed?
At you.
What happens after you fail too? Are they still going to continue to gaslight you?
Yeah, they will. The crowd, they don't know shit. All 4,000 of those people were wrong. They don't know shit. They don't understand singing. Fuck them. That's the worst.
And I feel like those people are always telling me what an asshole I am.
Which people?
The
guy that'll like even after you fail at fucking Idol, and they're still telling you how great of a singer you are. Those are the people who like tell me that I'm a rude piece of shit and an asshole because I'll be like, Jesus Christ, buddy, I couldn't stand your fucking singing. I'm so glad it's over,
Right.
Don't quit your day job, buddy.
Right. Oh my god.
I don't go on open mic, but the closest thing to my artistic chamber is live streaming and making videos and podcasts. And I have to say, my friends offline, like, I used to show them, try to share with them stuff, and they're like, it's good, whatever. Some of them liked it, other ones didn't. I finally been like, it's okay, and it's kind of like we let each other do our own things in that sense.
Yeah, they're just not into it.
They're just not into it.
Yeah.
That'd be different though if I was into YouTube and I came and watched your stream. I was like, damn, you suck at this, dog. You know what I'm saying? That's not the same as someone just being like, meh.
Yeah, that would be tough. But if you did, though, I guess in the end, that's
what if they think you
love.
suck, but your friend from the street come watch your show, they think it suck, and they tell you, oh, great job. I think you're going places, man. Keep at it. When you don't know, but they think, oh my God, this boring shit. What is he doing?
Oh, if
How
they think
embarrassing.
that, like my thing is like shit. Like I don't care. And it's I do I want them to like it, but it's not the end all be all. It's like I get it. Because
Right.
as it is, I don't really my friends, they don't go online like that,
Right.
social media and
Yeah.
YouTube. So it's like I don't really everyone's opinion's valid. However, they don't hold that much weight to me. Either way,
Need
good or bad, what they
constructive.
say.
It needs to
Yeah.
be constructive. If it's coming from a friend and you suck at singing and they're
Mhm.
trying to be like, hey, you suck at singing,
Yeah.
you know, and they're not picking at you, they're just trying to keep you from
Right.
embarrassing yourself.
Right.
You got to take it as
Suck it
constructive
up. Yeah.
criticism.
In fact,
Yeah.
be grateful. I'm at the point where I thrive on niggas like Dennison because everybody else
Yeah.
hides so much shit. It's refreshing to get a direct motherfucker once and again. You chase them
Yeah.
like you're a broad or something.
If I got a booger hanging out of my nose, I
Say
expect my
so.
bro to tell me first. Don't let me go
Right.
out there and embarrass
Oh
myself.
man, yeah, like broccoli in your teeth. I just
Yeah.
oh my gosh, you let me walk out of the restaurant with broccoli in my teeth and you saw
Yeah,
it
and
and
you
you didn't call. Well, I didn't want you to feel bad. It didn't bother me. I'm like, well, that's just wrong. But yeah, I've
I
seen
walked
that.
up on the corner. It was like 8 buddies up there, and one of them got shit on his face, and everybody just talking and laughing. As soon as I walk up, what's up, y'all? What's up, man? What's this shit on your face? Wait a minute, all 8 niggas ain't none of these niggas tell you they ain't your friends, man. What kind of niggas you hanging out with? You know,
No, I told that the flow state before. I'm like, bro, you're in this debate on Sarah's and your mic and shit is not even plugged in with the dynamic parts not plugged in, and none of the people on your panel
Right.
said anything about it.
Right.
This whole time it's like
That's
I
crazy.
have your back, shit, bro.
Oh wow.
No, but I do have some friends that they have mastered the art, in my opinion, of keeping me accountable, but also glazing too.
Buddy,
Like-
Buddha. That Buddha seems like you're a guy who does that. Buddha.
Yeah,
He's a
no,
long-term
he's
friend.
good. Yeah, he's very supportive, but he'll believe me. He'll let me know.
Right.
He's like, you gone too far, man. You got a little too far, dog. Like, ugh.
There's also
I
if
wouldn't
you
have done
build up, you can build up with glaze and then get away with saying more shit too. There's also
This
that
is true.
approach.
Yeah.
So like you
Yeah.
don't
That's
have
why
to
I'm
be
so
that
nice
good
to
in the moment. You don't have to be that articulate in the moment.
If
You
you
just
put
have
your
to
work
have a
in.
lot of you just have
It's
to have a
credit,
lot of
right?
reserve credit.
You bank
Yeah,
credit
right.
That
on
capital.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
capital. Yeah. Nah, but
This
he'll let
is
me
true.
know. There's been like that Neve shit. I remember the
Yeah.
first time I was waiting for him to like be like, yeah, you gave it
Co-sign that shit.
Yeah, and he's like,
right.
I don't know, man. He's like, you went kind of hard on it. And when he says something like that, that means I went really hard.
I
I'm
died
just
laughing, right? Because I know you one way. And you was like, no, we don't need to show the clips. I'm like, fuck it. I don't even go back and look at shit. I went back and looked. I died laughing, bro. Some of the shit that
that
come
was a
out your
good one.
mouth. Whoa. Oh,
Yeah, that's a
fuck.
mini crash out kind of.
It was a mini crash out. It was
Did you hear
good.
my friend though was worse? The shit that he was saying, my friend Shift. I don't know
That's
where he's
right.
at.
You had a motherfucker
He was,
co-signing it.
that motherfucker was going crazy.
Yeah.
Like
I don't like
and
them. I got a buddy. It don't
I
matter
like
what
Shift.
I do. He always says, "You're right, Joe." I don't like that. And he's probably my best friend,
man.
You're
longest in
right,
my
Joe.
life. It don't matter what, man. The other
Is
person's
he from
always
Chicago?
wrong. Yeah, he grew up in the house
Oh
next to me.
shit.
That's the worst.
You're right, Joe.
The other person's always
It's
wrong.
not the worst, but it's definitely not the best.
Yeah.
Would you rather
It's
be
the
the other way where they're
worst.
constantly shitting on you constantly,
That's probably
even when it's not warranted?
right. You can't be
I
around
I think
that
don't
that's the
guy.
worst.
know. I mean, I think they're both equally bad for the same reason.
Mm.
This is why some people they shut off their comments for that reason. Part of that reason. I know
For
some bigger
what?
YouTubers, they don't even fuck around with the comment. They said, I don't want to be gassed up by your praise,
Right.
and I don't want to be taken down if I'm in a bad mood by your.
Well,
I wish I
That
could do that.
actually that makes
I don't.
sense
No,
actually.
it does, but I don't believe. I
It's
didn't
kind of
see the
boring
man
though.
who's large
It
enough
is,
to kill
yeah.
his comments
Yeah.
for that reason. I'm too
I wouldn't.
glass half empty on this shit. I believe
Yeah.
anybody that's killing that shit is killing it for a different reason, and they're trying to whatever you call that shit, a virtue signal. No, I did it because I'm not worthy of the praise, and because I don't accept this. So no, I don't. That's a real
You
thing,
think
and
they're
that's
hiding
how
that
it
shit?
should be. but I ain't seen that dude.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
the guy I
know
talk
who
about, he's
anybody
dead
you're
now.
talking. Yeah, I don't know anyone like that, but
Brother
it
Panic.
makes no sense about being on here if you're gonna shut off your comments
Right.
because what is the purpose of being a
Yeah,
YouTube
that
entertainer if you're not
Well,
actually gonna allow that segment of entertainment?
to communicate.
well, people have different reasons for being a YouTuber. You know.
Yeah,
His was
well,
Yeah,
explain
but
his
the
class.
problem is the platform is inherently
Yeah.
chat orientated. That's the like I would like to do that. I would like to just turn off all the comments, the chat and everything. But you
Yeah.
can't. You need some level of engagement here.
Right.
It's just the nature of the platform, unfortunately. What I've been
Do you
thinking
remember the
about
old-
maybe doing is like recording conversations first and then editing them and then premiering them live and see
I
if that's
wonder why
enough.
more people don't do that.
Especially if I watch it with my audience, then they might not be bored. They're like, "Oh, Denizen's here," and maybe even the other person that I was talking to is there, but
Bring
we're
them up
not on the panel anymore.
Bring them up on panel.
I got-
When you're like you're reviewing your own shit in a great conversation, commenting like NPC do for a few minutes, bring up a motherfucker. What do you think about that? Was I right when I said that?
Yeah, that's a good idea, Jensen. Do you mean like literally premiering it? Because if you
Yeah.
literally premiere it, you can't bring people on the panel.
Well,
You can engage in the chat, but if you actually like
Yeah.
we're doing here, and you're premiering your video, you know, with the possibility of an open panel, which one do you mean? Just
I mean,
premiering it?
premiering, and the
Okay.
only live interaction is that I'm
Engage with
watching
the
it.
chat.
Yeah, I'm watching
Yeah.
it with
Okay.
you.
That's the
and
thing too. That's the thing. You're right.
That's how I got in that beef with Provo a couple months ago off of Premiere, watching one of those.
Provo sensitive.
In the damn chat. Yeah. But
I can do a
they were
YouTube
cool
stream
now.
too. Like when my channel before it got hit over and over again, and I actually had people coming to it.
Right.
I would do chill streams where we didn't talk about anything. We just listened to music and smoked weed and had a good time.
All right.
And so I know how to engage with the chat and do that.
Right.
But that's not the beef of like the meat and potatoes of what I wanted to do. The meat and potatoes was supposed to be the discussion that the audience can engage with if they want to.
It must
It's
be.
the discussion is the real product, right?
It seems egotistical. At least it could be saying egotistical. The guy who cuts off his comments doesn't have to engage anyone, and just what he said is God-like. You know, that it could come off like that too.
Yeah, that's how Brother Panic, rest in peace. Like that's how he was. He was a Taurus sun sign. He was very stubborn, but
that explains it.
But his stubbornness. But like a lot of us that watched him liked that part about him in his like you said, that God mode.
Yeah,
when he was because he was a lecturer basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, well, that's different. Yeah.
But he would roast people in the live chat though. It's just that in the comments after that shit's been shut off. That was shut off for like the 10 years he was streaming. I don't even know anybody else that did that really.
I know people who do it, and I know people who've asked me to do it and all of that shit, and it's always because something in there gets them emotional. It's always that.
People who like me on YouTube, they put comments in my streams. They don't actually comment on my streams, and then like at large, nobody comments on my streams.
Yeah,
right.
Most
Afterward,
people I noticed in the panelverse, they don't make any too much comments, and after the video is published, so everything's in the stream in the live chat.
I don't watch it afterwards. If I wasn't here,
Mhm.
there's a 99.9% chance I have not seen the episode.
I mean, this is kind of related. My issue right now is I love playing copyrighted music so much that that when I play it, it's fine like right now. But if I want to monetize the video, I have to cut it out, and that kills the chat. The
It
live
only
chat.
works with small channels, and even then, they'll fuck you up sometimes.
Yeah, I don't
you
care
play the
about the live
Eagles
chat.
or something.
Hey, I'm gonna
don't care
jump
about
off. Nice catching up with you
All
guys.
right, it's
Take
great
care.
having you.
All right, take care. Thank
Bye,
you for
Miss
coming up.
Alexander.
Yeah. Oh, we look at Guara Hargani, the most conscious person in the panel. What's up? We got a handoff like the baton. Alexander, the ganja shaman. What's up, bro? Good to see you. Thanks for coming up,
Blessings,
man.
everybody.
Blessing, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you,
Greetings.
Tim.
Good.
Yeah, Alexander's a legend out there. I'm sure you guys have met him. If you
does
haven't,
it-
this is my friend Alexander.
You make me want to smoke, man. Does that make me prejudiced or something? I just want to smoke my blunt suddenly looking at you, man. Does that say something about me or you?
I can't see him. What does he look like?
He's got like the Rastafari hat on. Look
Dude.
Oh,
like
the
he laid
Rastafari.
back.
You know,
Look like he
I
finna
was waiting
smoke
for him to
something,
move because
yo.
he didn't move at first. I'm like, is this the Avatar? Or is this live?
No, I'm very chill. I'm very grounded, you know. Yeah, I'm
that's
in the
awesome.
Caribbean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Your moon's in
Alexander,
Jupiter's orbit.
you guys, you're talking about the numerology and stuff. What year is this as a whole for the collective right now? We messing with.
Well, it's a 9 energy, so you're gonna be feeling it most. All people that are in has 9 life path or has a 9 number in one of the core main numbers. So the 9 is basically is the completion, your ending of a cycle. So you have to wrap up things, right? Anything that you've been working on, you have to wrap up. And things that no longer serve your higher purpose, which could be people or things, you have to let go and
Alexander,
make. Yes.
does that mean that this is happening to society as a whole? It is our time right now that we should be wrapping shit up, or that we are wrapping shit up, or does it just apply to the individual?
No, it's for the whole society. That's why you're
and I-
seeing right now things of the past is also the 9 refer of things of the past coming back to the present moment for you to face and overcome. That's
Like
why you're seeing a
racism.
lot.
I'm kidding. Go ahead. I'm kidding,
I don't
not
know.
kidding. It's
Oh
crazy with the
yeah.
racism shit. I don't mean to derail, but it's crazy right now with the courage that all these Nazi fucks got to come out the woodworks and shit. You ain't seen this shit since the 60s.
It's
What
wild, man. I've
Nazi?
never been called the N word so much in the last year. I
Right.
mean, as a kid a couple times, but this shit is
And
wild.
let's not forget the hatred for the immigrants. Go home. It's like, ooh, you look at these people foaming at the mouth. They hate these motherfuckers so much.
Well, I know where to start with that. You said about the immigrants. Well, yeah. Well, let's start with the immigrants. Yeah. Well, also against immigrants, illegal immigrants, especially coming to Aruba. The crime rate has gone up. Also in the Netherlands, it's depending. You see, I'm not against legal immigration. The people coming to your country has to be vetted. You have to know who is coming in. The crime in the U.S. has gone up a lot with the illegal immigrants.
In
There's
the
some people
U.S.?
want a better life. Yes, in the U.S.
Okay. I heard
Yes,
that
in the
was not
U.S.
true. I heard the
No, if
average
ever.
immigrant is more employed, does every crime less than the average American, and all sorts of. I heard the opposite of what you're saying.
Oh no. Well, most of them. See, I imagine all of you or most of you live in the U.S. You're a taxpayer person, and most
From
of
the
the
US.
tax is going for the immigrants. What about the veterans?
You don't really
The homeless
believe most
veterans.
of our taxes go toward the immigrants, right? Our taxes just
Oh
paying
no,
on the debts.
no, but no, yes, no, but a big portion of it is going to that, and it could
No, it
go
is
to
not.
something else.
It is not really
Yes, it
though.
is. Yes, in the New York, it was into the billions. Yes,
Yes,
billions go.
yes.
And
Yeah, when you
in
look at
England,
what
it's
they
the same.
contribute, financially, I just looked this shit up recently, and
Yes.
what they pay toward them, the difference isn't that great.
Okay. So you're saying keep pushing money into that
No,
and
I'm
not the school
saying
system?
I am saying anyone who uses that little money, amount of money, and has this much anti-immigrant shit, it's emotional. It is something in your body that you got to figure out, because really, one bomber is the difference between could feed the homeless for years. One bomber. So if we're arguing over someone who got food stamps. This lady gets $80 a week on food stamps. She's an illegal. I would get that $80. No, you wouldn't. There's some emotional shit going on there that needs to be addressed.
I've seen in the Battleverse, especially the last couple of days, quite a few people lose their mind with their streams about this LA rioting stuff.
Yeah, I've been watching it yesterday too after work.
Yes, and it's all some of it seems like dog whistling.
It is a lot of dog whistling going on. Yes, I love it though because everybody's revealing themselves. I said this earlier. This is on one of my buddy's streams. He's Hispanic. He's legal and all of that shit. He might even be second generation and shit. I put that in his chat or whatever. This is revealing all the people's true feelings. And to me, that's always a positive. People feel confident to say shit they would have never said right now, unless this happened.
Alexander, is that part of the 9 too? People just more
especially this month, yeah, because this month is a 6th universal month, and people emotions are getting easily triggered. The last time, if I go back to exactly when we were in this period of time, was 1989, and in June, you had a protest in China that the Chinese should.
Square.
Yes, that happened in the same time. Same month and same year, because it was a snake year and a 9 universal year, and then the same month.
Now.
So yes,
all those three things happen as we speak.
My birthday is the 29th, and I definitely have some stuff that I'm trying to get wrapped up. I'm starting my own business. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
things that have been stopping me that I've allowed to slow me down. I've had those realizations over the last month or so. Yeah.
Okay. You're born on the 29th. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. People that are born, you have the 11 energy. So people that are born on the 11 or has the 11 energy are very charismatic. Charisma. They have a charisma with them.
Charismatic.
They're a good talker. Yeah. Good talker and very intuitive, and you're very sensitive to energy around you.
Yeah.
That's date. Yeah. Joe Cool, what's your birthday? The date, like the date, the 20-something, 5th or what?
Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm muted. 28th. I said it like 6 times. Like 28th.
Like, okay, Joe Cool. I'm not that intuitive. That 10, Alexander. Maybe he's the 28.
June, I'm a Cancer too. If that helps.
What's up?
28. That is. Yeah, I'm just going by the day. Yeah, people. If you're born on the 28, 28 represent wealth. So that you work hard, you will get wealth easily. Most people that are born on 28 or the sum of the life, it adds to 28, which is all the wealthy people of the world, Larry Page, Elon Musk, all of them have the number 28 in their chart, or they're born on the 28.
Joe always seems like I can picture him always being around money all the time.
No, when I work,
did he have it? I don't know, but he was always around it.
When I work, I definitely get bread, but I take off 4 months at a time like it ain't nothing. But you're right. You know, if I put my mind to working, fuck. I work a few months a year, man, and I fucking get to travel all over the place and have bread.
Yeah. Some people just bust their ass like for fucking every day of the year, and they barely have 2
I'd be like,
I
would take off 3 months, right, and travel the entire 3 months. That's pretty.
I just recently starting to get money like that now.
What's your month? The person born on the 28th. What's the month?
June. This month.
June. Okay. Interesting. And the year?
67.
Okay. Interesting number combination you have there. You're a life path 3.
Talk to her. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, most of the people that are life path 3, they're very creative. You have a lot of energy with you, like the life path 5. A lot of people also comedians that are born on the 3 or the 21 or the 30 of the month. They're good talker. They're very good talker. If they're not on their
Joe can
they're
pick any side. Joe can pick any side he wants and defend it to the grit.
I could talk my
Yeah.
ass off. I have to shut up. And that creative shit, that is absolutely me. I'm so blessed. I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, smoke some weed, get creative, and God is great.
Yeah, you
Let's
have
do
to
a
express
panel, Joe.
yourself. It's all about self-expression with you. You know, another person that's also a life path 3, same as you, is shit, I forgot his name. He's a big YouTuber, mega guy. He's for
Mr.
Trump.
Beast?
Benny Johnson just came to my mind. Benny Johnson.
Benny Johnson.
Oh, he's the conservative, right?
Yes, he's a conservative.
Yeah.
He's also a life path 3.
He's big. I would ask Dennison,
Yeah,
but
so-
he ain't giving up the numbers.
Sorry. It's a curse,
So
you
for
know.
you, for
It's
you,
not all
so
upside.
Dan, did I tell you I had a dream? Me and you hung out. I told my girlfriend. Maybe I didn't tell you. My ex-girlfriend. Yeah.
Where was it?
We were in a room somewhere, and we were kicking it. And I was in there with you for a while, and it was
You were
like,
in love with him.
it was like 6 niggas in there, 6 people. It was some
Is that
of
what
those
you
chicks
said?
and shit. No, I'll say we were in a room together.
I thought you said I was in love with him for a while.
I wouldn't have. No, it wouldn't have alone. It couldn't have been alone. It was a few of us there. But I had been kicking it with you for a minute, and before you came and sat down next to me, and we started rapping around like, "Oh, Dennison, it was you the whole time." I was like, I told my girl that. Shit.
That's it's almost uncomfortable how accurate that is of something that I would do too.
Is this
Maybe
recently, Joe?
I was
maybe
at
it's
the
a
other day. I
premonition.
was out there the other day, Joe. You didn't even see me, did you? Ha ha ha.
All you know,
I
you could
was
be
in
your
the
neighbor.
room the other day with you, fool. You didn't notice me.
I didn't talk to you for an hour before he was like, "Guess who I am?"
Right.
Dennison, you would say something, right? If we knew, if you knew, if we saw you.
That's a
I mean,
good
if you saw
question.
us.
It depends on the circumstances. The
You
intent
see me,
would
we're
be
walking
yes.
down the street. You're on the other side of the street. I'm on one side of the street. Obviously, I don't know you. You can hear me like, ha 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 ha. You hear me laugh. You're like, hey, that's Joe Cool.
He's
You
off the-
say something?
You know, it depends on where you are. Now, if we're at the spirit cooking event, he's not going to say nothing.
That's
No,
a
I would
demon.
say it more depends on whether or not he's got his camera out.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, David Wayne, let's Alexander. Let's get David Wayne. What is your month? Is it July, David? David Bruce Wayne. Are you there?
What if can he
You're on
guess
mute.
my numbers if I tell him about my personality? Does it work the other
I
way?
don't know.
Like
I mean, Alexander's pretty.
Alexander, I'm a Debbie
high caliber.
Downer. I'm pretty pessimistic,
You should let me tell them about
and
it.
I'm the most passive aggressive person that I know. What do you think my birthday might be?
The 16th for sure.
I don't know. Debbie Downer. I need more specific. What do you do for work? What do you love to do for work?
Oh,
He's a
it's like
fluffer.
two different questions.
He's a fluffer at the porn
Can I give you an in-depth, nuanced answer?
Fluffer.
Okay.
And then you can maybe ask clarifying questions. So, right now I'm retired, and the majority of my income comes from speculation, the stock market. My longest career was in IT, but I've always had a love for music, and that was always my retirement plan, was to get my master's and to teach music in my older years.
Music in form of teaching. I was gonna ask you what kind of way you say teaching it. Wow.
I taught music for a while, and it was probably the most enriched I've ever felt in my life.
I wonder if that says something about a motherfucker's philosophical point of view and all of that shit too.
There's two life paths that pop in my mind that would describe you as it is leaning more to a life path 7. You're a 7. 7 is the thinker. They're a lonely number. They love to analyze things. They're a good writer too. And a lot of like detective, most detectives, they're life path 7. They're also good inventors. Um, yeah, basically, yeah, good.
You gotta
Anything that I have to use the mind, you have to use the mind, thinking, analyzing things,
this
writing.
this may take a while if there's not a 7 in your birthday number. Then
No,
Well, I'm
no, I'm talking about the life path number. So that's the most important number.
yeah.
That's the
It would
core.
have. I was just thinking how I try to put aside the number and just listen to him.
yeah,
It felt genuine and accurate to me. I don't know what you guys thought, but so I'm already impressed regardless. But I would
right.
think you could add up your birthday to equal 7
I
or
read
2,
that.
right?
Yeah,
That's how you
yeah,
get the
yeah.
life path number.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I
that
did
no,
It
that's
did
what.
nothing
some. I can
about
see
that.
that it resonated from what I see
What's
and
your
listen. Those things.
what's your birthday? I calculated for you.
I
Am
ain't
I
gonna
being
tell you.
detained?
No, it's just your birthday. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not into
That's funny
black
to me.
magic or anything like that.
Am I obliged to give you my details?
What
Damn.
love
Sorry,
you suspect of breaking?
sorry, Alex. It's kind of an inside joke. I
Out
guess.
of the
If you're not in the
comments.
1A community,
Yeah,
just
it's really funny to me.
if you and I let me put it this way: if you or I were in a room together right now, I would 100% answer all your questions, including my birthday. But I don't want a lot of these losers on YouTube to know my birthday.
YouTube sucks, man, in that capacity, man. Everything that I used to show my kid on there, anything you've ever done on here will be used against you at some point in the court of law.
And
Just like,
Oh
that's
yeah.
not to say that I would give my birthday to everyone. Just having met you, my first impression is a good one. I would totally trust you, but
would you
there's
pay for the
there's way
date?
too many creeps out there.
Would you pay for the date, though? That's what everybody's wondering right now.
I
Like
always pay for
always
the day,
blaming
baby.
someone.
But okay, wait.
Like
Um,
always blaming someone.
oh, wait. You can do it yourself. Do you have a calculator? Just add all the numbers out apart. You add
Yeah,
them all
yeah,
apart. You can do
yeah.
that by yourself.
My that number adding the birthday together is a 1.
Oh shit.
Interesting. 1. Are you very argumentative?
Yes.
Yes, that's the male
He
energy.
say,
Yes.
yeah.
That's the
Damn,
first
I
thing he
said yes
said.
before he did, but I was muted.
Very good,
Okay.
Alexander.
Yeah, that's the same life path. Your life path is to be actually the leader. Yes, it wouldn't surprise me
The
that you have
music,
a 7. You have to have a 7 somewhere in your chart. I'm pretty sure the way you describe what you do, you have to have a 7. But your life path number then is the 1. So that is mean the leader, the trailblazer, making ways. You're a very
All
determined
right.
person.
I'm let me answer for Dennis in a little bit, at least how I see his personality.
This
He
dude's
is
fucking nailing it, by the way. But go ahead.
he is a leader in the things that he does, not a leader of men. Oh God, I'm not
quietly.
gonna be able to formulate this, am I? The things he does are what a leader does, but he doesn't run around trying to organize motherfuckers and lead them in any way. But however,
Uh,
your actions, when you're honest, that's being a leader, right? When you make the tough decision, that's being a leader. That's only the way I see him
I'm
as a leader.
I'm kind of Sigma when it comes to looking like going around getting people to lead them. I'm an it's always come more naturally to me without trying to seek it. I always find myself, even against my will, I would say for
Leadership
most of
position.
the first half of my lifetime,
Yeah,
forced into a leadership role,
very good.
and surrounded by people who are inspired by what I say, even though I feel like I have no idea what I'm talking about.
I dig it.
The music thing
Yeah.
makes sense, Dennison. I wrote my own little 6-song EP about 10 years ago. I don't know music, but I can write it. My best attribute is recording. I can record and make it sound like I'm a genius. But that's super freaking awesome that you are aspiring to teach music. That's a bigger deal than you just being a cool dude on the internet.
I wouldn't have imagined that either. Honestly, it was something that my guitar teacher kind of almost forced me into. My circumstances and him together, and like I said, once that happened, it was probably the most enriching part of my life. And then I tried to carry that into IT because the computer and analytical part of IT is what appealed to me and what I was good at and passionate about. But dealing with the customers and the human and the business, the capitalistic side of it, not so much my thing. But I could carry my natural ability to teach others into my IT career, and that's why I found myself like project lead, project manager, systems engineer.
That's awesome.
And then it's fulfilling too because the technical analysis is what I can share with others, right? Like, hey, check out this perspective, you know.
Most of the people that come in that wanted me to like produce their album or whatever you would call it trusted me to like direct them into this and that, and in a way most of it like became mine, but it was still theirs. They was pleased with what they got, kind of without even like a perfect example. We had a girl come in, beautiful voice, but she was shy, and I like
Number because you have the 1 till 9, the single digit, and then you have the master number, which is 11, 22, 33, and 44. The difference is the master numbers has more bigger responsibility, more challenge to go through, so they can help more people.
Yeah, because I could see with someone that for some people that aren't ready for that, it could be a burden to have a lot of people ask them for help and stuff. Right?
What do you mean?
Like if you don't, if you're not up to it, like if you have a lot of people need your help, they can become a burden for that person if you're not up to the path. Like when I think like a 44 would be ready for that.
And your tone is like nurturing too. It's pretty cool. Your tone is, and it's subtle. It's not like overbearing the way you.
He hitting on you, bro.
Oh God!
No,
come on. They're like, yeah, but no.
Yeah, no.
No, but Alexander, dude, I met him on the Mel Pandora stream, and I remember that's when I actually was going after Clue. I was like, calm down, bro, so he can cook.
Oh wow, oh Mel, so that's cool.
Now me and Chloe, we did a great stream the other day with Dennison. It's funny how shit comes together sometimes.
It's also funny how it is funny. I don't mean to overlook that.
That's because I was in the chat, though.
It's also
Okay.
It's
That was
interesting.
great.
It's interesting how things change altogether. How now you are here with this dude as opposed to where you were with Mel and everybody goes
And
different
today's her birthday,
places.
actually. Happy birthday, Mel.
Happy birthday, Mel. Wow, very good.
So it's Mel's birthday. How is she doing?
Yes,
I
Mel's
haven't
birthday.
seen her in a while.
I don't know.
She's lurking.
Yeah, because
she watches the
I
show.
know she, because she is in this year. She is in a 5 personal year. So where the year started and where it's gonna end for her is gonna be fully different. She's gonna go through big changes this year.
Oh yeah, Alexander. I don't know if you talked to her, but like personally, with her family, not only YouTube but family. If you guys think that her YouTube shit's crazy, the shit that she's been going through, like in real life, is fucking nuts, man.
Oh yeah, I've sent her a reading through. I have her on mail, so yeah, maybe I have to mail her back to see what's up. But
At
yeah,
least tell her happy birthday, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's her birthday. Oh yeah, it's good to mail her then.
Gemini.
I need to get to that channel. I've never even been on the channel. Yeah.
It's
What
not. I
channel?
don't think you can find it now. I think it's hidden right now.
Yeah, I was gonna
It's hidden.
say I
David, wait, when
wanted
did you
to
come to
say
Panelverse? Did you miss all that Mel Pandora stuff?
Yeah,
I'm sure I did.
it had to be
Oh,
very
sorry. I thought you
current.
said
Yeah.
Jen.
You've been here forever, but you missed it.
Yeah, but I deliberately missed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I when somebody tried to set me up to be content on that show, I left and never
Yeah.
came back.
Yeah.
Huh.
I left her show, but I saw the drama elsewhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I got
It
a front
was
row seat.
great. In fact, the resto invited me to go there. And I almost went, resto. And after I saw what happened, I was like, I feel like I missed it. It would have been fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah.
I still
The
have
last
no
time
idea
she
what
went online
happened.
was on this conversation on this channel. People went
I don't
crazy.
either.
I because it was being talked about so much, and I was in like a really good mood.
Yeah.
I asked somebody. I was like, "Hey, without really getting into it, can you like summarize it in a couple of sentences?" And they tried to accommodate me. They responded, but I still have no idea what happened. But after hearing the couple of sentences, I was like, "Yeah, I really don't. I don't want to know what happened.
All right.
I'm good.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I avoided it to begin with."
Yeah. And then Izzy just fell off the map. I haven't
She
seen her in a
did.
long time.
Izzy disappeared. Poor Mel just stopped making a show. I think someone say she deleted her channel or something.
Because of Mel or something else.
See, Mel was catching heat. Izzy and her fell out, and Resto probably fell out with both of them. It's a little bit.
Oh, big time! Yeah, that was the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's funny. All I did
I'm not
was.
aware.
Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Sorry. I just want to say fast. I'm not aware of any problem that's going on. I just do more research. I go on panel like this, and then I hear. I'm not into drama or those low vibration bullshit. I'm not aware.
Exactly. All I did was just stop going to really negative, toxic places, and it was really only like 2 or 3 panels that I avoided, and 2 of the 3 I was going to avoid anyway before the shit happened with Mel. For me, not the shit y'all talking about, but when I got set up there, and I still went everywhere. I was going live almost daily. I went to all the same streams that I always go to. I just stopped going to like 2 or 3 of the shittiest places, and everybody thought I quit YouTube.
Wow, that's
Dennis? I'll ask you this: is it hard when King Steven? I'll call him we call him Big Sister when he goes on Jack, and you're trying to. This is like trying to use him to.
It could be. I don't really have an agenda, so not really. But like, I can get in a flow with Jack,
But
where we're actually.
Steven has an agenda, right? Or do you think? I think
Steven, he wants.
Yeah, I think he's saying that King Steven comes over there and just be manipulating the fuck out of Jack, like damn near trolling him.
I mean, the manipulation isn't as effective as he thinks it is. Jack recognizes. Jack recognizes it, and obviously he's going to tolerate it. It's not the same as if someone's screaming over him or challenging him.
Very good. I love it, Dan.
But even if take out the fact of manipulation or not manipulation of Jack, it's hard for me personally to watch when Steven's up there. Even when I enjoy other people that are building, it's just that dude is.
Jack and I will get in a flow and actually start discussing something to where it's actually valuable, and Steven can't have that. He has to sabotage
That's the
it.
part that irritates me. Right?
And so like that, when I'm right in that mode where I reach discussion level with a human being,
which is not easy.
God
with
forbid,
Jack.
yeah, right. Any human being these days, and then it can be akin to an agenda, right? Because now I'm motivated and I have a momentum.
Yeah.
And therefore, then when Steven does his act, I'm like, motherfucker. But it only lasts like a couple of seconds. I remember where I am.
I was gonna say it lasts for me because he never fucking stops. And I'm like you, I'm remembering where I want to pick up and all of that shit, but he will detract the shit endlessly, man.
Yeah, no, you gotta let him go. Once he feels like he's not the center of attention anymore, and he goes into that mode,
All right.
he's not gonna stop until someone
It's
puts him
usually
off the
somebody on
panel.
the panel. Maybe this don't happen in Jax, but it's usually somebody on the panel who bites and feed into his bullshit, and he's the star of the fucking show as long as he wants.
Yeah, Alexander, what would your advice be if you're like on a panel and you want to stay on the panel, but there's just one person that's like seems like they're really what's the word,
it's a good
obfuscating
question
or
for
not
you.
obfuscating, but just being a nuisance
Or bring that
Belligerent.
negative energy you're talking about.
Yeah, negative.
Yeah.
And what would your
I would
suggestion,
think he would
your
leave.
advice, Alexander, in terms of dealing with
Yeah,
that, or you just leave?
I would leave because I was on panel with really skinheads, Nazi
Yeah.
shit,
Oh yeah,
call me. So I just jump out. I'm not gonna take it, just jump out.
All right, here,
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest. Grr. This is shit to get me in trouble. I don't see it. I'm sorry. The way that you see it, just because of that last word you say, I don't take it. So that tells me, or at least I draw the conclusion that they're being offensive and all of that stuff. And I'm not gonna take that stuff.
Yeah,
I'm not,
disrespect because the people are showing me who they are, So then if how I say, if he doesn't stop, he keep attacking. Yeah, then why I am there then,
Right.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm gonna get angry. I'm just gonna remove myself and go do something else.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Something
Like this,
productive.
Markella says,
yeah.
"Hello, Alexander, John Sharm. It's been a long time since I saw you. How you been?" Markella, one of Mel's mods. Now it's my
Oh,
mod.
really?
Yeah.
Well, hey, Markella,
See how shit
blessings.
changed and people bump into each other down the road. I saw Wicked. I love seeing
Yeah,
Wicked
but
in chats, because I thought I was not gonna see her again when that Mel shit happened.
do you have a channel,
Who?
Alexander?
Yeah, you have a channel, right, Alexander? I'll put
Yes,
it in the chat. Or mods
this
can
is
put it in
my 20th or 21 channel I make. I'm taking it easy. Yeah,
What the
because YouTube
fuck?
banned me.
Oh, you have so many.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
YouTube, YouTube banned on me all because
Oh,
the
yeah?
things I share.
You be
Yeah,
talking that hot shit.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know because so far you're just saying stuff about numbers, and I don't even know if it's called astrology or something.
No, it's numerology.
Numerology. Very, thank you. They're not hostile towards numerology, or are they?
No,
YouTube.
you're right. No, they're not hostile against numerology.
Okay,
You
all
can
right.
talk about numerology. You cannot talk about the maybe the underground bases, the dumps, and the deep underground military bases with the human trafficking and child trafficking, those type of things, and or show video about it, the caverns
I
on it,
bet you can.
and the jab. You cannot really
I'm
talk about the
definitely not
jab.
sensitive about
Conan
that.
19.
Yeah.
And what else?
20-some channels, you say, huh, man?
Oh yes, yes.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Jeez,
I don't
you're a
want to get my channel
determined
shut down by
fuck.
talking about
Is
it.
the channel active?
I got it
Yeah,
right
yeah.
here.
Now,
I'm
I like in two months, I'm gonna start streaming again. I was just taking it easy. After a lot, it sucks. So then I have to, I was just laying low
I got a
right now.
question.
Yes.
There's
Alexander, I got a
Alexander's
question
channel.
for you.
One of them.
No, this is the only one active right now. All the other
Still
ones are
funny.
closed.
Still funny as fuck. Alexander, I got a question for you if I can remember the fucking question. Oh, NPC is up here today showing some negative energy. What do you do?
I have to check what is the root problem of it. Why are you
I don't
being
want to give
negative?
you very good. That tells me something. I don't want to give you too many details because earlier when I said negative energy, you said you leave. When I say NPC says it, has it, you say I have to check the root, which tells me, that you like him and you've moved a little bit. I think I'm getting the answer already here.
Yeah, it depending the person.
Yeah.
if I'm gonna, okay, let's say if it could be something that happened behind the scenes, or something was said, or something he saw, maybe it was misunderstanding. But if
Maybe
it's
you
not,
can fix it, I think is where you're going.
yes,
That's the reason you want to know.
yes.
Very good. Here's the next logical question. Do you have an obligation to fix those other clowns on the panels that you leave?
No, I don't have no obligation.
Don't know if that's true.
Yes. Well, if you want to, but there's the thing, you cannot save everybody. I've talked with people my age and younger that knows a lot, and some that don't know shit, and some people older than me that knows a lot, and some that don't know shit. So you cannot really judge on their cover.
You
But some
can't
people,
save everybody, but I'm assuming shit here, are less quick to give up on a family member or a loved one than you are
oh,
on a stranger.
Oh, yes, you're completely right. Yes, I'm a fighter. Some people they have to learn the hard way, sadly, because they don't want to listen. So a lot of people have to learn the hard way. But yeah, I went hard here, for example, with the jab. When the jab, I already knew the jab was
Off
poison, so I
limits.
went hard on my family
Okay.
members not to take it, and they didn't
Right.
take it. I went on the television here. I went on the radio show to talk about against the government, and after that they didn't implement the lockdowns anymore, and I have
Wow.
awakened a lot of people.
Whoa! Don't
Yes.
just say wow. Hold on. You just assumed that he. I think what your assumption was, and maybe he did say this, is that because of his activity, he ended the lockdown single-handedly. Because you said
Well, I
wow, it makes
mean,
me think you believe that.
even if he was just
Yeah,
a part of it.
we made noise here in Aruba, and we call out the government. It was
Very
I
good.
in a group.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right, okay.
yeah, because it
Chose a
was
team
like
player.
a group of eight people, but only four, because I work for myself and the other ones work for company, so they
Yeah.
cannot really go
How
forward
many
because
people are we talking about under this lockdown?
sorry.
How many people are we talking about under this lockdown?
Aruba population is about 130,000.
All right, 8 people affecting 130. Interesting.
Yes,
I guess it's
yes,
feasible.
because we
Yeah.
went all over. We went all over
Yeah.
to
How
the
many
main
people are in
station.
Congress?
What? Mean
How
in
many
here?
people are in Congress in the United States?
I don't know how many.
I don't know 50 and I don't know how many of the other ones are.
Would you say 50?
50 either congressmen or state reps was probably what they'd be called.
It's 535 people.
There we go. 100 senators and 434 representatives.
And they control 330 million.
Yeah,
that
but
doesn't seem right.
It is.
I mean, the numbers are right, but I don't see how that's possible. That's why we have so many
I'm
problems.
not sure it equates to what my man was saying either. They
I know where
already
Joe.
given.
I picked up where Joe was getting. I feel like, it is hard for one man to change the world, but I do believe that one man can change the people that can change the world,
Yes, that's surely
Yeah.
that must be the philosophy, man. That's the one I bank on every day of my life.
One has to go forward first to make way and to give courage to the other people because they're
Very
afraid
good.
and brainwash.
I love it. Yes.
Even if it's just an idea, like,
Yes.
don't hold on to it. Just get
Very
it out
good.
into the ether. Yeah. Get it
Very
out there.
good.
And then,
Well, Alexander here shows you that there is great risk to, like you're saying, just put it out there in this world because it's not of God or whatever reason you want to say. You're of great risk when you try and put out those types of messages.
and then don't be
you
critical of
don't
who
have to
gets
have
the
fear.
credit.
You don't have to have
I
fear.
wouldn't.
Fear controls you.
Yes.
That controls people. You know what you're gonna think, what other people might think of you. If you're in that stage, then it's
Yes.
impossible. But if you don't care and you don't have fear, with death, you're one with source, then it's no
Yes.
problem.
You said fear of death. I was thinking that there are other ways at getting rid of the fear, blah blah. But I think in the end, it's all fear of death. If you had no fear of death, I think it covers all the individual fears that was running through my head.
Yeah,
If you can
because I know
conquer that one.
yeah, I know I'm here for a mission, we're all here for a mission, and if my time comes, it comes. I know this is just, I go from one reality to another.
Yeah, that's what I believe too. Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Like when you said I was lifetime 9? Because I get the feeling a lot of times I've been there, done that. Not to be arrogant,
Yes,
but like,
yes, the 9, you have been all the life path. You're at the ending of the cycle. So a lot of 9s are also like musician. They inspire people.
Yeah.
Also, they're very good coaches. A lot of them are spiritual people, coaches,
yeah,
herbalists.
my job is that I'm a teacher.
You see, yes, yeah. That's with the life path 9 and 7. They're very
What's our
compassionate. You
lesson,
work with
Alexander? Then,
people.
if we've been there, like, what is it like? Fine tuning things, or just helping people? Service.
Well, you came here. We all came here for in this time when we are now. The world is going to be changing drastically in this oncoming 3 years, especially starting this year. So
Wait,
we
before you
came
go
here
into
for a change.
prophecy. Yeah. What is your role in particular? You, Alexander, what did you come here for? Specifically you. I'm not right now, I'm not interested in everybody else.
Well, I have a lot of plans. Let me put it that way. Just what I can say about it, I cannot talk about it here. I have it written right
Let me
there.
try and
But
refine the
I have
question a
big
bit.
plans that involve Aruba, Holland, my second land, Holland,
You can
and few
be more
states.
general. You said we got to be here for change.
Yes,
So I'm looking for something.
We're here to experience it. Yes.
Yeah.
That I tell you, the world is changing. The energy is going up. Yes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think of myself as an alchemist, Alexander, and I think I get rid of a lot of burdens. When there's negative energy, I try to turn it positive. It doesn't matter the baggage, who's standing in front of me. My job is always the same thing, so I can go anywhere and do anything.
I see
Okay,
that.
that's good. That's alchemist. Yeah, you transform the energy from. Yeah, energy cannot be destroyed, so you just transform one form to another.
I don't even have to consider your name, who your enemies are, all of that stuff. When I see negative energy, whoever it's coming from, I do my best to change it. I do consider that this person's sensitive as fuck, so I may change my approach a bit. This person is used to, is not all into feelings. I can be more direct and make shit so and so. Stop being a bitch. I can say that to some people. I can't say it to others, right?
I understand.
It's a Sagittarius vibe.
Are you all Sagittarius?
Straight shooter.
Well, that would make sense if both of you guys have that, because the opposite of Cancer is Sagittarius, and I'm one that truly believes that.
Oh, I never thought of
we join.
opposites. You just opened my eyes because they're on the
Yeah,
other
because
side, I guess.
Yeah, that's how I learn about. I used to do evolutionary
mom-
astrology, where they take the opposite signs and they try to have some middle ground, and you end up seeing how both of them are very similar. It's just they have a different way of going about that thing.
Interesting.
That purpose,
My mom was a Sagittarius. I grew up with a Sagittarius.
You did? You see? And you know what, dude? Like tonight for me and in the morning for you guys is the full moon in Sagittarius.
It is. It's full.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's Scorpio right now.
What does that mean to you, NPC? What does that mean to you? You know something I don't. What does that mean? What's
We're about to be
happen?
initiated in the energy that Alexander under the 9. Sagittarius is the 9th sign of the zodiac, and with that said, 9 in mind astrology is completion. All these like different systems.
The
They
energy
resonate.
he was saying, what was he saying? Rebuild. We're in a tearing down, rebuilding, something along that.
Well, yeah, we're coming to an ending of all these things, and then getting rid of the things that aren't serving us to make. I assume to make room for the new, right?
Because next year, 2026, things are going to be really starting picking up. Like new technology, healing technology is going to be coming out.
Interesting.
You know.
All right, now he's got me thinking all of this shit that's going on, all these wars and rumors of wars and the protests and shit here and
That's true.
AI threat, all of that shit.
It's wild, man.
It makes sense if this is what it looked like when the change is about to occur.
Yeah, and then tonight and tomorrow, the next couple of days is like a straight with that Sag full moon is giving you a spotlight, a taste of it.
Check
And
that out.
I mean, even personally, I already
I
like.
gotta
I mean,
go.
we had me and Dennison.
Hey, I'm
Me and
finna
Dennison
get
had
off
our
this.
thing.
Listen,
And I
since you
feel
said that, I'm finna get off of this phone. I'm finna go park on the corner where I can see the police.
okay. Yeah, it's gonna be wild, huh? The full moon.
I'm gonna hop back on. It only take me about 10 minutes, man.
Okay.
All right.
Damn, I gotta stay another 10 minutes. You better. Are you gonna come back or are you gonna go to Sarah's, Joe? Like last time.
And you're 4 hours and 20 minutes on.
420. There you go, man. Put one in the air for
smoke.
me, man. That's one thing I miss, guys. That was such part of my culture, smoking. But then when I moved to Taiwan, like no more.
Oh, you're in Taiwan?
Yeah, I'm in Taiwan. Yes, sir.
They'll put you in prison for 30 years, or
yeah, exactly. It's not worth it, or deported if you're lucky. Yeah.
That full moon is going to ensure that it definitely gets crazy with this LA stuff.
Yeah,
That's
but the thing about it is,
no doubt.
David, usually, in my opinion, the Sagittarius new moon it's such a jovial sign compared to the one right before it, Scorpio, and it's like, and on a good day, it's like that's the party moon, man, where you're supposed to celebrate. You're supposed to celebrate and philosophize.
It might be telling,
man.
then. That might be telling. It could be. It could be turn into a celebration.
Yeah,
people change as a group. People change into a group. It's if Trump makes the right announcement, it could turn into a big celebration.
It could be like that makeup sex type of shit.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump is doing good.
Sagittarius energy is crazy, huh?
It is.
I've been supporting Trump since 2016. I know Hillary and Obama was corrupt to the core. Their involvement in Benghazi and Haiti, the Clinton Foundation, and Trump was prophetized by Kim Clement. He talked about a person coming and disrupting the Democrats, and America is. I think next year is America 250-year birthday also.
Wow.
So America is also going to go through a big change. Yes. The whole
Hillary,
world actually.
I feel like Hillary has been the core ever since she got into the White House and got her fingers dug in. I think the rest of them are her lapdog. From Biden to Obama, now ISIS has been. Can you say that? My bad. I don't know if you can say that.
You said it. It's all good, bro. You just never can come back again.
That's always. I hope it doesn't. I try to watch that, but
so you're saying Hillary, man, Hillary the Scorpio. Interesting. Yeah,
she is the. I think it's a like a district thing, and we're part of her district. I think the Ukraine is a new is the word I said a while ago. I think that they're going to use them as a tool to do what they've been doing since they demolished those buildings when baby Bush taught her they could attack their own country and get away with it.
Yeah.
See, I think it's Obama.
She took the
Obama's
Obama was the first one. He was the first one to really defeat Hillary. And
I think she conceded to that.
I think she could. Yeah, so do I. I think she capitulated to it because she saw the writing on the wall, and that's how she got that. That's how she got the position that she had while she was in his administration. And I think that Biden was the second Obama administration. Actually, really, Trump wasn't trying to be like Obama.
but he had to fight the Obama establishment his entire presidency, and Joe Biden was essentially just an Obama puppet. But Obama didn't really get the legacy that he wanted. He really didn't get the extra terms because he had Trump in his way, and he had Biden, who was completely senile, and then he had to undo everything Trump did instead of picking up where he could have left off if he hadn't had it interrupted.
This
But
is
yeah,
Trump
but
now are we seeing a real Trump administration?
yeah, I guess, but like this Trump, I don't know if Trump can administer. You know what I mean? Like I don't.
He's busy. He can't be. Well, he can't be nothing progressive or for progress right now because he's dealing with this.
It's very divisive now. It seems like in America.
I don't see him leading at all, and so that's why I hesitate. Maybe that's what makes it a Trump presidency, is the absence of leadership. I don't know.
He's a businessman. We admitted that we were so tired of politicians that we voted for a businessman.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying a good businessman. I'm just saying a businessman. He's
a
not
Gemini
a
at that. A lot of people don't like Geminis, for the sense that I think what a lot of people hate about him. Yeah, exactly. That's what they say. But the thing about Trump is people make fun of him and they go, oh, he's such an idiot. But here's the thing: maybe a lot of people, he speaks the quote unquote common man and woman's language. Though they just lap him up. They love him. Why do you think that is?
Because he's not a politician.
Because he's a politician.
Which one are you asking? Why they like it or why he can do it?
Why do they like him?
Because they're dumb.
Well, like
I think
what?
it's because he's
Trump?
not. Yeah.
No, some of his demographic, the people that support him.
I think Trump always felt like a bit of an outsider, even in his own
relate
circles.
to it.
And so he used that to relate to the common man and speak his language. And now it's just a game show,
Yeah. And when in fact they have two different games going on, the common man and him. Maybe they're both outsiders, but it's two completely different games, right?
Right. And he's not an outsider. He just can relate to it because he always felt that way, right?
Yeah, he felt attacked and stuff always.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, he still had a billionaire father. Yeah, a billionaire father and politician friends and lawyer friends that, none of us live that life.
Yeah, can we say we're better off though as having him as president than a Joe Biden or Kamala or
I don't think
Kamala Harris,
Michelle?
Yeah, it did matter for sure.
It really doesn't. Yeah. It really doesn't even matter.
Yeah. No, it did matter for sure. You don't see it. I see it from outside. No, it did matter for sure. Kamala and Biden wasn't respected around the world. They see them as pushover. Trump is not a pushover. And you see it how the crown prince of Saudi Arabia treated Biden and the way he treated Trump is completely different. They have more respect for Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Crown Prince, is he young? He's young, right? Of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, he's young. He's also making a difference there.
You know what's funny? I saw this video yesterday where this thought on a short she showed that her Instagram and he slid in her DMs. That's the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia.
Do you guys believe the story he tells when he was like, he sent some dude like a picture of his house? Like when they were negotiating and Trump just like sent him a picture of his house and the dude was like, why would you do that? And he's like, just to remind you who's who here.
Oh, the White House?
Yes.
Yeah.
No. I think you're talking about the group, the terrorist group, the leader.
Yeah.
He sent him a picture of his house. And when he questioned why, Trump said, if one hair on American is harmed, his house is going to be blown up.
He threatened them.
Yeah, and no American was harmed till Biden came in office and they had the Afghan withdrawal that went to shit.
That's why I like, one of the reasons why I do like Trump is one, he's entertaining to me, and two, and two, as he's been, I live in the front line, I guess, in terms of the CCP over here in Taiwan, and there has, ever since he was president, bruh, those motherfuckers really didn't do shit. It was when Biden was the president, and what's her name went over here, Nancy Pelosi, and trying to act a fool. Yeah, but actually, a couple months ago they did their stupid shit again out here. But there hasn't been no war since, besides Ukraine, I guess. But he didn't. Did he start that? Could we say he's responsible for that? Or that's
No,
like all
he's
of the
not.
presidents?
No, that was under Biden term, but Trump is different. Trump life path is number 4. 4 is all about structure, discipline, the very focus, law and order. And you see the president of Argentina, Javier Milei, he's a life path 22. That's its 4 on steroids. A lot of the ideas that Trump got is from him. Yeah. And the other
That's
one,
my son's 22, Alexander. My young son.
Oh yeah,
my 7-year-old.
that's the master builder energy. That's a rare one. He's here to build something that's going to be long lasting. To help people. That's the master builder. Yeah, not a lot of people get that number.
Do you
But
know
another
Xi
one.
Jinping's number? China?
No. China. No. China, I think, is a rap nation. But other than that, I never checked Xi Jinping. I did check the president of Italy, which is Giorgia Meloni. And she is also a life path 4. She's also bringing structure back in Italy. And she is also aligned with Trump. So you have all of them that are structure based, law and order based, are all with Trump. And she is more with Trump than with European Union. She said she's not going to be sending Ukraine any troops and no firearms. She jumped out. And you have
That's the way
one
the
in
president
Poland.
of Brazil was for first term. He was totally down with Trump. I remember that. And the Mexican.
Oh yeah, but now I think they have a corrupt one there. Yeah, the one there is not that good. A lot of the presidents that are right wing are being shot at or assassinated.
Yeah.
In South America.
Wow. What about Elon? What's his life path? He was a 28. Or no, I don't know what he is.
He's born on the 28th, but he has the 1 energy, but he's a 7. So that's the
him and Trump is raised. They broke up, right? The bromance.
Oh no, that is that was all a psyop, That was all a psyop. Yeah. It was a show. They're good in behind the scenes, but there's more than the Elon Musk thing goes deep. But the good one, then, is on the good side. I put it that way. But that thing was, what I understand, for the Democrats also to push to release the Epstein style files, which is almost the same people that went on the Diddy party. But that has to come at a divine timing out, because the people on that list, a lot of them are in high position around the world.
Like Trump,
so
right?
when that no, Trump is not on the
Elon
list.
said he was on it.
Yeah, that's what he said. That was a bait. That was a bait.
I think he took back the tweet actually after.
Yeah, exactly. He retracted it. Yes, Trump kicked out Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago because he went on one of Trump friend's daughter, and he was kicked out. That they don't tell about that. He also stood in court against Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of people wouldn't want to do that because they're afraid of him because his connection. You see, Ghislaine Maxwell all leads to Mossad. Ghislaine Maxwell sister is married to Dr. Fauci.
No, I didn't know. Really?
Yeah, it is a whole network of them.
I heard about her father, but I didn't know that he was like some billionaire, right?
Oh yeah, her father was also a Mossad agent.
Fauci was her damn
How did you
her
say
brother-in-law.
Maxwell? How did you say Maxwell was affiliated with Fauci? Or
Oh,
did I
his
That's her
mishear that?
brother-in-law.
sister.
What? You
Yeah,
know
check
when
it
this
out.
stuff started? You know when it started cracking down with Jeffrey? That's when the bug was tested in China. And then when she was taken into custody, she didn't get to say a word before the pandemic hit. You know what I'm saying? You could see them strategizing against to get
What up,
everybody.
Joe? What up,
Let's
OG?
see
I'm
if
telling you.
anything to this full moon shit. Let's see what's going on
Let's
right
see,
here.
yeah.
It
Well,
goes
What's up,
deep.
yeah.
Joe?
Are
Let
you
me
a
throw you.
Sagittarius? Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I'll just go fast. Let me throw something else in it. Everybody know who Dr. Fauci is, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
the story is
Yeah.
with
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
the sister. Well, you know who's Dr. Fauci mother?
Who?
No.
Have you? Mother
Yeah.
Teresa.
What?
Wait a minute. She's a
Yeah.
nun.
Yes.
She had
And
kids
was
and he was one of them?
yeah, yeah. He was one of them, or the one only. I don't know if she had more, but Dr. Fauci is linked to Mother
Supposedly she
Teresa.
was a
Mother
horrible
Teresa was
person too, right?
exactly. She was a nice person because if you were suffering in her place, what I heard, she said, "No, it's good. God wants you to
Yeah.
suffer." But when she
Oh,
had problems, she goes to the hospital.
she did, huh?
Right.
Convenient.
Yes,
Hypocrite.
and she was also in child trafficking and shit. So she wasn't as holy as they portray her.
But Fauci though,
Well,
Like a
we
spiritual
could
mother,
we
his
could
secret mother, or his mother? Like,
like
Mother,
blood.
mother, that's his mother. Yeah, blood
That
mother.
is
Yeah,
crazy.
it is
yeah. Check it
crazy, ain't
out.
it? Yeah, I have to check it out. My man's like crazy, like you believe it already. That's a heavy one, and I need a lot more. And just as many of the negative shits. I don't know about the trafficking shit.
that would mean he
But
faked
she's
his
she
childhood.
what she
He faked his childhood, and she hid her pregnancy. That's what that would mean.
to start. That's just the start.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I already didn't like her
and
already.
she's oh man, she's done great shit too, man. And she was
No,
humble as
man, there's
fuck.
books out there, bro.
Yes,
Uh,
Yeah, no,
and
she
about
was
that.
an evil
Oh,
witch.
they
but
got
then if you said that, oh, she done good too, that you can say from of a lot of people, like Oprah. What are your thoughts about Oprah? Do you know about
Oh,
her? Was she
she's from
involved with?
Chicago.
I assume Oprah is one of the elite sellout fucks.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
there we go. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
But
She's
But
that
not
chick,
Mother
man,
Teresa.
not mothers. I don't know. I'd have to investigate the shit
No,
that I'm talking
Joe,
about.
and then I have to tell you, like a couple
Yeah.
years ago, when I was teaching this English conversation course in Taiwan, and we have this like magazine where we read like current events, and this is like not conspiracy magazine, it's like basic, normie shit, and they literally had an article about her being evil.
Tell me, be more specific. You cats have said that like 6 times now. I'll give you examples of why I
She
think
she would she
why
would
she
Alexander
impresses me.
just said it. Right, like about like she would make the kids suffer that were the
Wait,
people that
what
were
does that
sick
mean?
and
Tell
wanted
me
to
more
die.
about her making people suffer. Tell me about that.
well. I just mentioned it. I
He just said
mentioned
it.
two.
Give me more.
Look,
Like if people
the
were
two.
terminally ill,
Yeah.
she didn't believe in giving them any medication or any pain relief, and she thought that it made them closer to God. That
Okay.
pain and suffering was the path to enlightenment,
Yeah.
and so that you shouldn't ease people's pain. That it was a good thing that they were
I
suffering.
noticed you
And
said terminally ill and not just ill. This is just terminally ill. Yeah.
See, it was looking for
no, I don't
Mother
think
Teresa.
so. It's
No.
anybody who came across the clinic.
She didn't believe in
Yes.
medicine.
No,
Yes,
but that
only for
she's a
herself,
hypocrite.
like Alexander
Yes,
said.
that's a yeah. Only for herself.
Well, I would have to Google that.
She's a
That be
hypocrite
that would
liar.
impress me, man. I hear you keep saying these things. I'm gonna need examples. I'm thinking of when I used to watch it to see what she was doing. I remember the very first thing They did. They put her up in this hotel somewhere and all of this shit, or some villa or some shit, and she wouldn't use their facilities. Her and her girls, they washed their own clothes. They wouldn't use the washers and dryers. They did that really humble shit in that place. And I remember her getting criticized, saying that, she could have let them use the washing machines. They finally get some time off. And I thought, that's kind of heavy that, what she did. That was my introduction to her.
That's kind of how rich people act about the common folk. That's kind of how the rich, don't touch that because it's almost like germophobic.
She didn't use painkillers. It said that she reused needles all the time in the hospice when she didn't have to on people.
Yeah, but if she's using needles, she's down with medicine.
When they were offered, when they could have used opiates for their pain, she withheld it.
Some people believe that shit. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
she's one of them.
He misused her donation and accepted fraudulent money.
I guess that alone won't do it because I know other people who share that belief.
That's all that was really said to you, was that she denied pain medicine to terminally ill patients who were in a lot of pain because she thought it made them closer to God and that it was spiritually superior to experience the pain rather than to ease someone's suffering.
Yeah, I took that part, and then it made me curious as to, I thought someone said she wasn't down with medicine, period. And that shit seemed, heavier. If that proved the truth, then damn. And
she did make the case against modern.
Though.
She did make the case against modern medicine and then take the medicine herself.
Well, that's
hypocrite.
Yeah.
No, I mean not to show shade on the dead, but
that don't make her fucking Fauci's mom though, right?
No, it just makes her a bitch.
Her nurses refused to install an elevator for the disabled and handicapped in their homeless shelter in New York to make them suffer.
Oh, that's
her nurses refused to install an elevator for the disabled and handicapped in order to make them suffer.
That's interesting as fuck.
Yeah, that's weird.
She didn't install a handicapped elevator in order to make them suffer.
He was a hypocrite. It says who provided substandard care at her hospice while using world-class treatment for herself.
Yeah, I know. She kept everything really basic and all of that shit. And
she piled people on top of each other.
Doctors and nurses.
Rooms filled with cot-to-cot sick people just on top of each other.
I didn't
barely enough room to walk.
Okay, there you go.
She would even alleviate. She wouldn't alleviate their suffering because she believed in suffering for the sake of suffering.
I'm saying that alone. I'm okay. It's some weird fucks out here. I'd give her that, especially if you believe in God. I can see your mind taking it to there where you believe that the shit that we're going through that motherfuckers whine and complain about is suffering. Take it to an extreme. I can see a motherfucker who appears stoic when it comes to other people suffering, and even weird and like the religious motherfuckers who don't give their kids any medicine, or people think us for not giving the kid the jab. I could see her mind taking her there, but how much does that prove nefariety and shit? It's just right now so far mismanagement of a mental time or something, or perhaps I'm
wrong. It's not enough.
To make the leap to make the leap that she's an occultist or something. I don't know.
Occultist?
I don't know what she's accused of.
She's a nun, so she's already an occultist.
I dig it.
Nefarious would be infamous for being wicked or cruel.
Now here's the question: is Joku? Are you on the payroll of her sisterhood?
I don't know that much about it. Obviously, I've heard people say this, and no one's ever given the as much as you guys have.
Nah, I mean, I'm not losing sleep.
I'm weird about some medications. I think some medications, like some of the opioids that we have these days, borderline on what you'd consider 1,000 years ago potions or whatever. Anything that gets you drunk or anything, especially when there's so many side effects attached to it. I can understand that part.
Yeah, but what if somebody was dying from cancer
somebody
and
terminal? Yeah.
writhing in pain, to where you could
Yeah,
physically see the twisted bodies as they writhe in pain, and
That's
you
how I would
have the
describe it.
medicine, and you have the medicine in the room next door? Are you gonna give it to him?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
You know,
Under
a
the
lot of
Mother
these.
Teresa Act, no.
I'm harsh on a lot of these. Is this weed? I'm harsh on a lot of people.
Is this
Who
weed?
the religious people who
Share
let
the
their
wealth, Joe.
kids suffer like that. I'm hard on them. Right? You know those people who always in fucking trouble with the law because damn it, she had 113 temperature. You didn't want to take it to the hospital. You niggas evil. We can't give a blood transfusion. The Bible says you can't mix blood. I'd be like,
Yeah, that's
you're
weird.
missing the big picture, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's someone that doesn't like modern medicine, are they considered a Luddite? Or is that just like machines and
No.
technology that makes you a Luddite? Is there a term
Yeah.
for someone that doesn't like modern medicine,
It
Western
had
medicine?
to be.
Yeah. There are a couple of Christian religions that are like that, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Shit I've seen on TV or YouTube or something where
Well, look at the Amish. They just get
probably
you with
like that too, to some degree, right?
yeah.
They're probably so healthy they don't even have to deal with this shit.
That too,
I
right? Eating their
know.
own foods without all that bullshit. They're probably fucking 80 years old, still out there raising barns and shit.
In the case of
Ever been there? Intercourse, PA. That's where the Lancaster County,
the city of brotherly love.
Well, yeah, I think. Yeah, I've never been to Philly, but I've been to Lancaster County, and they have the main Amish city is called Intercourse. It's funny. It's called Intercourse.
That is interesting.
Yeah, did that shit on purpose.
There's some funny names for some
Beautiful
funny
out there.
cities. Hate. It's just I forget them. I've looked them up, saw a list of them somewhere. Some of them you just won't believe.
Oh, there's the toy box killer I was talking about a couple weeks ago. He's from it's like Fear and Loathing, Utah, or something weird like that.
Wow.
It's called Truth and Consequences.
Truth and
That's the name of the city. And that's where the serial murderers from.
That dude was like, somebody.
Truth or Consequences.
When I heard, yes, that's just so interesting. But when I heard about him, I looked it up, and this is when the internet still had shit on there. It had the tape that he played for those women. It had someone reading it the way he would read it. It was so scary, bro.
Yeah. No, Joe, I have his actual voice. I found it on Reddit last week.
Okay. You say last week. Damn.
Yeah. Maybe I'll do that for your birthday. We'll play it special for you.
Oh man, that brings back memories. I remember the terror. I was like, "Is human beings out here like that?"
He's like, "Look here, bitch. I got you on the table." What I say? You use those German shepherds and shit.
Yeah, and you're gonna
he was a Scorpio.
Do what the
I don't
old
know if it's
lady
because
said.
I'm high, but I have no idea what you guys are talking about right now.
The toolbox dude, he used to kidnap young chicks. He'd hold them, and if I'm not mistaken, he would give them drugs, and they would make them lose their memory and let them go. But he would do horrible things to them, and he would leave a tape. When they wake up, they're chained, and then he play a tape, and it would have all his demands on there. You would call the old lady mistress.
Is this a movie?
You would know real life.
Real story.
You will be used like a toilet by me and my dogs and so. And the more you scream, the damn it, the rougher you will. Oh man, it's most brutal shit I ever said. And then this is how he got caught. If it's the same cat, the medicine, which apparently worked on everybody else, he arrested or something this time. And this girl, her memory came back. He had it down so good that he had a drug concoction that they would forget enough details where he was good. And one day he fucked up and that girl remembered. And that's how he got
that's
caught.
on him. That's on him for sure. Not everybody's the same. If you keep that up long enough, you're gonna come across someone where the drug doesn't even work at all.
It's just saying she was fatter. She had more antihistamines in the system. Something you taking a chance.
He got his daughter to help him kidnap women and his girlfriend at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Who's this guy?
The Toolbox
It's
Killer, I think his name
David
was.
Parker Ray.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I saw a movie
The
about that
fucking
dude.
David.
That was like loosely based on it, wasn't it?
I don't know if I saw a movie.
Like, did he have these chicks buried in somewhere on his property in an underground facility?
No. He has a shed that looks like, and he had a gynecologist table that he converted into this torture chair. And he's wild. He's a wild boy.
A fucking David.
Oh, that's funny. It was literally called Toolbox Murders.
Yeah. So that means he had to get rid of at least a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
American slasher film.
This is the real life.
Well, maybe the film.
I think I'm
varies.
lagging. I don't know if it's my brain or my internet.
The internet's been in. Well, maybe your mic mostly's been in and out here and there.
This is him actually right here.
I doubt it. Wrists and ankles.
His real voice.
Yeah, that's that prick.
Are you comfortable right now?
Hello there, bitch. Are you comfortable right now? I doubt it. Wrists and ankles chained, gagged, probably blindfolded. You are disoriented and scared too, I would imagine. Perfectly normal under the circumstances.
Normal.
For a little while, at least, you need to get your shit together into this state.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, Ross just then. I hope you weren't back there.
I'm going to tell you.
Hope you weren't back there for too long.
Yeah, like 5 minutes.
All right, sorry about that. Good
They
to have
keep
you,
black
man.
people back there longer. Don't feel bad.
Jeez, only the cool ones.
All good, man. I was listening to you guys about the modern medicine, and I'm 100% against all this modern medicine
Oh, yeah?
pharmacia bullshit. Oh, yeah. It's poisoning people in every way. It's got benzene in it, and benzene, no matter what it does to alleviate your symptoms, you're actually putting toxins into you, and that's
Is
the
that
pharmacia.
Jesse? Is that Jesse?
Yeah, brother.
Wait. This is the host of the Missing Link. Jesse?
Yeah.
That's Jesse.
Oh, what's up, man?
Yeah, man.
Nice to meet you.
I'm like, I
NPC.
know that voice,
Hey, bro. Yeah.
Very
You can say
good,
that on
Jesse.
YouTube?
What? NPC?
Against
Well,
modern
I don't want to
medicine?
say it because I don't think you can.
Whatever it is, I guess let's not say it again. If you think you can say it. Yeah.
It's just the buzzwords like the V and the C and those things you can't say. But talking about medicine.
You're against all medical Western, even diagnostic tests and stuff?
Basically all of the pharmaceuticals are poison. It's toxic and poison.
See?
So you're saying there's no time that's beneficial to use a pharmaceutical drug?
I won't. Whether someone wants to alleviate their symptoms, because they're in a lot of pain, that's a choice that anyone obviously can make. But I personally, because I had diagnosed with ankylosing spondylitis or something, my hip joints were bone on bone, and they gave me these pills. They gave me these pills, and they were like these horse pills. And I had to take 2 in the AM and 2 in the PM. And they said I had to take a blood test every month to make sure it wasn't harming me other places. And I took it for a couple months, and I'm like, you know what? I'm like, this is pretty fucked up that they're giving me something that's potentially I have to get tested to make sure it's not hurting me elsewhere. And so that was it.
That's like for athlete's foot. If you want to take some of that medicine, they make you take a blood test to make sure your liver can take it.
Yeah.
What was the alternative, though, Jesse? What was the alternative?
The alternative was for me. I just was smoking lots of weed, and that alleviated the pain. And so that's what I did, and I ended up having to, get a double hip replacement surgery. And so I chose that route instead of actually taking the pills.
How are you now? Are you good?
Yeah. So had chronic pain for 10 plus years, and it got worse and worse. It was at a point where I'd go to sleep and then I'd wake up and then I'd be not in pain. So go through the day, at the end of the night, have to blaze lots of weed in the evening. Had my girlfriend, she was walking up and down my legs in order to alleviate the pain. But it got to the point where when I woke up in the AM, I still had pain, and then it was getting progressively worse and worse. And so, for a few reasons, chose to get them to put new hips in, and the pain is mostly gone.
That's great. Now, when you were recovering, did you take like painkillers or either?
So I took the only thing I took morphine, and I took it for about 3 weeks, and that was it. Like, it was pretty brutal, the pain, and so I did take morphine. And then I still got a whole bunch of morphine pills, but that was it. I don't like to take any pharmaceuticals, but at the time, that was a lot. I was blazing like I was in the hospital room. Nurse would leave. I'd have my little vape. Cannabis. I'd be blazing that shit, and so, but that didn't alleviate the pain like the morphine did. So in that instant, I did take it again for the choice, but I wanted to get off it as soon as possible, because I know anytime you're taking these pharmaceuticals, the harm that they're doing definitely outweighs the benefits. So if you need it short term, then that I like I said, I did. But for me, I stopped taking anything pharmaceutical really, except for that time for my surgery, like 8, 9, 10 years ago. I stopped all synthetic drugs. I stopped anything synthetic, so if it ain't like mushrooms or herb or something that's natural, a plant or whatever, then I won't take it. I won't take any kind of synthetic, mind altering anything, right?
I think that's a good plan to have, man. Like I'm about natural stuff. However, with that said, I mean, sometimes I'll take like I was really sick a couple weeks ago, and I went to because here in Taiwan, it's the medical dude. They have it down packed. It's easy to socialize medicine to get an appointment. And anyway, I went to go see usually I would gut it out the cold, but like I had to literally speak for my job and stuff. So I took their medicine, and I have to say, like, I got better really quick.
What did they give you?
I think they gave me some antibiotics. Yeah.
What were you feeling? What were your symptoms?
Like congestion, sore throat, and fatigue. Yeah.
And
I think the opiate.
How much antibiotics did they give you, and how long did you take them?
I took them for about 4 or 5 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you start feeling better?
Right away, actually.
Like after you took the first one?
Later on that day, probably, because I think I had it like in the morning and the night. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, them
normally I don't take
antibiotics.
medicine like that. Maybe it was placebo. Who knows? But I got through my shit.
You can smell them.
It depends how much, If you felt a lot better.
I did feel a lot better.
Yeah.
I'm constantly getting bombarded by sick kids all the time.
The antibiotics, they do harm your gut. So make sure you take probiotics. Take some kimchi or some sauerkraut. Some yogurt if you eat dairy. Anything that's got some, probiotics in there.
Kombucha has probiotic, right? Hello?
Yeah. Why would you say the medical system is better in Taiwan? Like, what was your experience like? Like, you didn't feel good? You woke up and you didn't feel good? Or it was like in the middle of the day, or what happened first?
No, I was sick probably for a couple of days, and then I went to the doctor because it's easy to get an appointment. Like in America, it's very hard to get an appointment, and in most places, and then even if you have quote unquote decent insurance, you have to pay a big copay usually.
What made you want to go to the doctor first of all?
because I wanted to get healthy quicker than I would if I just would have gutted out.
So it felt like a flu or something.
Yeah, flu or a bad cold.
Like it felt like something that you could, if you just rested and hydrated, you would get over it. But you were like, nah, I ain't got time for that.
No, I don't know, because there's been times where most of the time I do gut it out because, like I said, a lot of people get sick at the academy, and most of the time
This one was concerning.
Hold on, dog. Like most of the time I would just gut it out and not take anything, but I just wanted to get through this shit quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What made you want to get through this quick?
Like I said, I didn't want to be sick for that long. The symptoms, anyway.
But normally you would just not go to the doctor.
Yeah, normally.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out why you went to the doctor this time. That's all. Like if it felt worse or you were busy or.
It's great times, man. There's a lot of got to get through this shit quick.
And do you think that's what influenced it? Like you're like, I don't have time for this. I got to get these grades fixed. Let me go see if I can get some pharmaceutical help to cut the time in half.
Yes, because that's exactly it. That's probably the number one reason why. Because eventually I always get better. I've never been sick for months and shit like that. But
so when you spoke to them, what'd you say? You like, I just have a common cold, but I need to be able to perform at work, or how'd you like?
I told them my symptoms. I told them I was sick.
And what did they say? They wanted you to come in, or
It doesn't work like that. You just go to the clinics here or the doctor.
Okay, so you just drove to the clinic and made an appointment right then and there, and they saw you right away.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So and then when like after you made the appointment, how long did you have to wait?
I was totally there. Maybe 25 minutes, maybe. No, I was out. I got my medicine right next door at the pharmacy that's connected on.
Fucking hell.
Half hour.
So
I only paid I think total was 120 NT, which is like $5 or something.
So you can tell where I'm going with this, but answer my question though. How long after you were like, oh, I feel like this and that, before you got to see a doctor? Or whomever, a nurse or whatever it is.
You mean when I decided to go to the doctor?
Like no, like you had to wait some time, right? Even though you were out in 25 minutes, which is like a fraction of the wait time in the United States. What was your actual wait time? Was it like 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Oh, that maybe like 10, 15 minutes.
And then you saw somebody, right? Like a professional, a doctor, a nurse.
A doctor.
A doctor.
Doctor. Yeah. A little English too. That was good.
And so in like 10, 15 minutes, he had a prescription for you, and then you went next door and got it.
Yeah, that was it.
Were the drugs free?
Yes, it was included. Like I guess when you pay for the visit.
So a $5 copay.
I do pay an insurance monthly insurance thing, but it's not.
Oh, okay. So why'd you say it was socialized?
I don't know, because that sounded cool. I know it's different than America style.
I mean, that is definitely different from my experience. In America here, I suppose if you have like a Cadillac insurance plan where you pay, I don't know, downward of $300, upward of $800, $1,500, $2,000 a month, then you get some serious healthcare where you can walk into some place and get an appointment in 20 minutes and get drugs in less than half an hour. But that's not. I don't think that's the average American
hospital, any clinic with this insurance.
Right. Yeah. See, I don't think that would. That's at least not my experience. You go to a clinic here, you wait hours before you even see someone. And then when you see that person,
no, I know how it is. My mom had ovarian cancer, and I remember going to the hospital when something was very serious with her, and we couldn't get an appointment, so we had to go to the emergency room, and we ended up being there like for 12 hours.
Yeah.
Total. Yeah, this shit's fucking whack.
And you generally get someone who's pretty disinterested, and a lot of times if it's a cold, they're going to tell you, I can't even prescribe you anything. Here's a recipe for hot tea.
Do you agree with Western medicine, Denison?
What do you mean, like by Western?
I mean, in terms of like what Jesse's saying, that I'm paraphrasing. He ain't down with it.
I think I agree with Jesse 100%, and that's because he's not down with it, right? Like what he said when he came in is not what he described, which is that you should stay away from Western medicine unless you need it, and then use it sparingly and make sure you check yourself. That's what I think about it, and I'll go a little bit farther, and I'm sure Jesse would also agree with this. Also, that the pharmaceutical companies do not have our best interests at heart. We'll leave it at that.
Sure. You can't even take them to task if there's something wrong. You're not allowed to sue them.
So the problem is with pharmaceuticals is that they can't patent like a plant. So almost every single pharmaceutical that helps people is derived from some type of a plant. And so they have to make a synthetic copy in order to patent it, in order for them to make the money that they make, instead of actually providing the natural plant medicine for people that wouldn't be harming them. And that's where we have the issue.
Yeah.
What materials do they use to make these synthetics?
Most of it is oil. It's benzene based. So allopathic medicine is benzene based. So whatever synthetic, they derive it from from petrochemicals.
Yep. Exactly.
Yes.
Oh yeah. I was
That
right,
is
Dennis.
true.
That Taiwan does have socialized medicine, universal healthcare.
Jesse Dunn, are
What,
you
you
aware of Dr. Sebi?
Yeah, he's quite remarkable. His story, and it's really sad what they did to him.
Yes, so he was big on detoxing, the food being the medicine.
What is it that you're paying every month?
What's that?
What is it that you're paying every month then? So like a tax?
The insurance.
All right, now I'm thoroughly confused.
Oh, damn.
It's called universal healthcare. Yeah, and
NPC.
it's often described as socialized medicine.
Sorry,
but then
NPC,
you're not supposed to pay.
Sorry, NPC, I will
That's
catch
the
you
way it
next
is there,
time.
What's that?
The
You're
battery
out?
is down. I will catch you next time. The battery is down.
Okay, man.
So
good to see you, brother.
Yeah,
please
I
make
will
me a
catch you.
stranger.
Hey, I
Oh,
subbed you, Alex. I look forward to talking to you again, if that's okay with you, sir.
It's all good. Yes.
I would like to pick your brain and get some of your insights.
Thanks,
All right.
Alexander. Thanks for your knowledge, brother. You have a great night. Sleep easy, man. Yeah.
Adios.
What up, nude guru? Why would you trust capitalists? I don't necessarily trust them.
What? You're not supposed to be paying them. That's socialized medicine. It's like single payer.
Well, I mean, it's described as that. The official term is universal health care, and I do have to pay part of the the insurance. Yeah,
like a monthly tax, or
like a monthly tax. I guess. Yeah.
Not to an insurance company.
No, to the state.
To state. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And it's like really cheap, right? Like,
very cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I don't like to be around hospitals, but it's just sometimes you
don't like the what?
The best thing about it, I think I like how you can get, like, if you want to get a physical or a blood panel, a diagnostic stuff. That's cool. Doing that stuff. like a
You say you
checkup or
don't.
whatever.
You said, "Don't get me wrong, I don't really like." And then what did you say? Something about hospitals?
Oh, I said I don't like hospitals. Being around.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, like I had to witness my mom die at 42. You know, and if I would have known the stuff I know now, I definitely would have done more to try to help her on alternative medicines and whatnot. She had chemo for like 11 years.
Damn.
Yeah. I remember this one time this lady that worked for one of the chemo companies, pharmaceutical, she came into my line at the drugstore, and she was like, and she's talking, asking about like, you know, yeah, anyone that died of cancer. Oh, yeah, my mom. And then she's like, you know what? She's lucky she had chemotherapy. It was like, dude, I just wanted to slap her in the face. Man. That shit. I don't know about that stuff, man. That stuff things that's poison.
Yeah, it's brutal.
exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I interviewed this guy that I played hockey with, and well, I was on the same hockey team with him when we were like 12, 13 years old. And he reached out to me after about a year of me doing the missing link, and he said, you know, could I share my story on, you know, your show? And I said, sure. So he came on and he said that he was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. They gave him like less than a few months to live. And they said, you know, get your affairs in order. You have cancers throughout your body. And what he did was he went on a 30-day water fast. And so all he drank was water for 30 days. And then he's eaten raw organic fruits and vegetables ever since. He doesn't eat anything cooked. He doesn't eat any oil. You think oils are rancid. Once you cook an oil, it starts to anything coconut oil, you know, olive oil, any type of oil. As soon as you start to cook it or heat it to cook anything, he thinks it's rancid and is actually harming the body. So that was 12 years ago at the time, 2 or 3 years ago when I interviewed him, that he only had a few months to live, and he's all cancer free. He's healthy, and all he eats. Yeah, that's all he eats. He came on my show, and all he eats is raw organic fruits and vegetables. No meat, nothing cooked.
That's righteous, man. That's righteous. Like my wife, we tried to get pregnant for years, or she tried to get pregnant for years with me, and it wouldn't work. And it wasn't until like she did a water fast for like 21 days, and like I swear to God, like the next week or two, was it like she got pregnant? You know, it's like shit was crazy, man. Like I'm telling you, man, there's so much out there. The body is so powerful. It's just that we get in the way of it sometimes.
We tend to get in the way of things. We overcomplicate things, and then trust, you know, the pharmaceuticals, trust the doctors, trust the government, trust the system more than trusting our own intuition.
My deal is like how much you get abused, gaslit, and attacked when you don't. You know, it's like I almost, if it weren't for the fact that they're poisoning the entire environment with the stuff that they have, like it's in all of our drinking water and it's in the ocean, we're all on drugs that we don't even take or get prescribed. You know,
too?
Huh?
We're plastic too. There's a lot of plastics.
Yeah, we're all eating microplastics. Like, so I personally make the choice to use glass. I pay more for it. And to a certain extent, it doesn't even matter because everybody else is doing whatever the hell they want to do, poisoning everything.
Yeah.
I've never had any jab. Like, not just the jab. I've never had a single one in my life.
Oh, that's amazing.
Shout out to your parents, right? Too, because didn't they have to make a decision for you when you were a baby not to do that?
Yeah, my mother, she went back and forth between lying and petitioning the government directly.
Yeah, my son hasn't had any of those.
She did whatever she had to avoid me getting. Even if it meant lying.
Yeah, I lost so many friends, like what I thought were friends, like during the COVID stuff, because I was like just just pounding the pavement online with all that everyday reading studies and publishing them, and and because I didn't want my family to get it, extended family and even nuclear family, like in friends. And it's funny how like those same people, and it sucks though. A lot of them are so sick, and some of them have even died. And I think it's because of them fucking around with that shit.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
I've realized it's a political mind virus because I had friends. I can, like, one friend in particular is the only one who's ever like beaten me on a test. And one of the few people that I would consider had like a same level of knowledge as me in a particular area. And but he like convinced himself that masks were effective and that the jab was a good thing, and the jab not so much as the mask was the mask was the more significant part to me, because I had always considered this person to be intellectual. So like regardless of what disagreements you have with somebody, at the end of the day there's just certain facts, right? So whether or not masks can stop a virus is right on the side of the box. So you have to be some kind of psycho to think that it does other. It's some kind of state of delusion, right? If you're past a certain IQ level, if you're so dumb you don't understand how air and viruses and all that work, that's one thing. And this guy is pretty smart, but yet he's making this political pro argument for mask working. And that's when I realized it's not about how intelligent you are. These people are literally programmed into this like bilateral thinking.
Yeah. Jesse, I remember you were talking on the last time I saw you on Talcott about you would go to the store and be one of the few people with the mask.
Yeah, very in Alberta and Commie Canada here, right? So, but you got to remember, it's not a mask. So a mask is an actual. You got to intake, breathing where you can take in and you exhale. So even if you got a Halloween mask, they got the holes in the noses where you can breathe in and out. If you got a respirator, that's a mask. That type of mask. These things are breathing inhibitors. You put it on, and it's basically you're suffocating yourself. So I don't even like to call them masks, right? And
people
so
still wear them here, dude, when they're working out.
it's crazy because you're actually breathing in your own carbon dioxide.
Yeah, it's wild. Citizen, is that person? Do you keep? Is he still like doing that type of shit? In terms of down with the
I came to a point in my life when I no longer engaged in those kind of arguments. So I just dropped it and let it go. And if it comes up, I just let it go. And
that's how I meant too. With my people.
And I met him and we interacted most through my career in IT, and I've been retired for 5 years now. So we text back and forth every once in a while, meet up or whatever, but I don't have the same daily interactions. And of course the C time's gone, right? So during the C time, everybody was talking about it.
It's not gone. It's still here. My wife had it last week, allegedly.
I mean, the PSYOP is over.
Oh, the PSYOP. Yeah, I thought you meant
what it is.
Like during that time, it's all anybody talked about was Trump, this, mask, that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do they still have it in North America? You hear people getting it?
Well, this is the thing is that the C, if you look at a textbook medical from 1986, it is the common cold. So are people still getting the common
I've definitely
cold?
heard that, but however, there is something about it that seems a lot stronger when you get.
But what's stronger is all the towers that they've been putting up. So people like, so the first year of everybody lockdown, what happened? Towers were nobody that installed towers were locked down. They started installing towers everywhere. Now people start feeling a little bit more ill. from, these towers, right? They have effect on us. Like I talked to this one beekeeper guy and he's like, his 80% of his beehive has been decimated once they installed that tower, and the bees are now aggressive. And so it makes people aggressive, but also there's the harmful effects on the body. So all of the stuff that they're bombarding us with, like you talked about, more of the forever chemicals, the more stuff they're spraying in the skies, the more toxins in the foods. We're getting bombarded by so many different ways. So when you do get the common cold, it's a lot more intense. It's intense on everybody.
It's also that genetically engineered spike protein that they put on there, brother. Don't,
Spike,
don't,
hold on, shit, I gotta get this right.
My nigga.
Okay. There he is somewhere. You said spike protein? Dennison?
Yeah, don't discard all that hard work of those dedicated Chinese and American scientists.
What do you think about what they call
the Air Force generals before them?
Right, over there at North Carolina. What do you think about the whole shedding of the spike protein? You think that's a thing?
Absolutely. I think that the jibby jab sheds too. How do you like them apples?
Yeah. Right. I heard they want to put it in the vegetables and stuff too, like with the spray that shit. But
and this is the thing now. Now, as the type of person I am, and I have to learn how to accept this, because there's no one doing it. It's over. We are in a post-sea time world where it's, unless you are one of those people who's certain it's completely not real and it's completely made up. And power to you, then I envy you if you really believe that. But if you admit that they at least did something to us, that whether it was made in the lab or not, and people really got sick, which I do, it's everywhere now. You can't undo it.
She had it. Rebecca had it last week.
And your children and your children's children, they're all gonna live with it. There's nothing we can do, but not with our current level of technology.
Yeah. What's up, Marathon Kev? How's it going, bro?
What's going on? Salute to y'all.
For us, man.
What's happening?
Salute, man. Start off on dreams. Now we're talking about Conan 19.
Yeah, I've been seeing that for sure. Yeah, I've been seeing that. There's
Dennison,
you guys heard about the herd immunity shit? When it came to the C-19.
Oh yeah, herd immunity, like natural immunity, basically, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, they were saying with the when you introduce like a vaccine to a new virus or whatever the case may be, you have to have like
those
a certain
words.
level of herd
We really have
immunity.
to be
Like,
careful using those words.
Yeah, the V. We got it.
Prior to the vaccine, you're saying, Kev?
Yeah, V. Don't say that word, please. Respectfully.
Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right
Come back. Jesse, you were going to say something to Dennison.
Yeah, Dennison. So you hit the nail on the head when you said that it's a mind virus. Okay, so now this is medically proven that when you add stress to a person, they're more susceptible to getting sick and diseases and other things. So the mind virus, this is the worst thing. Now you add people getting on the TV, look, people dying, people this, people that. Now when you're afraid of things, and now the getting sick is the body's natural ability to detox. So when you're being bombarded with chemicals, toxins, pesticides, preservatives, all these things, once you have enough of that, if you're not doing the fasting, if you're not doing things to, eating cilantro, get rid of the heavy metals, all those things, your body is going to get sick. It's a good thing to get sick when you need to get sick because you're expelling all of these toxins. So when people are stressed out, and add all these extra chemicals, add all these things, is it really shedding, or is it just, your body needing to detox itself and it's getting more and more? Some people swear the shedding is real. For me, I haven't had a cold or a flu in since I stopped eating meat, like almost eight years ago. I went to all the rallies, didn't wear the breathing inhibitor, hugged all the people, been around people that have been really, really sick, and I can't catch it. I don't catch it. I've been around people that have been, injected. And for some reason I don't get it. So I can sympathize with people that say they've been around somebody and now they're feeling unwell. But for me, it's just never happened. And it's harder for me to believe something when it doesn't happen to me.
Well, you got to figure
you never got it.
Almost 98% of people had no symptoms.
With no symptoms means you're not sick.
Yeah, sure.
And
but what I'm saying is,
but the testing that they did when they told people they had something when they had no symptoms, it's because they, what they did with this testing, they cycled it up. They cycled it up more and more to basically, the guy in the president, I think from Ghana or wherever that they killed. We tested a pineapple and it tested positive. We tested a goat. It tested positive because they just sent in these samples. They didn't tell them what the samples were. And for some reason, even a pineapple tested positive. And they killed that guy. They killed that president that did that test.
Yeah, it's because
shoving up that shit up your nose. That shit's wild.
The false positives on that thing were horrendous. And if you know about base rate fallacy, that means it at like somewhere between 50 and 70% of all the test results were false. My point is though is that those bad tests were based on an actual genome. That the viruses exist. I won't claim to know what they are, where they come from, how they work, and I don't trust people who claim that they do. I listen to experts, real experts, not the experts, but actual experts. I listen to what they have to say, and it's a lot like quantum physics. They don't really know. And
you don't think that model's accurate? That pitch, that one we used to see all the time, they used to parade out on the molecule.
I'm talking about viruses in particular. We do not know a lot about viruses in particular. We're still learning.
We had a debate.
And everything that we did learn just from experience, from hard evidence and experience from centuries of studying it, we threw out during the C19 time. We pretended everybody up and down the chain pretended none of that stuff existed once the C19 came.
So we had a debate on our show with two doctors, Dr. Amanda Vollmer and Dr. Paul Cottrell. Dr. Paul Cottrell, after I interviewed him, he said he would debate anybody that doesn't think that viruses exist. So
I've seen that before.
I got the leading female doctor who, it's all about terrain. It's all about what's going on inside of your body. So I had a debate. I think it was interview 300 or 400 on our show, and she throttled him. She was actually prepared. She had an opening statement. She had a point. She had a closing. He just winged it. And whether or not viruses are real or not, she throttled him because she was prepared. But as well as I'm having a hard time believing that this boogeyman virus, what they say, is actually real. I think that's part of the mind virus. And if you believe it's real, you see somebody sneeze, I hope I don't get sick. It maybe trigger a response into your body that, hey, maybe it's time to detox because you've actually put that into your mind. So, what's happening, in the consciousness, is just as powerful or more powerful than, some of this, especially physical sneezing or whatever it is. So we can't discredit or discount those type of things. Our bodies, like if women live in the same house, why do their cycles start to coincide with each other, right? All of a sudden now, if they're in the same place, how does that happen? Because things happen, a lot on an existential level that they don't talk about in any modern day science. And, they just want you to believe in a boogeyman virus.
I think they're parts of a whole. Especially when you really, if you understand. Like I noticed most of the disagreements I have with people about whether or not space is real or gravity is real or what physics mean or this and that. It comes from a general misunderstanding of how things work. From an education of people who like people who learn about archaeology from Ken Ham, they're not gonna really understand evolution.
Why can't Ham though? Why
What?
you pick the worst? You
Yeah,
picked the
that's
worst.
why I picked the
He's
worst. That was the point.
dumbest. He's the dumbest.
That's the
I hate that
point,
he calls
David.
himself a Christian.
David,
I
that
hate
was
that
the
he
point.
calls him. I get you, bro. I get you.
Germ theory. Hey, what's up, Clue? How's it going, man?
What's up?
What happens when you get into the the more intelligent people, like Christians or whatever? They start to incorporate it in, right? They don't flat out deny it anymore.
That's exactly what it is. It's a little bit of all of this stuff, and what he was saying a while ago. Hearing a person sneeze during that time could trigger your biology to start your mucus glands overreacting. Immediately just hearing it and going through that, oh no, your nose could start running, bro. You could start, I know my mom's an asthmatic. All right. And
I have an anecdotal.
All I'd have to do is tell her, say something about a cigarette, and her bronchial tubes start closing up. Like she can't be around any kind of cologne, anything like that, and her mind will immediately make her lungs start seizing up.
That's
just an example. What do you call a hypochondriac?
Yeah, I'm kind of like that too, except I never get sick. That's how I know it's not causing what illness is.
Yeah.
Because I'm always worried about it. If someone sneezes next to me, I'm like, now there goes my next 4 days, and I never get ill. But I did get the C19 though. Let me tell you, and I almost went to the hospital.
Take you out, like did it cripple you? Did it take something from you you haven't got back yet? From taste to smell.
Yeah, but it's all gradually coming back.
It's wild.
We're talking about
interpretation
of dreams.
And I didn't even think that it was real necessarily. I had no personal experience with it, but then I got sick. So to me, it's like the opposite of what is it? Like self-manifesting destiny, or some kind of psychological placebo effect.
Yeah, a lot of those people that always said it was fake, they ended up, all those stories ended up getting it and dying, like gloating about it. Like when the people that gloated about, it's one thing to believe it's not fake, but to go online gloating about it. Yeah.
Usually when I get sick, I just take a lot of vitamin C and liquids. I could feel that the amount of energy it was taking for me to keep breathing was unsustainable. I was going to get too tired at the pace in which I was getting sick, and I was unable to breathe. I was going to get tired before this illness was going to go away, and I was going to suffocate. So I actually looked to take medicine, and I took I forget the medical name, but it's essentially Mucinex. It's just an expectorant. I took the expectorant. That was it. I slept that night like a baby for like 13 hours, and I just kept taking it. Yeah, and I just kept taking it until I got better.
It took one of my friends.
Pavlovid is what they give a lot of people who are have respiratory problems or are overweight because of the strain on the respiratory system.
Yeah, my lungs get really filled with fluid and wheezy anytime I get sick.
Yeah, that's very dangerous from that C19 respiratory.
I even have chest-related illnesses when it's not the source of the illness, right? Like when my body is under attack, I can get chest symptoms. So yeah, it kind of kicked my butt.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the interpretation of dreams or what?
We were like,
No, talking about C19.
about 3 hours ago.
3 hours ago. Can we bring that subject back up again?
Sure.
That sounds
On the
It sounds
on the closing. For the closing, any thoughts? Like we were talking about the Jungian dreams, dream interpretation, and Freudian dream interpretations, or as Freud was it Freud? From Jung's own words, we watched the interview where he said that Freud was more into the individual interpretation, and what did he say about himself, Dennison?
clinical. It was the clinical, and
Clinical.
then
That's what it was.
what
David.
was it? What was
And
it,
the collective.
Dennison?
Well, I called
It
it
was
spiritual, but he didn't.
Yeah.
He referred to the collective consciousness, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that he found it dismissive of like the historical nature of man and archetypes.
That's right.
So like all the history of man is formidable upon the individual.
Mm-hmm. The mothers and the fathers. Yeah.
See, the thing is this is always going to be interpreted through an individual lens, though, which is why Freud is still so strong, despite his stubbornness. He's still correct at the end of the day, I think.
Mm.
And that's coming from a Jungian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So why do you dream, Dennison?
Who says I dream?
You dream to relieve like a tension valve.
If you do dream, why do you dream, Dennison?
Just me or everybody?
Just you.
Oh, I do it for the lols. Sleeping is so fucking boring, dude. You're just laying there doing nothing. I need something to occupy my mind.
Or maybe doing nothing is healthy. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, that's why I gotta occupy my mind while my body does nothing. It squeegees out my body. But I need some entertainment. I gotta watch Star Trek while I'm cleaning.
You don't need entertainment all the time, though.
I do. I'm a fiend.
No, you don't.
I do. Yeah.
It's
I gotta
not
have
healthy.
it.
It's not healthy, Dennison. It's not healthy.
You're entertaining me right now, Clue. You're feeding into my unhealthy habits.
But it's not healthy, though. It's not healthy.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
It's not healthy. You need to be bored, Dennison. Boredom is healthy. And that's why the smartphone was introduced to the world, to cure boredom.
What's up,
The smartphone was supposed to
He stops too.
was supposed to cure boredom. Snowfire.
You didn't hear the song? Okay.
Snowfire is kind of cute.
I can't
How
hear
are
it.
you doing? How you doing,
Okay.
Snowfire?
Hi.
Yeah, David Wayne.
kinda cute.
You were saying something
Avatar.
before I interrupted you.
I was just getting down, man.
Oh,
Yeah, the self. I was just getting down.
Like a white eartha kit.
All right.
That's how
Back
you
to Sherelle Snow. How's it going, my friend?
Oh, good.
Sherelle.
Everything's good.
Good.
You look like
How's
a
the
white
Panelverse
eartha
look?
kit.
Is it crazy?
No,
Is it
who?
normal?
A
Is it
white
wild?
eartha kit.
What is that, guys? I don't know what that is.
She's
You
an
don't-
old,
you don't know
Eartha
who
Kit
Eartha
was-
Kit
old
is?
light-skinned black
Catwoman.
woman who was an actress. She played Catwoman, I think, in
Yeah,
Batman.
you look like a
Catwoman,
white
Yeah,
eartha
Michelle
kit.
Pfeiffer. All right,
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah,
scene.
I
Yeah, I
like
like
that
Michelle
one.
Pfeiffer.
Do you
Catwoman.
have any takes, Sherelle, about dreams? What do you think? I know you were here from the beginning and you were popping in and out.
Yeah, I had to go to Cynthia's for a little while, but
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I have a few dreams. I guess I have like, I don't know what happened, but I would say over the last 3 years, I don't have them anymore. But I had a dream of an ex that I was like, what, 19, 20-ish. But he was with me when my house burned down and through a lot of stuff, that I had to go through, like growing up really fast. But I had to graduate high school, and that was like a, and support the family. So I had a full-time job. I remember dreams of me not being able to graduate high school, and me.
Common recurring dream.
Yeah, it was like always. It's like I think it just passed. Like maybe I want to say like 3 to 5 years ago, maybe, where I don't have that dream anymore, but where I didn't graduate. I remember me in my dream trying to figure out why I couldn't graduate, like with the teachers, and trying to negotiate with them, like, what are you talking about? Why I did this, I did that, here's the paperwork. And then that was a big dream that I always had, that I was stuck in high school. And then I always had was of him, the one that died, that he wouldn't leave me alone. Like he was always trying to apologize and say sorry for what he did, because he committed suicide. But it wasn't when he was with me, but I took care of him when my house burned down when I was like 15, 16. Oh, wait, like after ninth grade, I was finishing. It was the last day of junior high school. And I remember that's when I really had to grow up, And he would always come to me in my dream, and he would apologize to me, like, for what he did. And it went on for years, but he left me alone after I told him it was okay. Yeah. And I said, you can move on. I forgive you. And he left me alone after that.
No, back to your high.
But those dreams I had for
the high school one though. You were worried that you weren't finishing. Do you think it has anything to do with you like feeling like you didn't measure up to your own standards or someone's standards? Or
I was not measuring up to my own standards. Yeah, and my house burned down, and then I had to take care of my family because my house burned down. And through high school, so regular high school, well, it was really because my little sister was very different than me. So I said, I do not want to go to school with her because we were 11 months and 11 days younger than each other. So I got referred to a different district. And I did way better in that district because I was around people that I grew up in the city. So I had to take a long bus ride to school so I could be around my friends. And I did better in school. And then, I did graduate, but then, like it really hit me. It was really hard to have a boyfriend. And then the house burnt down. And then so far away from my school that I had to get a job, knowing that I'm going to have to grow up really quick, and maybe that was the reason why.
Yeah.
It was not easy.
Yeah. Usually, did you have to want to go to college maybe before all that happened?
No, college was not anything in my mind. That was like the last thing that I was always worried about. I knew that what I had planned was going to work. So I didn't have anything else like college in mind, which I'm not mad about. I'm glad that I didn't go to college, to be honest with you, because a lot of these people work at the same place as I work.
Yeah, it's not for everyone. The only difference between you and them is that they have to pay their debt off.
Yeah. Yeah, they pay off a lot of debt, and it's about who you know. Like I was in Miami for so many years, so I didn't have a hard time getting into the station and working there and excelling and becoming in-house at all, because that was my dream. That's where I knew I was going to be.
TV.
I gotta get going, everybody. It was good seeing you all. I think it's the first time I've been on your channel here on PC. I just kind of I've had some issues that I'm dealing with, some personal stuff, so I kind of deleted all my missing links, and I can't even comment on YouTube because I don't have a channel right now. But I hear sometimes I hear your panels, NPC, but I just don't comment. You get some good content. Thanks for having me up. Good seeing you all, and y'all take care.
Tell your girlfriend
Hey,
I said
Jesse, thanks for
hi.
that.
I love
Good
her.
luck to you, Jesse. And you're always welcomed, okay? Appreciate
Thanks,
you, man.
man.
Take it easy.
All right, be easy, Jesse.
man.
He has a wealth of knowledge, man. Just like David and
Yeah.
Dennis and Sherelle, man. That's cool. I've seen him around the last couple of years. Never actually talked to him. Yeah. Yeah. Dude.
I hate.
Yeah.
doing
Do you
that,
guys?
so.
What'd you say?
Like, I hope I didn't leave, or I hope he didn't leave because of me.
Oh, I don't think so. I think some of us are. We've been on here for a minute.
Yeah.
No, not from you. Usually, you bring people up. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So, like, dreaming. So, it's funny that like the last couple of days when I've been really like trying to study these two guys, Jung and Freud, about dreams, is I've actually been dreaming really hard now. Where usually I can't remember it. So
I've eaten spicy food. I've deliberately tried to induce nightmares. It had been so long
you
since
want
I'd
to?
had a nightmare.
You're gonna have a bad one now.
I haven't done that in a while.
Yeah.
I haven't done that
They
in
said-
a while. I had one when I was younger that was probably be hard to beat, but it's it's been a long time.
In this analysis that I was watching, I don't know if they're talking about Jung or Freud, but they were saying that introverted people are more prone to have nightmares, be affected by them anyway, more than an extroverted person.
Yeah.
I had a nightmare the other day when I was watching Orthodox guy, and I fell asleep watching it, and it was about the riots, and I was crying in my sleep, and I woke up with tears all down my face, and it was because I couldn't get out of something. I don't even remember what it was, but I was so sad. I was like I felt my face when I woke up, and there was tears coming out of my eyes.
Yeah. Do you think it's because what you were listening to them speak about?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was referring to them earlier, that particular show, Orthodox Guy, about like how it seems like a couple people I've noticed on the last couple of days, they've been really pushing that riot hard. And it's really like people are really becoming this hardcore anti immigration stance here on these panels and stuff.
I'm just happy to see the black and the whites getting together. But you know what? I do love the Mexicans.
Against the Mexicans?
No, I know, but why does it got to be against the Mexicans? They're like the best ever.
You're speaking to one.
Technically, it's not. It's not Mexican immigrants that people are complaining about, whether they know it or not. It's places like El Salvador, Honduras, like 6 different countries in Africa. People are coming from all over the world, and from like places that are a lot worse off than Mexico. Mexico is, I mean, where the cartel is not. It's like America Light, you know. It's like a cheap vacation town. It's not.
I've seen
all
way
his
worse
friends'
than
parents, they moved
Mexicans.
down there. They left
There's
America to live in Mexico.
people coming from third world countries. That's something else. And then also, for me personally, I watched the tech sector get replaced by Indians in my lifetime. You know, I had like about a 20-year career, and in you know, in my racist white curmudgeon opinion, it ruined it. Like, it ruined the job opportunities for Americans.
True.
It lowered the wages for all of us. It even lowered the standard of service. And I don't think it was net a good thing for this country.
Joko said we need the Mexicans who's gonna clean our floors.
Right. What's up with all that graffiti that is all over LA now? It's like trash. Now we're worried about like who's gonna clean that up or what? It's gonna be them. They would want to
I
do it
say,
with no problem. They do.
I say, pay a guy $20 an hour and give him medical benefits to clean the toilets and watch him do it with pride, no matter what skin color he is. But I just don't. We don't need more toilet cleaners. We don't need to be importing them. I don't care. Like what
We have
Mexican
enough of
or
them.
Rican or Irish or.
This I noticed a lot of the images they have been showing is like Mexican flags, people on dirt bikes with Mexican flags, people throwing rocks with Mexican flags.
Yeah, those are all
There's
rocks.
way more Mexican flags
Their
than
highlights,
American flags.
Yeah,
their highlights are deliberate. They're deliberately highlighting.
yeah. That's my home state. I still miss it.
There's a lot of elements going on at the same time. There's people pissed off because their compassion is cranked to 20, and they think anytime someone is ever held accountable for something by the state, that it's a gross atrocity. There's people who are a criminal element who look for any excuse whenever there's any kind of unrest or an opportunity to break the law, to smash things, to start a fire. They are fucking standing right there like that meme with the dude, with his fingers together standing by the tree. That's how that particular element is. It's waiting for any opportunity to throw a brick at a cop. They don't give a fuck about they don't even know who Trump is or who the president is. And then you've got your element of person who, you got your actual La Raza out there. People who think that part of America is Mexico, has always been Mexico, and should remain Mexico. There's so much different shit going on. There's even people out there who just like to ride against the police. You got your Antifa too, your upper middle class to upper class, rich white college students who are breaking shit just because they hate their parents.
This sounds like Occupy. I call it Occupy SF on steroids. With all the different people there to protest, but most of them didn't even know what they're protesting.
That's before you even get into the cops and the feds. I mean, holy shit.
They were there too.
You got your cops and your feds are part of the problem too.
They were the instigators a lot of times. Remember this one guy at a city hall?
LA, it's a cesspool.
Yeah,
And you've got your different factions there.
They were like, this cop was like, "Come on, let's go storm the legislative building now. Come on, guys." It was like, "Come on, bro." Such a like police.
And then you're like the cops and the National Guard. They have their factions too. You got the guy who's just showing up to get a paycheck. He doesn't have time for your shit. You got the guy who was beat up as a kid when he was in school, and now he's got a mace can and a baton, and he's looking to even the score. You've got the people who believe that the public in general needs to be brutalized just to have a society.
Yeah. Bye, Sherelle. Not bye, Felicia. Bye, Sherelle.
It must have been something I said. I just cleared off the panel.
Yeah, I was gonna ask her. I was gonna say, "Hey, who do you think is a cop on the? You're everywhere, Sherelle. Who do you think is a cop on the panelverse?" Give her a take. I was gonna ask the whole panel, but maybe we'll save that for next time. Yeah. Appreciate you guys coming through. And,
yes, sir.
David, thank you for carrying my water.
Anytime, man. You kept me from being deported, man. I owe you. I'm dumb, but I'm strong.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been epic. I've got my notifications on for your channel. I think that was from a while back. You came on. They was doing the reading thing and explaining. I was trying to figure out where I'd met you, but it was.
Oh yeah, over there in the Orthodox, bro. Yeah, everyone's subbed to him too.
Yeah.
And Denison,
that was a good stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I learned a lot from that, and I've been skimming the surface of like the elements behind how this stuff works, and that was really in depth. Like I was eating for like an hour on all that. My notebook.
Yeah, I think there
filled
was
up.
something that that I explained that you were like, oh, that kind of like, you know, was like a little for astrology, like a paradigm shifter. You're like, I got what you were what you were saying.
Satisfying my own theories, man. I'm a big Jesus guy, but like I don't live it. I fail on a daily basis of being a Christian, but I still want to know the physics, you know. I want to know the science behind it because it's there.
Yeah. God made it. Yeah. So don't be a stranger. David Wayne Dennison, always welcome. Appreciate your input, and everybody in the chat. Sherelle said her internet went out. Okay. Joe Cool, good luck watching those police
Joe
during
Cool.
this full moon. Yeah. We'll be back at it. Excuse me. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern. 6 p.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. for me, but 6 p.m. for y'all in the wilderness of North America. I think we're doing increase your aura in terms of some Machiavellian dating
Purification.
It'll be fun. Yeah,
you got to be pure. Purification.
Pure.
Sweat everything out. Put all the good stuff in. It's an internal thing as well as an external thing.
There we go. Well, take that and see what you have to say tomorrow when we talk about 5 traits that make women obsessed with you.
Oh no! I'll spectate that one.
Yeah. I usually come by daily, but I might miss you tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, you never know what might happen, even with the title like that. You know, so we shall see. Yeah.
Improve your aura.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Dennison.
You too, sir.
Good to be up here in PC.
Yeah, good to have you, man. Thanks for your builds, man. Man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And keep dreaming, man. Keep dreaming. You know what I'm saying?